Chapter 31-36. Snatch the boat of God. Sons of Demon, they've also come. So they are the sons of Demon. No one thought that Lin Ling's group would be so famous within the divine dreamland. After they appeared, even the gods were shocked. The rumors are true. The sons of Demon are a group of early half-saint juniors. But their strength is simply unheard of. I estimate that they might have come from the underworld. Although I don't know where they come from, they are truly savage. Wherever they go, they pluck the feathers from the geese. Following that, cries of alarm sounded out like a tidal wave. Some people even trembled as they quietly floated down the mountain, afraid that they would be targeted by Lin Ling's group. This was because Lin Ling's group was truly savage. Not to mention the treasures that they carried with them, even some martial artists who were wearing precious armors had their armors pulled out and were lying naked on the ground. In particular, Sunset Brilliance. He came from Fortune Manor, so he held the idea that wasting was shameful. He didn't even let go of a single needle or thread. That should be the legendary Sunset Brilliance. He is truly worthy of being called a ferocious person. Some people glared at Sunset Brilliance. They never thought that this handsome middle-aged man would be so vicious. In fact, this was indeed the case. Wherever Lin Ling's group went, all those that blocked their path were plundered. Moreover, Lin Ling also obtained a massive number of golden stones. Statue of God. And further away from the center, there were several golden statues that exuded an inviolable majesty. These statues clearly represented the gods. And in front of these statues, several figures were looking at them with reverence. It seemed that they wanted to seize these statues but were afraid of arousing the wrath of the gods. Statues could not be humiliated, could not be profaned. This thought rose up in their hearts. This statue of God is definitely a part of Noah's boat of God. However, it seems to have a spirit of its own. It gives me a terrifying feeling as if a god is looking at me. A youth said with a dignified expression. This youth was Xia Tianyi. Forget it, forget it. Since this statue is like a god, I will give it up and go fight for Noah's boat of God. Finally, Xia Tianyi made a decision. The people at the side also nodded. They all planned to give up on these statues because the divine might of the statues was too strong. However, before they could even take a step forward, the ferocious attacks had already arrived. Boom. The last person in the crowd was directly smashed to the ground by a white bone. What happened? The remaining people's expressions immediately changed and they quickly turned their heads to look. Even Xia Tianyi was the same. However, as soon as he turned around before he could see who it was, he saw a huge shadow. Most importantly, this shadow was very familiar. Door. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Xia Tianyi said subconsciously before her pupils constricted. Weren't they the bandits who had knocked him out before? You dare? Thinking of this, Xia Tianyi roared angrily. However, accompanying the huge door were several terrifying spirit talismans. Crackle. The ancient lightning was wreaking havoc. Pa pa pa. The ferocious flames were burning. The most important thing was the door that came crashing down from the sky. The triple attack was extremely powerful. This trick again. This time I'll see clearly who you are. Facing such a terrifying attack, Xia Tianyi could only roar in his heart. He finally saw a blue robe. However, when he wanted to see the person's face clearly, the door had already come crashing down. It was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Boom. As if history was repeating itself, Xia Tianyi was knocked unconscious again. Then, a figure appeared in front of him and looked at him strangely. This person was Lin Ling previously. He did not know that the opponent was Xia Tianyi. He held the principle of first strike and attacked crazily. Now he knew that it was this guy again. Looking behind Lin Ling, the other powerhouses had also been taken care of by Yu and the others. They had also looted the treasures and were now walking over. Brother Ling, it's him. Yu had obviously also noticed Xia Tianyi on the ground and could not help but exclaim. The others' eyes twitched, especially when they saw the swollen bun on Xia Tianyi's forehead. Their bitter smiles deepened. He's been hit again. Yeah, if I had known that he was here, I would have let him go with our friendship. This guy is so pitiful. Sakura, Menglu, and the others sighed. Ignore him. At worst, we'll compensate him when we see him in the future. We don't have many talismans left. If we run out of talismans, we can't do anything to the late stage of the half-saint realm. Lin Ling shook his head and left directly. Of course, he also took all the statues with him. He did not have so much reverence. God. Li Xiaoyao was a god. As for the distant mountain, many warriors had already locked onto Lin Ling and the others. When they saw Lin Ling and the others looting the statues without hesitation, everyone was silent. As expected of the ferocious son of the devil, After an unknown period of time, an old man finally spoke. This was because Xia Qianni and the others did not dare to touch the statues. However, Lin Ling and the others dared to take them away without any pressure. It seemed that they also dared to loot a god. Maybe they can get Noah's divine ark. The old man muttered to himself. His words made many people silent. Some of them agreed with this sentence. Lin Ling and the others finally arrived at the central area. This was a golden land. The land was actually made of gold. Looking at the sky, a huge divine ark was floating there. All the lightning was emitted from the divine ark. So big. Lin Ling and the others stopped in their tracks. Luo Riyao and the others exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the divine ark from a close distance, they realized that it was bigger than any world in the myriad of worlds. It was like a divine ark used by a god to help all living beings cross the sea of suffering. Lin Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. He saw a large number of runes around the divine ark. It was like a heavy stroke left by a god. This was a divine enchantment array. Lin Ling's heart gradually became excited. Looking at the surroundings of the divine ark, he suddenly discovered a large number of warriors. They were obviously trying to get close to the divine ark. As for strength, these people were all in the late stage of the half-sage realm. Many of them were even at the peak of the half-sage realm. Some of them were using brute force to attack and try to enter the divine ark. Some were using enchantments to break the divine ark. The battle in the central area was extremely fierce. It was as if the gods had set the supreme rules and the mortals were racing to see who could reach the divine ark. This seemed to be a great battle of the gods. People of the Yu clan, work harder and break it with brute force. Chapter 31-37. Fight. Haha, you want to rely on brute force to seize the divine boat? Truly a group of barbaric people. You have lost all face for Emperor Yu. However, on the other side there were also people who spoke. This time, it was the people from the Flying Dragon organization. Following that, the Divine Weapon Mansion, Fuhang Manor and other major powers also spoke one after another. This caused the battle to become even more intense. All of you will be defeated. However, at this moment, a clear bell-like voice drifted out like the wind, causing the area below the divine boat to become silent. Countless gazes looked at the young girl who spoke. Their expressions all became serious. That was because she was Ye Shui, the successor of the Miao faction's godly inheritance. The Miao faction's godly inheritance was the ancient power closest to the gods. In terms of the spirit formation Dao, it was one of the best in the 9 provinces. Haha, that might not be the case. However, while ordinary people were afraid of the blonde girl, there were also people who turned a blind eye. This was a young man with long hair that reached his waist. He was very handsome and looked like a talent. At this moment he was floating in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was like a comet that attracted countless gazes. Sanxing, the #1 genius of the half-saint realm in the Yan province. Someone recognized the young man. The Yan province was one of the top few divine lands in the 9 provinces. To be able to obtain the title of #1 genius of the half-saint realm, one could see how powerful this young man was. The divine boat can only belong to me, Sanxing. After the handsome young man finished speaking, he immediately used the strength of a peak half-saint realm expert. He used brute force to break through the spirit formation Dao and walk towards the divine boat in the sky. Rumble. At the same time, the sky continued to explode. However, the lightning could not approach the young man. He has at least a desolate body of grade 5 or higher. His cultivation level has also reached 70%. What a powerful genius, using brute force to break through the spirit formation Dao. Among all of us, he is the most relaxed. However, it is still too early to say who will get the divine boat. Seeing this, the people from the various major powers were not to be outdone. They also used brute force to break through the spirit formation Dao and walk towards the divine boat. You dare to look down on our Miao faction's godly inheritance? You will know how powerful I am. As for the golden-haired girl, her hands were also fluttering in the air as she created numerous complex spirit formations. She was using formations to break through formations. She was a genuine purple-robed world spiritist. Purple-cloaked world spiritist. That was the highest rank among world spiritists. On the distant Green Mountain and around the central area, all the warriors were looking up at the sky, waiting to see who would obtain the boat of God. However, at this moment, several figures charged into the sky. This group of people were all at the initial stage of the half-saint stage. Who is this? There was no doubt that many people laughed mockingly. An initial stage half-saint expert dared to come into contact with a god? This was simply courting death. It's the sons of devils. On the other hand, on the endless green mountains in the distance, those martial artists were trembling with fear. Sure enough, the son of demon had also joined the battle of gods. Of course, towards Lin Ling's group, the various big shots clearly did not think much of them, because they knew that there was an enormous pressure of the gods in the surroundings of the divine arc, and no one below the half-saint realm would be able to approach it. Not to mention trying to break the formation with a barrier. In the hearts of the various big shots, that group of people was doomed. Indeed, when Lin Ling and company approached the boat of God, the terrifying lightning swept over. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as though it was the punishment of the gods. You brother, it's up to you. However, in the face of such a terrifying pressure, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he roared angrily. Good. Behind Lin Ling, voices sounded in unison. Following that, they saw the powerful ultimate desolate body appear. It was Yu. She did not use any means, but she used her talent to resist the lightning. As for Sakura and company, they threw out all their talismans, turning the area around them into a forbidden land. Crackle. When all the strength was released, all the warriors in the central area were dumbfounded. The various big shots never expected that this group of ants would have such strength. This was because they could clearly see that the strength unleashed by Lin Ling and company barely blocked the lightning of God. Who are they? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling and company. Brother Ling, go for it. Go for it. And after Yu and company used up all their talismans, they could only look at Lin Ling with anticipation. This boat of God will be taken by me, the son of the demon. Lin Ling nodded his head firmly. Although it was easy for him to throw out the talismans, every time he threw them out, Lin Ling, had to spend a large sum of money. Hence, if he could not obtain the boat of God, Lin Ling, would suffer a great loss. Go for it. I, the son of the dragon, will be watching you. I, the son of the bone, will be your strongest backing. I'll fuck you to death. No, the son of the sun is also here. Seeing Lin Ling rush into the lightning, Yu and company shouted in excitement. If they obtained the boat of God, they could also help the spirit state. The spirit state treated them like family. Now that the spirit state was in trouble, how could they stand by and do nothing? Crackle. At this moment, terrifying lightning engulfed Lin Ling. Of course, these lightning bolts had been struck by the talismans several times, so their power had weakened quite a bit. However, it still made Lin Ling grimace in pain. The lightning punishment of God was clearly not something he could withstand at the moment. Lin Ling also pushed his strength to the limit. With the Tyrant Song sword in hand, he shot out the great solar calamity bow at the same time. The powerful force immediately blew away the scattered lightning snakes, allowing Lin Ling to get closer and closer to the boat of God. What is the background of this group of sons of the demon? Lin Ling's unstoppable speed caused the expressions of the various big shots to become even more solemn. They did not have any impression of Lin Ling. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. However, after his appearance, he had immediately stirred up a huge wave in the world of the half-step saint realm. He will fail. The number one genius of the Yen state, the third son, said with a cold look in his eyes. In fact, he was very unhappy. In the world of the half-step saint realm, he was originally the most dazzling existence. However, with the appearance of Ye Shui and the arrival of these sons of the demon, his light immediately dimmed by a lot. He was the number one half-step saint genius of the Yen state. How could he be trampled on by these pieces of trash? In fact, even Ye Shui was very unhappy. However, she soon sneered. Although he has passed through the area of the lightning of God, it only means that he can get close to the boat of God. Because he is not strong enough, it is impossible to break through with brute force. He can only break through with a barrier. However, a barrier? Is there anyone who can compare with me, the godly disciple of the Miao sect? A confident voice came out of Ye Shui's mouth. Although she was arrogant and confident, she did have the ability to back up her confidence. This was because everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures knew of the godly disciple of the Miao sect. Therefore, not only did she think so, but so did all the big shots. However, just as they had this thought, they saw Lin Ling's hands in the other corner of the huge boat of God. Shenyang Ghost Formation TSK. Amazing, amazing. Watch me break you. Lin Ling's hands were faster than lightning. He set up a barrier in the void to fight against the divine barrier formation. Moreover, as soon as his barrier was set up, the divine barrier formation seemed to be easily broken. Chapter 31-38. Dragon God. Even Ye Shui was the same. Just what was this fellow's background? Why was his boundary enchantment so terrifying? Of course, even Li Xiaoyao hadn't come into contact with many god enchantments. Thus, after breaking through many enchantments, even more powerful enchantments arrived. These enchantments could easily obliterate Lin Ling. He will definitely die. Seeing Lin Ling face the most terrifying enchantment, the various big shots coldly shouted. They clenched their fists, afraid that Lin Ling would enter the divine boat. Besides leaving immediately, he has no other way out. Ye Shui clenched her teeth and said. And this was indeed the case. The center of the god enchantment was currently suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was clearly racing against the god of death. Would the enchantment suppress him faster, or would he break it faster? Interesting. In front of this ghost genius, there is no enchantment in this world that cannot be broken. However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling would inevitably retreat, Lin Ling instead smiled. This was a smile of excitement. It was a smile that thirsted for knowledge. It was as if dying in this array was a glorious death. And this was also the awareness that a boundary master should have. Silence. The divine dreamland was even more silent than before. Some of the people who resented Lin Ling also had their minds shaken at this moment. Facing a boundary master that thirsted for knowledge and was even willing to risk his life, they really couldn't bring themselves to resent him. Because this was also a madman. Even Ye Shui covered her mouth. Her master's words echoed in her mind. Boundary masters were like moths flying into a flame. Although they would die if they threw themselves into the flame, the process of throwing themselves into the flame was extremely attractive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Colorful enchantments, trillions upon trillions of them, submerged Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, his entire body was like an illusion, slowly dissipating. Did he fail? Someone murmured to himself. In this world, there is no enchantment that can stop the ghost genius. However, just as the voice fell, everyone saw the blue-robed youth, who was like a reflection of water, gently point his finger. This finger was like an immortal pointing the way. The entire god enchantment instantly froze, and the array stopped operating. This finger seemed simple, but in fact tens of billions of enchantments were brewing within it. Then Lin Ling's illusory figure began to step forward, walking towards the divine boat in the sky. His blue robe fluttered as if a boundary god had arrived. In the blink of an eye, time. Seeing the blue-robed young man walking forward with large strides, Ye Shui's delicate body trembled. That was because that was the technique of a world spiritist god. In the blink of an eye, time. This was a technique that only appeared in the era of the gods. In the current 9 continents, there were no more than 10 people who possessed such a technique. And it had only appeared Miao and Miao. Who is he? This time Ye Shui could not help but be curious about the blue-robed youth. In fact, all the half-saints in Jiuzhou had the same question in their minds. All the half-saints in Jiuzhou were curious about who the blue-robed youth was. This was because in their eyes, Lin Ling had already disappeared from the divine boat. This meant that the blue-robed youth had seized Noah's divine boat. Rumble. At the same time, Noah's divine boat in the sky began to fall to the ground, and finally hit the ground. Although all the enchantments had disappeared, the golden light on its surface prevented anyone from getting close. Even a saint would not be able to do anything about it. The son of demon has succeeded. This group of ferocious juniors not only robbed the half-saints, but they also robbed the big shots from all sides. In the distant Qingshan, all the warriors witnessed this with their own eyes. Other than shocked, they were still shocked. Without a doubt, this moment belonged to the son of demon. Bastard, how dare you steal my light? The triplet also landed on the ground. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He still felt like he was dreaming. Because all the big shots were fighting for the divine boat, a group of ants suddenly appeared, and then one person overcame all the difficulties and finally entered the divine boat. If this was not a dream, then what was? The triplet could let the big shots get the divine boat, but he could not let some unknown outsiders get it. I'll kill you all. The triplet's gaze quickly fell on Sakura and the others. However, just as he was about to attack, the ground suddenly shook, and the golden ground began to crack. Rolling Yin winds like clouds spread out, and finally formed a huge Yin dragon in the sky. As soon as the Yin dragon appeared, all the warriors were shocked. Because they could see that it was the soul of a dragon, and it was at the level of a dragon god. Moreover, there were differences in strength between dragon gods. For example, Lin Ling's 8 divine dragon was a divine ability of the sky dragon, and the sky dragon was of a higher level than the dragon god. Great, we must get this Yin dragon. The divine boat was stolen by that despicable son of demon, so this dragon should belong to us. As if they were staring at a delicious cake, all the big shots looked at the dragon hovering in the sky. Even the triplet didn't care about killing Sakura and the others. He also wanted to obtain the dragon's soul. After all, if he left the divine dreamland as the #1 genius of the flame state, if he didn't obtain any harvests, others would laugh at him. But if he obtained the dragon's soul, that was enough for others to look up to and worship him. As for Shui, she didn't do it for the worship of others, but for the enchantment array. This is the soul of Noah's divine boat, it is the best treasure to guard the enchantment array. Looking at the dragon hovering in the sky, Shui immediately attacked. Everyone else attacked one after another, constantly attacking the dragon in the sky. But soon they discovered that ordinary attacks had no effect. The dragon was like an illusion, unable to be attacked at all. Look, there is a reverse scale between the dragon's eyes. Although it is only the size of a thumb, that is the only way to subdue the dragon. At this time, a knowledgeable old man let out a cry of surprise. As soon as he said this, many people also hurriedly attacked the reverse scale, and the effect was very significant. After being attacked continuously, the dragon hovering in the sky seemed to wake up at this moment and roared crazily. Of course, it also began to attack, sweeping through the half-saint powerhouses on the ground, killing many powerhouses. However, many people obviously didn't intend to give up on such a precious treasure like the dragon, so they still attacked. However, although the attack was effective, it couldn't immediately subdue the dragon because the reverse scale was only the size of a thumb. In addition, it was constantly moving. Therefore, even if many people attacked, not everyone could succeed. Dragon, the soul of the divine boat? If Lin Ling obtains it, the divine boat will be even more powerful. Chapter 31-39. Flying Dragon Assassination. That dragon is not something we can fight against. Let's just forget about it. We have already obtained the divine boat, so we should leave some treasures for them. Otherwise it will cause public anger. However, Xin Yuange shook his head and said. His words caused Yu and the others to nod their heads. Because they also saw how crazy those big shots were for the divine boat. So, if they were to snatch the dragon's soul, they would definitely be angered to death. I wonder how Brother Ling is doing. Let's leave this place first. Earlier, a young man wanted to kill us, but he was interrupted by the dragon. But if the dragon is subdued, that person will definitely attack us. Yes. Right now, we don't have any talismans, so we are no match for him. Yu and Xin Yuange looked at each other and finally suggested. Sakura and the others nodded and quietly left. They hid in the Green Mountains and quietly waited for Lin Ling to come out. At that moment, Lin Ling had already entered the divine boat. The divine boat was like a huge ancient city. It was dazzling with all kinds of spirit formations in every corner. This caused Lin Ling's mood to become excited. His 10,000 elephant demonic eyes appeared and he unceasingly comprehended those spirit formations. He was different from other spirit formation masters. Firstly, he had the memories of the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Secondly, he had the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes of the 6 great divine eyes of the universe. He could see through everything. So, he could break and comprehend spirit formations much faster than ordinary people. Walking along the corridor not long after, Lin Ling finally arrived at a large hall. This place was filled with an ancient aura, as if it was the abode of a god before. In the hall, a bright gem floated in the air. It was mysterious, and outside of the gem, there were tadpole-like runes floating. The true formation core. Seeing that, Lin Ling couldn't help but rejoice. He knew very well that as long as he obtained that bright stone, he would be able to control the divine boat. In reality, with Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao, he could also use formations to break formations and forcibly control it. But that would destroy the divine boat and it would take a long time. However, the spirit province only gave him 1 year. After that, Lin Ling hurriedly walked towards the resplendent gemstone. Of course, the process seemed simple, but in fact, the ground was covered with vicious enchantments. If he couldn't break it, he would have to die with regret. This also made Lin Ling not dare to move carelessly. He could only solve it step by step. However, as Lin Ling got closer and closer to the resplendent gemstone, an invisible killing intent suddenly and strangely approached him. This killing intent was so strong that it was something that Lin Ling had never seen before. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change greatly. He wanted to activate his means to resist, but it was too late. However, at the critical moment, little Kunlun protected its master. It turned into black vines and surrounded Lin Ling like armor. Whoosh! A cold light flashed and a large number of vines were cut off. The cold light didn't seem to be very powerful, but it was actually a real killing move. Could probably kill even a sage. Fortunately, Lin Ling felt that the person who attacked seemed to be very weak. Otherwise, his soul would have been scattered today. What a powerful junior. Not only can you break the enchantments here, but you can also sense my killing intent. Your soul power has definitely reached level 5000. At this moment, in the corner of the hall, a shadow appeared. It seemed to have walked out from the darkness. Most importantly, this shadow seemed to be unafraid of the enchantments around it and could move freely. You're the one who wants to kill me? Lin Ling also stared at the shadow. That's right. This Noah's divine arc belongs to me. No one can touch it. Little guy, you can avoid my assassination once, but I don't believe you can avoid it a second time. In here you can only be slowly killed by me. The shadow let out a sinister laugh. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression became serious. The shadow's words were indeed reasonable. Lin Ling couldn't move freely and could only stand in place like a puppet. Otherwise he would definitely be killed by the enchantments. Unless the other party gave him enough time to break the enchantments. But obviously this was impossible. Now you know what kind of situation you're in. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better kill yourself because dying under my venomous spider leather dagger is very painful. Do you see the bones on the ground? This is the final fate of everyone who enters here. The shadow said again. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He looked to the side and indeed saw many bones. These bones were in a miserable state. It seemed that they had suffered inhumane torture before they died. This also meant that a long time ago, it wasn't that no one had stepped into the divine arc. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the shadow continued to exert pressure on Lin Ling's heart. And this kind of pressure was indeed terrifying. Because he couldn't move and could only welcome the shadow's assassination. No one could accept this. A martial artist would rather fight a vigorous battle and die in the end than be killed like a puppet. 1, 2, 3. It seems that you've finally chosen the path of death. Then don't blame me. After the shadow counted, seeing that Lin Ling was indifferent, he finally revealed a terrifying murderous intent. I know who you are. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally raised his head and said indifferently. Oh, interesting. Then tell me. Hearing this, the shadow suddenly laughed and didn't immediately kill. You're good at killing and it's difficult for me to detect you. You should be a member of the Flying Dragon organization. Moreover, you're already dead. What's left here is only a soul, but your soul is already so strong. This shows how powerful you were when you were alive. Lin Ling said word by word. The shadow suddenly fell silent. After a moment he praised, You're right. I underestimated you. Next, is there anything else? I reckon that you should be someone who came here before, but because you touched the body destruction enchantment, you were luckier than the others. Your physical body was destroyed and in the end your soul was left behind. But you'll never be able to leave here. Am I right? Boom. After these words, the shadow clearly trembled. Clearly, Lin Ling guessed correctly again. I suddenly have no interest in listening to your nonsense. Next, prepare to die. The shadow seemed to be angry and his resentment overflowed. He turned into darkness and disappeared from the hall. The ice-cold dagger stabbed towards Lin Ling. However, facing the shadow's assassination, Lin Ling didn't panic. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. Although I can't leave this place, it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to you. Of course, if you still have a physical body, then I'll definitely die. Unfortunately, you're just a soul. Bang, bang. At the same time, an invisible soul force spread out, and the illusion god True Inheritance appeared. Shio. A cold light flashed, but it landed on the illusion, causing the shadow's heart to tremble. At first, he thought that he had killed Lin Ling, but he was still a powerful assassin from an assassin organization. He immediately discovered that Lin Ling was still alive, and his dagger had landed on the illusion. Chapter 3140. Who says I only have 2 arrows? You have some ability, but your range of movement is less than a meter. I don't believe your illusion can last for long. But soon the shadow spoke again. His desire to kill Lin Ling had become even stronger. Although he could not break the illusion, Lin Ling could only move within half a meter. In this range, as long as his dagger swept across, he could still kill both the illusion and Lin Ling at the same time. I said that although I can't leave this place, it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to you. However, just as the shadow finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling's illusion disappear like a fog. Instead, the real Lin Ling appeared. And the real Lin Ling was holding a 5-meter-long divine bow with a dragon's roar. The bow emitted a majestic aura that caused the Shadow Soul to become unstable. This was the power of the Buddha gods. It was the most unyielding and most yang. The heavenly dragon protector. Phew. At the same time the dragon bow shot out. It was faster than lightning and it was a fatal arrow. At this moment, the Shadow's expression changed greatly. He never expected that a junior at the beginning stage of the half-sage realm would be so difficult to deal with. He knew very well that although Lin Ling could not leave this place, he knew that the arrow could pierce through the air. The bow is not bad, but if it can't hit me, that's all there is to it. However, the shadow was indeed a shadow. When the fatal arrow shot out, he actually dispersed like a fog. Following that, in the billowing black fog, a soul with a human upper body and a black smoke-like lower body quickly shuttled through the hall. It had to be said that the shadow's methods were indeed sharp. The first arrow from the great solar calamity bow had missed. This made Lin Ling's eyes flash. However, the power of the dragon god in his body surged into the dragon bow once again. The second arrow arrived instantly. With the Emperor's help, Bodhi will not retreat. If my Buddha is firm, if hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha. After the second arrow was shot, the shadow was clearly panicking. This was because he could dodge the first arrow because his soul still had a talent from the past. That talent was from one of the 100 bloodlines. It was a 6th-grade desolate body, charm tumor divine body. This was a relatively unconventional talent among the darkness elemental talents. Moreover, it was very suitable for assassins. This talent wasn't hidden in the darkness, but a self-created darkness. It was formless, colorless, and impossible to guard against. With this talent, Umbra was able to barely dodge Lin Ling's first arrow. However, when the second arrow arrived, it immediately became difficult for him to dodge. After all, he was just a soul. Without a physical body, he couldn't display his talent to the limit. Rumble. Buddhist chants reverberated in the hall. Fortunately, the shadow dodged the second arrow. He appeared in the corner of the hall, his soul somewhat illusory. Clearly, although he was not killed by the dragon bow, his soul was injured. Therefore he looked at Lin Ling in horror. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would have the means to kill him even if he didn't leave his original spot. This kid was more like an assassin than him. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other. Neither of them dared to make a move. Lin Ling feared Shadow's assassination dagger. As for the shadow, it was afraid of Lin Ling's godly arrows that never missed. Time passed by just like that. Shadow's soul gradually recovered. He said in a low voice, "Your arrows are indeed amazing. Unfortunately, they can't kill me. As long as I attack, your soul will scatter." Sigh. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face was expressionless like a cold-blooded killer. He also said, "Your fatal strike is indeed powerful, but you can't avoid my illusions. I have the confidence to kill you with one arrow after you attack." Sigh. Hearing this, Shadow fell silent. Lin Ling's words made sense. He couldn't see through the illusion. If he couldn't kill Lin Ling in one shot, then he would definitely die if Lin Ling shot an arrow. This meant that neither of them could do anything to the other. What a terrifying junior. My Flying Dragon organization's 13 kill experts have killed saints and gods, but I can't do anything to you. Sigh. Finally, the shadow let out a voice of praise. Moreover, the darkness around him dispersed and turned into a white-haired old man. The old man's eyes were pitch black, and it was an extremely strange sight. "How about this, let's shake hands and make peace. You leave here and I won't kill you." "Yes," that old man proposed. "You can't do anything to me and you want me to leave here? You're thinking too highly of yourself." "Yes." However, the dragon bow appeared in Lin Ling's hand again. The dragon god roared and an arrow was aimed at Shadow. "Don't do anything useless. 2 arrows can't kill me. Moreover, be careful not to reveal a flaw and be killed by my one shot." "Yes." Seeing this, the old man sneered. This junior was too greedy. He didn't want to give up Noah's divine ark. Moreover, his words made sense. Because the strength of the two sides were equal, the one who attacked first would be at a disadvantage at some point. For example, if Lin Ling's 2 arrows didn't kill him, then he would be in a weakened state, and it would be easier to kill him. However, Lin Ling still remained silent and shot an arrow. Heavenly Dragon's protection, good karma increases day by day. It's useless. When the arrow was shot, the shadow began to move and dodged the arrow again. But soon the second arrow followed closely behind. However, it was still dodged by Shadow. "You're in your weakest state right now. Since the 2 arrows had no effect, Shadow also used a fatal attack. He turned into a streak of black light, escaped into the void and shot toward Lin Ling unpredictably. In his opinion, Lin Ling had revealed a flaw, and this strike would definitely take Lin Ling's life. The corners of his mouth even revealed a sneer. This was the 230th person to die in Noah's divine ark. However, at this time a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's mouth also drew a sneer. Within his body the dragon bones emitted cracking sounds. The fierce power of the dragon god once again poured into the dragon palace, causing the dragon bow to shine brightly. It had to be known that during this period of time, he had swallowed a large number of treasures. His physical strength had already increased, and even the potential of the dragon bones had been stimulated. However, time was limited, and he hadn't comprehended the 3rd arrow of the great solar calamity bow. And today he could use this killer to comprehend the 3rd arrow. Endless Buddhist chants and the resplendent heavenly dragon floated in Lin Ling's mind at this moment, causing him to close his eyes slightly. When he opened them, a wisp of light flickered. 3rd arrow, gods and ghosts assist peaceful dreams. Whoosh! The 3rd arrow was shot out. This arrow brought out gods and ghosts, forming an illusion like a dreamy shadow. That arrow finally made Shadow feel the taste of death. How is this possible? Shadow cried out in alarm, his voice extremely sharp. Clearly he didn't expect Lin Ling to shoot a 3rd arrow. Who said I only have 2 arrows? Lin Ling's indifferent voice also floated out. The 3rd arrow's power was clearly more terrifying than the first 2, causing Shadow to beg for mercy. Spare me. Killing me won't do you any good. He was a dignified Flying Dragon Organization's 13 kills expert. He had killed saints and gods, but at this moment he was actually begging for mercy from a junior. Chapter 3141. Control the Divine Ark. Not killing you doesn't seem to benefit me at all. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. I can make all the assassins under the 13 kills of the Flying Dragon Organization listen to your orders. His soul was about to be destroyed, and the Shadow was clearly ready to throw caution to the wind. However, this sentence made Lin Ling's heart skip a beat. Then he controlled the 3rd arrow to shoot past the Shadow and finally penetrate the countless enchantments in the hall. This caused the Shadow to freeze in place. His soul continued to tremble. If that arrow had hit him, he would have died without a doubt. He would have been powerless to reverse the situation. This arrow that contained the power of the Buddha God was indeed meant to restrain ghosts. Flying Dragon Organization's 13 kills assassins, why should they listen to your orders? Lin Ling looked at the Shadow and said indifferently. Because I am the king of assassins. Speaking of this, the Shadow's voice was filled with pride. Hearing this, Lin Ling began to ponder. Right now, the Spirit Province was facing the siege of the Heavenly Court. If he could get the Flying Dragon Organization to help, that would be extremely good. Fine, I'll spare your life. I can even take you away from here. Thinking of this, Lin Ling slowly put away the dragon bow. Of course, he was not afraid of the Shadow assassinating him. In fact, after hearing Lin Ling's words, the Shadow soul was shocked. Not to mention killing Lin Ling, it almost treated Lin Ling as a benefactor. It was because his soul was trapped within the barrier of the divine boat, unable to leave for all eternity. How could he not want to leave this place? However, he still didn't believe in Lin Ling because the number of people who died in the barrier of the divine ark was not small. These people couldn't do anything to Noah's divine ark, so how could a junior succeed so easily? And Lin Ling didn't explain anything. His hands flew and he began to break the barrier. Moreover, he took a heavy step forward and left his original location. He was no longer trapped within the half-meter range. This caused the Shadow soul to tremble and it said in disbelief, "How can you leave this place? You have to know that the surroundings are filled with vicious barriers that can even slaughter saints." However, Lin Ling didn't care about it at all. He continued to break the barrier and finally he was getting closer and closer to the bright gem. Because in front of me, you are a junior. When the jewel shone brightly, the Shadow finally heard a cold voice. Junior? In front of the blue-robed youth, the King of Assassins editor. If that was the case, the King of Assassins would definitely not believe it. However, at this moment, the young man who was shrouded in the light of God was indeed like a god who stood at the peak of the 9 prefectures. Boom boom boom. And at that moment, Lin Ling was constantly casting enchantments to collide with the divine light. The divine light was boundless and ancient. It was the divine enchantment array. If he could break through these divine lights, then he would be able to control the entire divine boat. However, Lin Ling's expression also became more and more solemn. The final divine boundary array was indeed quite impressive. If he wanted to break it, he would need a lot of time. However, when he thought of Yu Yu and the others waiting outside, he became worried and sped up. Not long after, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The faster he wanted to break the barrier, the worse it would be. Be careful. Don't worry, you can take your time. Seeing this, the shadow said in a worried voice. If Lin Ling failed and died here, he would never be able to get out. However, Lin Ling didn't care about his voice at all. His eyes were full of determination. Not only did he not retreat, but he also created more barriers to fight against the god's divine arc. In fact, he didn't need to fight force with force. He could take his time to break the barrier, but if he did, he would have to start from the beginning. Therefore, he didn't plan to give up halfway. In his heart, God. So what? He was a ghost. He was a god. Boom. Finally, with a loud bang, Lin Ling was blasted away and smashed into the barrier wall far away from the hall. This made the shadow even more worried. Soon, Lin Ling stood up with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He walked forward step by step and was soon covered by the light emitted by the gem. However, this time the goddess light seemed to have merged into Lin Ling's body. It didn't resist him anymore. In fact, the light became much gentler. Finally, Lin Ling's palm gently landed on the dazzling gemstone. The gemstone seemed to sink into a swamp, following Lin Ling's palm and disappearing into his body. Success. The shadow witnessed all this with his own eyes. He was shocked. At the same time, Lin Ling placed one hand behind his back and pointed a finger at the shadow. Immediately, an indescribable feeling of ease filled the shadow's body. In the next instant, the shadow noticed that the spirit formation that bound him had completely disappeared. This meant that the shadow could leave the divine arc. I hope you can keep your promise. Lin Ling said faintly. The shadow looked at Lin Ling solemnly. Then he smiled and nodded. In his eyes, Lin Ling was indeed very young. He was very sure of this. However, such a young junior was able to do all this. This made him shocked. Now he could leave and no longer care about Lin Ling. However, subconsciously he knew that he couldn't go back on his words. Otherwise the price would be great. In fact, his guess was correct. Although Lin Ling had released the shadow, there was still a barrier hidden in the shadow's soul. It was a fatal barrier. At least for 3 years this barrier wouldn't disappear. Lin Ling could also use this barrier to shatter the shadow's soul. My name is Du Ying. Then the shadow introduced himself. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything. With a thought, the scene suddenly changed. The two of them instantly appeared outside the Divine Arkansas. They stepped on the deck of the Divine Arkansas. The deck was full of mysterious barriers that shone with golden light. It made Lin Ling and Du Ying feel like gods had arrived. Lin Ling's skills undoubtedly made Do Afterimage feel that he was even more mysterious. The thought of resistance hidden in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. Outside the Divine Ark, a fierce battle was going on. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. In the sky, the Yin Dragon was rolling. Countless half-saint experts were fired up and constantly attacked the Yin Dragon in the sky. The Yin Dragon's soul is getting weaker and weaker. I saw it clearly before. This is the Inky Frost Yin Dragon, the dragon god of the underworld. Tsk, if I can obtain this dragon soul, it will be more important than any treasure. With just you? Dream on. The half-saint experts from the 9 states were not to be outdone. They all wanted to obtain the ultimate treasure. So much so that they didn't notice Lin Ling appearing on the Divine Ark. In fact, even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have cared. It was obvious that the Yin Dragon's soul was more precious. Lin Ling also stared at the Yin Dragon's soul. He smiled. This dragon's soul was of a higher level than the dragon's soul he had encountered in the Crimson Province. One had to know that many experts had been mobilized for the Crimson Province's dragon's soul. The 9 states 10 vicious had appeared. Even an Yuer had come. From this, one could see how precious a dragon's soul was. Chapter 3142. Shooting the Dragon with a Bow. This dragon is extraordinary. It was definitely an existence that surpassed the saints when it was alive. Who would have thought that such a colossus would die? As expected of a god. Beside him, Do Afterimage said solemnly. This Yin Dragon, I want it. Yes. Lin Ling smiled, then lightly spat out a sentence. His words were calm but carried a domineering aura. This made Do Afterimage's pupils constrict, then he also laughed. Rumble. In the sky, the Yin Dragon roared again and again. The dragon breath was extremely powerful, but the Yin dragon was still a dragon soul, so it could not resist the joint attack of the experts. In particular, the reverse scale on its forehead was being attacked continuously. Of course, the reverse scale was very small, so up until now no one had managed to deal a fatal blow to the reverse scale. Instead, the attacks of the various experts were all large-scale offensive martial arts, relying on their vigorous strength to only affect the reverse scale. The final moment has arrived. Yes. It's mine. Yes. Yi Shui's spirit was also shaken. A large number of enchantments were waved from her hands, attacking the Yin dragon. As for the triplet, he also used his ultimate technique to the limit, determined to seize the dragon. I wonder who will win this dragon. Yes. The battle is getting more and more intense. Previously, the divine boat was taken by the demonic sun. In my opinion, the Yin dragon soul must be taken by the Yu family. Nonsense. Do you think Yi Shui and the triplet do not exist? They will definitely be the final winners. Yes. Although Emperor Yu's bloodline is powerful, but there are so many experts gathered here, including the Great Palace of Gods and Demons, the Flying Dragon Organization, Fuhang Manor, and even the Heavenly Court. Yes. In the distant Green Mountain, the 9 prefectures' martial artists were also discussing. But at this moment, a dragon roared. Its voice was loud and clear, even louder than the Yin dragon in the sky. A 5-meter-long dragon bow descended. The arrow was released, the heavenly dragon protection. This arrow was like a comet with a dazzling tail. Under countless surprised gazes, it shot towards the Yin dragon in the sky, forming a scene of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. This scene was undoubtedly extremely dazzling. The most terrifying thing was that the arrow actually shot directly on the reverse scale of the Yin dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The Yin dragon immediately let out a furious roar, and its dragon soul dimmed significantly. Fuck, what a fierce arrow. It can be said that no arrow has missed. That arrow is comparable to the damage of all the martial artists. That's for sure. That arrow hit the reverse scale. Without a doubt, this heavenly dragon-like Buddha god arrow was earth-shattering, causing the entire divine dreamland to seethe with excitement. It's him? Yi Yeshua and the other experts looked around and saw Lin Ling on the boat of gods. At this moment, each and every one of them was infuriated. Lin Ling had already obtained the divine boat, and now he was here to snatch the dragon soul. This fellow was simply too greedy. In your dreams. Not only was Yeshua furious, but even Miao Zhou's number 1 half-saint genius, Sanxing, was furious. Was his stage going to be snatched by that nameless brat again? The Yin dragon is mine. However, facing the gazes of millions of martial artists, Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye and indifferently spat out a sentence. This sentence was mixed with a billowing domineering aura, as if it was impossible not to believe it. Brother Ling. Second brother. In the endless green mountains, Yu Yu and the others naturally saw Lin Ling and were overjoyed. This brat is crazy enough. Meng Lu also showed an excited expression. To fight against the 9 states' half-saint powerhouses with his own strength, only Lin Ling had this courage. Without a doubt, after Lin Ling appeared, he had become the focus of the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 states. Even Sanxing stared at Lin Ling. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more unhappy he was. He couldn't help but mock. A mere early half-saint who can't even block a dragon breath of the Yin dragon dares to speak such arrogant words. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. The dragon bow in his hand continued to shoot, and the light of the Buddha god flowed like mercury. Whoosh. The 2 arrows were like comets, one in front and one behind. They shot toward the Yin dragon in the sky at a speed faster than light. When the arrows flashed, all the martial artists in the world seemed to be short of breath. Everyone roared in their hearts, must fail, must fail. They were very angry. They originally wanted to stop Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's arrows were too fast. By the time they reacted, Lin Ling had already shot out his bow. Most importantly, they were entangled with the Yin dragon and constantly attacked it at close range, but they had only scratched the surface of the Yin dragon. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was standing in the distance, shooting the Yin dragon with his bow, waiting for an exhausted enemy. This also made many people secretly envious. An archer had such an advantage. The comet arrow was like a heavenly dragon protecting the law, and the arrow never missed. The second arrow pierced through the Yin dragon's reverse scale on its forehead. What an accurate arrow. The Yin dragon flies very high and fast, and the reverse scale is only as big as a thumb. He actually hit it. Whoosh. At this moment, many people secretly admired. Whoosh. At this moment, the third arrow followed closely, and the arrow never missed. The arrows disappeared into the Een Dragon's forehead, and the Een Dragon in the sky suddenly froze. A pair of dragon eyes looked down at Lin Ling, who was on the divine boat. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The half-saint experts of the 9 states stopped breathing at this moment. What had happened? Had the Een Dragon's soul been snatched? But soon, the triplet looked up to the sky and roared with complacent laughter. Although he did not know what had happened, it was obvious that the Een Dragon had not been shot by Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had failed. I have said that the strength of an initial stage half-saint can't shake the Een Dragon's soul. Now you have angered the Een Dragon. Prepare to suffer its wrath. The triplet laughed louder and louder. He even put his hands behind his back, ready to watch the scene of Lin Ling being strangled by the Een Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, all the warriors laughed. They had been very nervous before, afraid that the Een Dragon would be snatched by Lin Ling. But now they saw that Lin Ling had exhausted all his energy to shoot 3 arrows but still could not kill the Een Dragon. Naturally, they were happy and excited. Trash. Some martial artists who were too impulsive even cursed it out loud. Haha, what a powerful arrow. Unfortunately, it's too weak. In my opinion, I'm afraid that even we can't kill such an arrow. More than that, I'm afraid it can't even kill a fly. The sky was filled with jeers. All the warriors were venting their depression. Rumble. However, before their laughter died down, the Een Dragon in the sky rolled like a fish that had been thrown ashore and was struggling desperately. Then, under countless horrified gazes, the Een Dragon turned into a ray of light and shot toward Lin Ling. Bang. Chapter 3143. One kick killed a half-step saint. I'm sorry, but the soul of the Een Dragon is mine. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile when he sensed the rolling power of the soul in the dragon pearl. He slammed the dragon pearl into the deck and let the soul enter the divine boat. Now, the soul of the dragon had returned to Noah's divine boat. At this moment, the entire Noah's divine ark was also shining brightly, and divine light shone everywhere. The blue-robed young man on Noah's divine boat looked like a god. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried 2 swords on his back. He was unforgettable. All the martial artists were completely silent. Robbed again. The divine boat was robbed by the son of demon, and they hadn't even started to take revenge. Next, the son of demon robbed the Een Dragon. Most importantly, they had been fighting the Een Dragon for a long time, and the outcome was about to be decided. Then, the son of demon appeared and used his giant bow to steal the soul of the Een Dragon with 3 arrows. This made everyone feel as if they had been toyed with. Even the endless mountains in the distance were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Those warriors covered their mouths with their eyes wide open. As expected of the son of demon, he was so cruel, plucking the feathers from the geese and snatching all the meat. He didn't even leave any soup for the half-step saints of the 9 prefectures. He was ruthless. You're courting death. After a moment of silence, an angry roar finally rang out. Everyone here was a descendant of a big shot in the 9 prefectures, and the forces behind them were all influential in the 9 prefectures. They had sent out so many people but they didn't get anything. How could they swallow this anger? Moreover, if the news spread out, the 9 prefectures would be in turmoil, and countless warriors would laugh at them. The warriors of the 9 prefectures could understand losing to a saint. The warriors of the 9 prefectures could understand losing to a peak half-step saint. But losing to an initial half-step saint? The warriors of the 9 prefectures couldn't understand. Most importantly, the other party was fighting against the entire 9 prefectures with his own strength. How could the warriors of the 9 prefectures understand this? Kid, hand over the treasure. In the boiling anger, someone had taken the lead to snatch the treasure. It was the people of the heavenly court. The people of the heavenly court reacted so quickly. Let's not slow down. If the divine boat and dragon soul are both taken by the heavenly court, then our trip here today would have been in vain. The people of the other forces shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Their eyes were red, and they had forgotten about Lin Ling's dazzling brilliance. Instead, their eyes were occupied by the 2 treasures, as if they had already obtained the treasures left behind by the 2 gods. You guys are from the heavenly court. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and asked indifferently as he looked at the restless heavenly court experts. Heavenly court's azure lightning. The person who killed you is called Dustfall Flower from the heavenly court. In the face of Lin Ling's questioning, the heavenly court's experts immediately shouted coldly. Their words were filled with pride, as if they were telling everyone that the heavenly court was going to take the treasure today. Heavenly court, Lin Ling nodded. With a wave of his hand, all of the golden stones he obtained in the divine dream land flew out, causing his surroundings to shine with a dazzling golden light. Don't you know what fate awaits those from the heavenly court if they encounter me? Lin Ling said once more. The heavenly court's powerhouses simply didn't care. In their opinion, although Lin Ling had some ability, his boundary was too low. He wouldn't be able to block so many of them. It had to be known that there were many late half-saint realm powerhouses here, and there were even peak half-saint powerhouses. And as the other influences saw the heavenly court's people crazily attacking, their eyes turned even redder. But at this time, Lin Ling had already floated up. He stood in the void, his hands held behind his back. If those from the heavenly court encounter me, their only fate is death. As his voice fell, the sole of his foot stomped down. With this stomp, it was like he had activated a divine enchantment array formation. The massive Noah's divine ark beneath his feet began to rumble like thunder. Tens of millions of arcs of thunder gushed out like sea urchins, sweeping through the earth like a tide. The surrounding area instantly became the forbidden land of thunder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavenly court powerhouses that tried to kill Lin Ling weren't even able to approach Lin Ling before they were destroyed by the thunder emitted by the Noah's divine ark. Not even their corpses were left behind. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was standing on the Noah's divine ark with two swords on his back. At this moment he looked like a god. All the martial artists who were originally rushing toward Lin Ling stopped in their tracks at this moment, and their faces were filled with shock. Could it be that he's in control of the Noah's divine ark? Yi Shui's small hand covered her mouth as she let out an incredulous cry of surprise. The previous scene appeared in her mind. A single kick had exterminated a half-saint. In fact, in the hearts of all the martial artists, that single kick had not only exterminated a half-saint, but it had also stabilized the world. For a moment, no one dared to speak at all. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. The Noah's divine ark was under Lin Ling's control. This wasn't something they could fight against. The only thing they could do was perhaps envy, jealousy, and hatred in their hearts. When Lin Ling saw that everyone was silent, he smiled and floated down to the ground. As for the massive Noah's divine ark, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling strolled forward. That blue and white robe and that unique outfit of carrying two swords on his back undoubtedly made everyone even more curious. Up until now, they still didn't know the origins of the son of the devil who had suddenly appeared. However, it was undeniable that among the half-saints, this person was the king. I'm the strongest half-saint. However, at this moment, a terrifying killing intent descended behind Lin Ling. Not only was his desolate body powerful, even his cultivation level was extremely terrifying. Only then did everyone realize that the one who had attacked was the triplet. As the number one half-saint genius in the Yen state, the triplet could only eat dirt with his tail between his legs. How could he take this lying down? There's a chance. The triplet is stronger than us. That's right. The son of the devil has already put away the Noah's divine Arkansas. The triplet will definitely be able to strike first. Seeing this, all the martial artists clenched their fists. The triplet was very fast. The son of the devil was definitely not as fast as him. He would definitely die. However, even though the triplet was fast, could he be faster than the king of assassins? As the triplet was getting closer to Lin Ling, a cold light seemed to come from the void. With a speed that exceeded everyone's imagination, it gently streaked across. The light was dazzling and dazzling. The triplet immediately let out a painful cry, as if he had suffered the most painful torture in his life. He fell to the ground and kept rolling. Following that, his body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was very tragic. Finally, the triplet turned into a pile of bones. The most terrifying thing was that the bones were still squirming, as if he was still suffering from inhumane torture. All the half-saint experts were trembling at this moment. They looked at Lin Ling again and were shocked to discover that the blue-robed youth was still moving forward. It was as if he didn't know about the triplet's sneak attack. It was as if he knew but didn't care. This was because he knew that the triplet would definitely die. This son of the devil is terrifying. In everyone's hearts there was only one sentence. Chapter 3144. The massive divine boat glided through the divine dreamland, like a grand city passing through the horizon. From the endless green mountains, several figures immediately leapt towards the divine boat. The divine thunder around the divine boat also vanished, allowing these people to easily enter. Seeing this, the eyes of all the cultivators revealed a look of envy. Big Brother Ling. The ones that leapt onto the divine boat were Yu and the others. As they landed behind the divine boat, they looked at the dazzling golden divine boat, all of them excited. They never imagined that the one to obtain the divine boat would be Lin Ling. Moreover, they had all witnessed how formidable the divine boat was. It could easily sweep away a half-saint. It could be called a great killing machine that could exterminate a saint. We've finally obtained the divine boat. Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. He then said, "Currently I haven't thoroughly researched this divine boat. But I estimate that this divine boat isn't just limited to this. If I can completely control it, I fear that not even a saint will be able to move it." According to legends, the divine boat was a divine boat used by the gods to deliver all living beings from their suffering. Thus, without mentioning anything else in terms of defense alone, this divine boat was absolutely unimaginably strong. Moreover, Lin Ling had already obtained the dragon soul of the Yin dragon. This dragon soul was the soul of the boat. It could increase the strength of the divine boat once more. Hee, how domineering. It's so big we can't even walk through it. It's like a whole world. There are actually many enchantment arrays inside. Some of these enchantment arrays seem to be able to increase one's cultivation. Sakura and the others excitedly walked around the divine boat. They were extremely curious about everything. The divine boat has already acknowledged you. You can enter and leave as you please. But if others enter the divine boat, their fate will be far more terrifying than resisting the divine boat. Lin Ling smiled as he explained. Can be like this? Dreamflow couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Lin Ling nodded. He looked at Do Afterimage behind him and lightly said, "Senior, do you want to test it?" Do Afterimage immediately smiled and nodded. "I've been trapped in the divine boat for many years and have never seen anything extraordinary about it. So, I might as well give it a try." "Alright." Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and the resplendent ancient gem appeared once more. Runes began to float out from it. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the entire divine boat blossomed with a dazzling light. Endless enchantments appeared as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas, suppressing the afterimages. These enchantments were ancient and ancient. There were flames, lightning, frost, divine wind, and so on. They were all afterimages that hadn't been suppressed yet. His expression immediately changed greatly. Plop. His soul was smashed to the ground and his soul was unstable. "Wait, I'm not playing anymore," he anxiously shouted out. This was because facing the endless enchantments of the divine boat, he felt as if he had encountered the hand of a god. He didn't know that the divine boat had countless enchantments. Even a single deck had 890 million enchantments hidden inside, not to mention the entire divine prefecture. And these enchantments were all under Lin Ling's control. So even if a saint was here, he would be like a chicken or a dog. Just like what Lin Ling had said, being inside the divine boat was actually more terrifying than being outside the divine boat. As expected of the divine enchantment. If these enchantments were set up by a purple-robed master, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to complete it without tens of thousands of years. Even I would need a lot of time to complete it. Seeing the king of assassins begging for mercy, Lin Ling thought to himself. In fact, if he was given the same materials, he could also forge the divine boat. However, the time required would definitely not be short. Now that he had a ready-made boat of God, he could save a lot of time. The king of assassins afterimages crawled up. However, his eyes were filled with horror as he kept sucking in cold air. Although he was an existence that had killed saints and gods in the 9 prefectures, in his eyes, the young Lin Ling gave him an unfathomable feeling. He was more terrifying than a saint. Even a god couldn't be compared to him. Such a person could only be a friend, not an enemy. By the way, we've known each other for a while. How should I address you, seniors? Could it be that seniors are all called son of devil? Putting away his thoughts, Do Afterimages smiled. In his words, he had unknowingly addressed Lin Ling as a senior. With the divine boat and various mysterious means, Do Afterimages had no choice but to accept it. "My name is Lin Ling." Lin Ling seemed to know what the latter was thinking as he smiled faintly. "So it's fellow Taoist Lin. It's an honor to meet you." Do Afterimages hurriedly bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Not only did he treat Lin Ling as a peer, he also faintly regarded Lin Ling as a senior. Sakura and the others looked at Do Afterimages curiously. They discovered that this old man seemed to be a soul, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Generally speaking, when facing such a person they would definitely be cautious. However, with Lin Ling here they didn't have so much fear. "My name is Sakura." They call me son of bone. Senior, my name is Yuyu. They call me son of dragon. My name is son of tomb. Yuyu and the others spoke out one after another. Sunset Brilliance also nodded. My name is Sunset Brilliance. They call me Sun Death. Hearing this, Do Afterimages looked at Sunset Brilliance with a strange expression. He thought to himself, this person has quite a heavy taste. He doesn't even want to let off the soul of an old man. No, my name is Son of Sun. Sunset Brilliance didn't know if this had become a habit or if it was subconscious, but after discovering his slip of the tongue, he awkwardly waved his hands, causing Lin Ling and the others to laugh. As for Lin Ling, his name is Son of Demon and he is also our leader. In the Divine Dreamland, everyone thinks of us as sons of Demon. Dreamflow finally spoke, faintly looking at Do Afterimages. In his eyes, an ancient aura spread out, causing Do Afterimages' heart to tremble. He immediately realized that the people who followed Lin Ling, other than you who died that day, were mostly people with great talent and background. For instance, that son of dragon. From her body, Do Afterimages could clearly sense that she had awakened an ultimate desolate body. It had to be known that the 100 great bloodlines, the descendants of gods, these descendants all had ultimate desolate bodies. However, not everyone was able to awaken an ultimate desolate body. As for that Dreamflow, Do Afterimages guessed that this person's background was likely one of the 9 provinces' 10 vicious. This Lin Ling is truly fierce. He actually managed to gather so many geniuses around him and even take him as their leader. Do Afterimages secretly said. He decided that he would recommend Lin Ling to the Flying Dragon organization. After everyone spoke, Lin Ling finally decided to leave the Divine Dreamland. Because over half a year had passed, he would return to the Spirit Province ahead of time to prepare everything. After putting away the divine boat, Lin Ling led everyone forwards, arriving at the very beginning of the vortex. After a dream of 3,000 years, they appeared outside of the Yu Province. The massive square was still packed with people. Powerhouses from all over were chatting with each other in high spirits. These powerhouses were all big shots of the 9 provinces. They were all waiting for the Half-Saint Realm powerhouses under their influence to return with a bountiful harvest. Hehe, my Xia family will definitely be today's winner. Let's wait and see. Voices like these floated out from time to time. As for Lin Ling and the others, they stopped and looked at these big shots with strange expressions. Then they shook their heads and laughed before walking away. In particular, Do Afterimages nearly laughed out loud. Chapter 3145. Earth-shattering. After leaving the square, Do Kening bade farewell and left. Senior Do, I hope you don't forget your promise. Lin Ling looked at Do Kening with a faint smile and said, I hope you can make a trip to the spirit state in 3 months. No problem. Do Kening nodded immediately. In the beginning, he and Lin Ling had reached an agreement. Lin Ling would spare his life and he would use the Flying Dragon organization to help Lin Ling. But now, even if Lin Ling didn't ask for it, he couldn't wait to help Lin Ling. How many people do you need? Flying Dragon organization's 13 kills? I'll call all of them over? Is that enough? Do Kening asked again. His words made Sakura and the others suck in a breath of cold air, especially Sakura. His face was solemn. This was because his good friend, the cloaked man, Su, was an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization and he was a triple kill assassin. The Flying Dragon organization divided their ranks by the number of kills. The higher the number of kills, the higher the strength and status. And this old man was a 13-kill assassin? Enough. On the other hand, Lin Ling's reaction was calm. He wasn't the same as when he first left the Green State. He had countless trump cards and they were all godlike methods. Therefore, a mere 13-kill assassin wasn't enough for him to look up to. Okay, 3 months later, I'll personally visit the spirit state. Do Kening left after saying that and left quickly. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at his back. He knew that Do Kening wanted to rebuild his body. As long as the soul of an expert like Do Kening didn't dissipate, he would definitely have a way to rebuild a powerful body. Lin Ling, I'll have to part with you guys for now. After all, I'm from the Fuheng Manor and I have to report back. After Do Kening left, Luo Riyao looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Luo Riyao then said, I'm also from the Green State. Your trouble is my trouble. After I go back, I'll think of a way to persuade the Fuheng Manor to send experts to help the spirit state. Although Luo Riyao helped Lin Ling out of friendship, he wasn't stupid. He knew that Lin Ling's future was limitless, so he naturally recommended Lin Ling to the Fuheng Manor. Then be careful. If anything happens, you can come to the spirit province to find me. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and at the same time, gave a few instructions. Luo Riyao also bowed to Lin Ling and left the spirit state. Lin Ling and the others were also heading towards the spirit province. However, halfway through, a voice transmission was transmitted to them. Master, are you there? The voice belonged to the third princess. This surprised Lin Ling and Yuyu. Third princess, what's wrong? Lin Ling was worried about the green state, so he quickly asked. Master, don't worry. The green state is fine. I just returned to the Tianzhou, but I think I saw the broken sword that you've been looking for. Broken sword? Are you sure? It should be because the broken sword's aura is very similar to your scabbard. If I hadn't seen the scabbard, I wouldn't be so sure. The broken sword is in the Jianghu family. Okay, I'll go to the Tianzhou now. After putting away the voice transmission talisman, Lin Ling immediately looked at Yuyu and the others. Brother Ling, you go. We'll go back to the spirit state and arrange everything. Yuyu and the others could see that Lin Ling was in a hurry. Okay, I'll be back in less than 3 months. Lin Ling was indeed in a hurry. Although the scabbard had saved him many times, it had also tried to kill him. It was a double-edged sword. Therefore he couldn't wait to find a new scabbard. Then Lin Ling rushed toward the Tianzhou without stopping. Li Xiaoyao had been to the Tianzhou in the past, but Lin Ling had never been there before. Therefore he could only travel along the chaos of the universe, and the journey would not be short. Therefore he directly activated the Noah's divine arc and quickly traveled through the pitch-black void of the universe. Rumble. The huge Noah's divine arc was like a realm. It carried a grand and majestic aura as it moved forward in a mighty manner. Wow, what's that? Along the way they naturally encountered some warriors. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the dazzling golden divine Arkansas. Then many of them licked their lips and revealed greedy looks. It's mine. Someone immediately attacked without hesitation. Rumble. However, before they could get close to the divine arc, a pool of lightning descended and the powerhouse who attacked was immediately shattered into pieces. One had to know that this was a saint-level powerhouse. At this moment, the cultivators around the primal chaos didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, they glanced around and noticed that a young man in a blue robe was sitting cross-legged on the divine boat. He seemed like a god that had returned from the era of the gods. So mighty. All the warriors mumbled to themselves. In the end, they could only watch the dazzling golden divine arc disappear into the distance. Who is that person? He killed a sage like killing a dog. That's amazing. There are countless gods in the land of the 9 states. How can we see through all of them? However, that divine arc is indeed extraordinary. It gives me a lot of pressure. Let's go. That young man's world is not something we can look up to. The surrounding warriors also hurried on their way. However, they were even more curious about the young man in the blue robe. Unfortunately, even though these powerhouses had roamed the 9 states for many years, none of them did not know Lin Ling. This was because to the 9 states, Lin Ling had only just entered this world. In the spirit state, all the big shots were still waiting in the square. Not long after, a large number of figures finally walked out of the huge whirlpool. How are your harvests? The saints of the divine escort mansion were unable to restrain themselves. They took the initiative to ask. Moreover, they also swept their eyes over the other big shots. They hoped that by taking advantage of the divine dreamland, they could suppress the other great influences and raise the prestige of the divine escort mansion. In fact, the other big shots were also doing the same. However, the martial artists that came out of the divine dreamland all had their heads lowered, as if they were frozen eggplants. Honorable Master, all of our treasures have been stolen by the son of demon. Finally, someone clenched their teeth and spoke, their voice extremely gloomy. These words caused the entire square to fall silent. Even the hidden Emperor Yu was quietly waiting for his descendants' harvest. But as he saw the divine escort mansion's people not have any harvests, he secretly smiled. Haha, trash, trash. The other big shots of the 9 states were also incomparably excited. They took this opportunity to mock the divine escort mansion. My lord, our harvests have also been stolen by the son of demon. However, following that, the influences under these big shots also bitterly spoke. This caused the square to fall silent. All of the big shots were dumbfounded. Your harvests have also been stolen? You only managed to obtain these scattered treasures? After a moment, an angry voice echoed out like a thunderclap. That's right, all of the good things have been stolen by them. Moreover, the divine boat that appeared this time was also stolen by the son of demon. In the square, the half-step Saint powerhouses spoke with sad faces. Every word they spoke caused the hearts of all the big shots to tremble. Even Emperor Yu in the sky was no exception. The divine boat of Noah was one of the great treasures of the divine dreamland. For many years, countless people had coveted the divine boat and tried to take it for themselves, but all of them failed. Chapter 3146. They arrived in Sky Province. And this time, the soul of the Yin dragon appeared. Another voice sounded. This time it was Ye Shui who spoke. However, her mood was obviously lower than everyone else's. The soul of the Yin dragon also appeared? The big shots didn't see Ye Shui's disappointed expression. Instead, their eyes lit up. But it was also stolen by the son of the demon. Unfortunately, just as they were looking forward to it, Ye Shui spoke again. It's him again. Almost at the same time, the same words came out of the big shots' mouths. They could tolerate the loot being stolen. They couldn't tolerate the boat of God being stolen. But the Yin dragon was also stolen. This was intolerable. Where did these sons of the demon come from? At this moment, a voice filled with heavenly might resounded in the sky. Emperor Yu had also appeared. Moreover, his eyes were very red. There were actually flames of fury burning in them. If it weren't for the divine dreamland not allowing saints to enter, he would have already rushed in to see who these so-called sons of the demon were. I don't know. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air. After they appeared, all the half-step saint powerhouses of the 9 states were trampled under their feet. We only know that they are called son of the demon, son of the dragon, son of bone, son of grave and son of song. Alright, there is also one called death of you. The half-step saint powerhouses in the square lowered their heads and spoke. Their voices were filled with unwillingness. This was because this was also a great shame to them. The 9 states was so vast and there were countless half-step saints. However, they were swept away by a few people. If this wasn't a shame, then what was? Death of me? The various big shots were already furious. When they heard the strange words, fuck you to death, they were so angry that their hair stood on end. They had never seen such a shameless person. Not only did they steal the treasures, they even pretended to be cool and left the name, Death of You. Were they challenging the major forces of the 9 states? Or were they gloating? Wait for them here. I want to see where these guys come from. Do they have 3 heads and 6 arms? Yes. That's right. Fuck me to death? You dare to kill a saint? How arrogant. The big shots also threw caution to the wind. They didn't leave and waited in the square. Without a doubt, the appearance of Lin Ling and the others was earth-shattering, causing the 9 continents to tremble. This was because for many years, this was the first time that the divine dreamland had experienced such a large-scale robbery. This was simply a miracle for the divine dreamland. Secondly, it was the first time in the 9 prefectures that he had fought against a group of half-saints by himself. Unfortunately, no one knew that Lin Ling and the others had already left. At this moment, the gigantic divine boat was flying through the sky. The young man on the boat was still cultivating. During this trip to the divine dreamland, Lin Ling's boundary hadn't risen by much. However, he had already prepared a large amount of treasures. After setting up the formation in the spirit province, the remaining emperor crystals could be used for cultivation. However, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation at this moment because no one in the half-saint realm could shake him now that he had the divine boat. Scabbard, oh Scabbard, where did you come from? Then Lin Ling unsheathed the sword on his back and looked at it. This scabbard had saved Lin Ling time and time again. But every time it saved him, the scabbard would also give birth to a rich killing intent towards Lin Ling. Unless Lin Ling found a new broken sword. This was also the reason why Lin Ling was in such a hurry to go to the Sky Province. Currently, the scabbard could increase the rank of a demon sword by 30%, but it could resist 50% of another's strength. If he added on the broken sword he obtained this time, Lin Ling estimated that the rank of the demon sword would rise by another 10%. Little Kunlun, after we finish laying down the great enchantment array in the Blue Province, we can use the remaining treasures to cultivate. After looking through the scabbard, Lin Ling put away the scabbard and stroked the black vines on his left arm. As he recalled the scene in the divine boat, if it weren't for little Kunlun saving him at a critical moment, Lin Ling would have already been assassinated by those afterimages. So Lin Ling once again owed little Kunlun a favor. After an unknown amount of time, an ancient land appeared in front of him. It was majestic and boundless. Lin Ling also put away the divine boat and floated in the void of the universe, looking down at the divine land. However, the Sky Province was bigger than the Blue Province, but it couldn't be compared to the spirit province. So, after Lin Ling roughly glanced at it, he was already used to it. He directly landed on the ground and then a jade talisman appeared in his hand. Realm essence surged into it and a vast map appeared in front of him. The Jiang family of the Great World was naturally on it. Lin Ling immediately followed the map and headed towards the Jiang family of the Great World. The Jiang family of the Great World was a famous royal family in the Sky Province. It was one of the bloodlines of the Celestial Emperor. After half a day, Lin Ling finally arrived at a holy land with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There was a massive manor here as large as a city. This was the Jiang family of the Great World. However, the surroundings of this manor were like an ancient city. It was extremely lively. In the streets and alleys, martial artists walked in an endless stream, purchasing all sorts of treasures from the bodies of monster beasts. Wherever there were people, there were bound to be rumors. Thus, rumors began to spread from the restaurants and streets. Jianghu has returned. He has returned from the Yu province. Jianghu? That genius with the divine arm? That's right. He represents the Sky Province Great World's Jiang family and has returned from the Yu province. I heard that he entered the divine dreamland and seized a great harvest. His name has shaken the Nine province. With him, the Jiang family will bring honor to their ancestors. Although there were many martial artists in the Sky Province that wandered the Nine province, they only had the qualifications to wander. In terms of fame, they were clearly much weaker. They couldn't compare with Jianghu. And for the Sky Province, the half-step saint realm was the strongest strength. This was because even the Celestial Emperor had only just touched upon the threshold of becoming a saint. In terms of overall strength, they naturally couldn't compare with the Spirit Province. The news came back so quickly? It must be known that it took me nearly a month to get here on the divine boat. Listening to the excited voices all around him, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. But he soon relaxed. It seemed that the Sky Province had an ancient transmission array that led directly to the Yu Province. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling continued forwards. In front of him, a gorgeous gate appeared. Many martial artists with extraordinary auras entered through the gate one after another. As for the road leading to the gate, it was clean and tidy. The ground was paved with purple jade and gold bricks, magnificent and magnificent. Moreover, ordinary people weren't allowed to step onto the royal road. This was also a rule of the Jiang family. The Jiang family had a bloodline relationship with the Celestial Emperor. Their status in the Sky Province was naturally no trifling matter. Brother Wuhan has returned. To fight against all the half-step saints of the Nine Province, I really envy him. The Celestial Emperor has already said that Brother Wuhan has the highest chance of becoming the next Celestial Emperor. Chapter 3147. The Jiang family's territory. Son of the demon? That's right. These people are quite powerful. They robbed all the half-saints in the 9 continents. I heard that they even stole the dragon god and fought against the entire 9 continents by themselves. Most importantly, the leader of the Son of the Demon is only at the early stage of the half-saint realm. How is that possible? Early stage of the half-saint realm? That's one realm lower than me. Senior brother Wuhan said it himself. It must be true because he was there as well. He was scared out of his wits. The Son of the Demon suppressed all the half-saints with one stomp. The voices of 2 people talking suddenly rang out on the magnificent purplish-golden avenue. They were 2 young elites. The one on the left held a spear in his hand, looking wise and mighty. The one on the right wore a tight vest, and there was a half-closed eye on his left shoulder. When the martial artists on the street saw the 2 of them, they all looked at them in awe. Obviously, these 2 were the top geniuses of the Jiang family. Young Master Jiang Feng, Young Master Jiang Yi. Someone whispered. The so-called Young Master Jiang Feng was the son of the Jiang family in the Great World, and he was the focus of the Jiang family. Of course, compared to Jiang Wuhan, Jiang Feng was still weaker. That was because the latter followed the Celestial Emperor. They were 2 completely different things. Son of the Demon? Even Jiang Wuhan is in awe of him. Tiske, I wonder what he is like. Many people recalled Jiang Feng's words, and their eyes were filled with yearning. There were not many martial artists in Tianzhou that could travel to the 9 continents. Therefore, many people were very curious about the 9 continents and looked forward to the day that they could leave Tianzhou and fight with the martial artists of the 9 continents. Of course, this was just an extravagant wish for many people. Jiang Feng and Jiang Wuhan were like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were still talking as they walked. Wait, who is that? However, not far from them, a young man in a blue robe was also walking. This surprised all the martial artists in the distance. That was the Royal Avenue. Normal people could not step into it. Even Jiang Feng and Jiang Wuhan began to notice the young man in the blue robe. First level half-saint? He's considered a rare genius even in Tianzhou. However, I've never seen this person before. I wonder if he's an honored guest invited by the great world's Jiang family. Both Jiang Feng and Huang Xiaolong thought to themselves. Then Jiang Feng said in an indifferent voice, "Sir, the royal street is not a place you can easily enter." However, the blue-robed young man stopped in his tracks, glanced at the two of them, shook his head and continued forward. That calm shake of his head actually gave off a feeling of disregard. The facts were indeed so. The blue-robed young man's footsteps were steady and carefree as he walked forward, and it was as if the Imperial Avenue was an ordinary street that anyone could walk on. "Sir, are you courting death?" Jiang Feng's eyes immediately turned cold. In Tianzhou no one dared to disrespect them. "I'm just looking for an acquaintance." The blue-robed young man finally opened his mouth and spoke. However, he did not explain anything. "How dare you?" When had Jiang Feng and the others ever been looked down upon like this? The two of them leaped toward the blue-robed youth one after another. Jiang Feng's right arm shook, and the spear in his hand shot toward the blue-robed youth. Next to him, Jiang Yi's right arm suddenly became huge. On his shoulder, a stone millstone-like eyeball appeared with billowing murderous aura. He also attacked. The two of them did not hold back at all. They were actually filled with murderous intent. "Stop." However, at this moment, a figure immediately shot out from the magnificent door. It was a woman in snow-white clothes and she was extremely beautiful. When they saw the woman, Jiang Feng and the others also forcefully stopped. "Sister Shui, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Feng frowned as he looked at the fairy-like woman. However, there was a hint of command in his tone. The person who came was the third princess, Jiang Shuiying. "He is my master. I invited him here." The third princess also frowned as she looked at Jiang Feng and Huang Xiaolong. "Your master? I heard that a genius powerhouse appeared in Qingzhou and illuminated Qingzhou. So it's this person. However, it's better to meet him in person than to hear about him." After being stunned for a moment, Jiang Feng and Jiang Shuiying said indifferently. A hint of disdain flickered in the depths of their eyes. Although the third princess had become the Qing emperor, she was only powerful in Qingzhou. She did not have the power of the ancient era. In the great world's Jiang family, she was merely an ordinary martial immortal. In fact, if it were not for the third princess's identity as the Qing emperor, they would not even bother to speak to such a woman. The only thing the third princess could do to them was perhaps to give them away as gifts to other geniuses in Jiuzhou. After all, the great world's Jiang family's bloodline was as numerous as the hairs on an ox. "Isn't your master too rude? He actually didn't bow to us?" Jiang Feng spoke again and glanced sideways at Lin Ling. However, he realized that the blue-robed youth did not even look at them. This made him even more displeased. The third princess naturally knew of his arrogance. She secretly gritted her teeth and said indifferently, "I invited him here. He doesn't know you, so why should he bow?" "Third princess, I know that you've become the Qing emperor. However, you've only achieved a little. Don't be too proud. Don't forget who helped you become the Qing emperor. If it weren't for our great world's Jiang family continuously sending out experts, you wouldn't even be qualified to touch the Qing emperor's jade seal, let alone becoming the Qing emperor." Jiang Feng said coldly when he heard that. The third princess's beautiful eyes immediately turned red when she heard that. That was because she had experienced many twists and turns to become the Qing emperor. In the end, she had almost failed. At that time, the Jiang family had not given her any help. Instead, it was her master Lin Ling who had turned the tide and allowed her to become the Qing emperor. And now, her master Lin Ling had not even asked for credit. Instead, the great world's Jiang family had taken the initiative to snatch the credit? Don't forget that you're only an ordinary branch of the Jiang family. Even your mother was abandoned by the Qing emperor. This is also a disgrace to the Jiang family. You becoming the Qing emperor is just making up for your mistakes. Jiang Yi also spoke, his words sharp and harsh. In his heart, the bastard child who was often mocked and ridiculed in the Jiang family in the past had also risen to the top today. This made him very unhappy. Hearing this, the third princess clenched her teeth tightly. She wanted to say something, but in the end she endured it. Although she was the Qing emperor, Qingzhou was not comparable to Tianzhou. Therefore, she did not dare to break off relations with her family. However, she was afraid of the great world's Jiang family, but this did not mean that Lin Ling was afraid. Therefore Lin Ling glanced at Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi and said indifferently, "Your mouths are so foul. You specialize in attacking the inferiority in the depths of others' hearts. Did you grow up eating shit? I'll give you a chance. Slap yourselves 3 times and I'll spare your lives." Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi were stunned. As for the people on the street in the distance, they were also extremely shocked. Because when facing the son of the Jiang family, even Jiang Shuiying did not dare to refute. But this blue-robed young man actually dared to speak such words. "This is not Qingzhou." Jiang Feng's expression immediately turned icy cold. "This is our territory." Jiang Yi also spoke from the side. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned around and walked step by step towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked down at Lin Ling. He wanted to see what this half-saint first-level kid wanted to do. Could it be that he dared to kill him in Tianzhou? Slap. Chapter 3148. I don't care whose territory you are. This action had undoubtedly shocked the Jiang family. That young man dared to make a move at the Jiang family's gate. "How dare you?" Roar. Jiang Yi immediately roared and was about to make a move, but at this time, black vines attacked and instantly bound him tightly. Any resistance from him would be useless. "I don't care whose territory you are. How dare you bully my disciple in front of me?" Roar. Lin Ling grabbed Jiang Feng's neck and lifted him up. Jiang Feng's legs kept kicking, but he couldn't break free from that arm. This made him terrified. How could the behind-the-scenes emperor of Qingzhou be so powerful? Most importantly, he deeply felt from Lin Ling's eyes that Lin Ling really wanted to kill him without any hesitation. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Although Lin Ling was the behind-the-scenes emperor of Qingzhou, he knew that Lin Ling only had this honor because of the third princess. If it weren't for the fact that the third princess wasn't Emperor Qing, Lin Ling wouldn't even be worth a fart. "Master, he's the son of the Jiang family's patriarch." Next to him, the third princess quickly advised. She knew Lin Ling's temperament. He would really make a move. However, killing Jiang Feng here wouldn't benefit Lin Ling at all. Scram. Hearing this, Lin Ling roared and swung his right hand. Crackle. Jiang Feng was suddenly like a kite with a broken string, somersaulting and crashing into the distance. After crashing into the ground, the purple gold jade block on the Royal Avenue had a human shape carved out. Jiang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Buzz. As for the spear in his hand, it was stuck right next to him. The spearhead was buried in the ground, and the body of the spear kept swaying. It was extremely ironic. You. Jiang Feng had never been humiliated like this since he was young. However, just as he finished speaking, a black shadow came crashing down like a kite and landed heavily on him. This time it was Jiang Yi who was thrown out. Ouch. After Jiang Yi crashed into Jiang Feng's body, he let out a groan. However, the pain that he imagined was not that strong. He scratched the back of his head in confusion. Get lost. At this time, Jiang Feng's voice came from below. His voice was filled with anger, and Jiang Yi quickly climbed down from his body. He dares to touch the young master of the great world's Jiang family? Jiang Shuiying's master sure has guts. But he's still quite powerful. Jiang Feng is at the 3rd level of the half-saint realm, but he was defeated in just one exchange. So what? If Jiang Shuiying wasn't Emperor Qing, he wouldn't even be worth a fart. He's just taking advantage of his disciple's glory. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Some people from the Jiang clan said sinisterly. They believed that if it wasn't for Jiang Shuiying, he would be dead for sure based on that young man's arrogant actions. However, since that young man dared to enter the Jiang clan, he would definitely not be any better off. Master, how are things in the Spirit Province? At that moment, in the Jiang family of the Great Worlds, the 3rd princess was leading Lin Ling forward. She looked extremely happy as she walked. So. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Shuehe was worried about Master, but I didn't expect Master to have also stepped into the half-saint realm. That's right, how are Master's wife and the others? The 3rd princess was shocked. The last time Lin Ling had returned to the Qing province, he was only at the martial immortal realm. But now he had stepped into the half-saint realm. She estimated that no one in the early half-saint realm would be a match for her master. How could she know that with Lin Ling's current strength, he would be able to fight against a mid-half-saint realm expert? As for the 5th level of the half-saint realm, not many people would be a match for Lin Ling. If he used the divine boat, no matter how many half-saints there were, they would all be defeated. Master's wife and the others have also stepped into the half-saint realm. Especially Yu, her strength is not weak. Speaking of this, Lin Ling somewhat missed Yu and the others. He smiled warmly. That's right, I have some treasures here that you can use to break through to the martial immortal realm. After thinking for a bit, Lin Ling took out the treasures he had obtained from the divine dream land. Although he needed a lot of treasures to set up the formation, the cultivation resources that Jianghu needed were only a small amount. Therefore Lin Ling didn't care at all. As the two of them walked side by side, they naturally attracted the attention of many people in the Jiang family. That's the third princess master? I didn't expect him to be so young. However, he must have come here today to take advantage of the Jiang family. What a despicable person. I didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned. Those people whispered among themselves. They believed that the heavenly province was stronger than the Qing province. Therefore Lin Ling came from the countryside and took advantage of their Jiang family. However, these words instantly disappeared without a trace after Lin Ling took out those treasures. They even opened their mouths wide as if they were ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. That was because the treasures that Lin Ling gave to the third princess were all priceless treasures. That is the Skyheart Eternal Flower. In the legends, it is impossible for it to grow without 990,000 years. There is also the three-striped divine split fruit. When a martial immortal breaks through to the half-step saint realm, it will be implicated by the half-step saint tribulation. It will take another 80,000 years to grow. Most importantly, this spirit fruit's growth process is extremely fragile. Unless it is in an absolutely sealed environment, it is impossible for it to grow. Those heavenly treasures are enough to nurture a half-saint realm expert. The cries of alarm became louder and louder. Those from the Jiang family all revealed looks of envy. Even the third princess was the same. Although Lin Ling hadn't given her any treasures, she had never complained. She believed that a master didn't have to give their disciple any treasures. And now her master had given her treasures. But if these treasures were placed in the heavenly province, they would cause a great sensation. Master, I don't want them. The third princess quickly waved her hands, appearing extremely stubborn. Lin Ling looked at her curiously. He casually picked up a three-striped divine split fruit and bit into it. Then he felt that the fruit was a bit bitter, so he spat out the skin. This caused the third princess to be stunned. The reason why she didn't want it was because the treasure was too precious. She guessed that it was her master's entire fortune. But now her master was actually eating the spirit fruit as a snack? And he didn't like the taste? How is it precious? I have many treasures like this. Take it. Lin Ling naturally understood what the third princess meant. He waved his right hand and a few more three-striped divine split fruits appeared. Moreover, they were all ripe. The previous ones weren't ripe, so don't eat them. These are ripe and have better effects. Take them. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the third princess was dumbfounded. In the distance, those from the Jiang family were all dumbfounded. Lin Ling and the third princess continued on their journey. After they left, the members of the Jiang family pounced on them and picked up the spirit fruits that Lin Ling had left behind. Some of them even started to fight over them. It's mine. Get out of here. It's mine. The noise was extremely intense. Chapter 3149. They fought over it until their heads bled. What's going on? Jiang Feng solemnly asked. Young master, this is the three-vein divine split fruit. Those from the Jiang family naturally didn't dare to conceal this. Jiang Feng took a step forwards and grabbed the green fruit. Then, with a surprised expression, he said, Why would a spirit fruit that was bitten by someone appear here? He was clearly puzzled. This was thrown away by the third princess master. He gave the third princess a great deal, but this fruit hasn't ripened yet, so he threw it away after taking a bite. Someone replied, sighing with emotion. I didn't think that the third princess master would be so rich. I really envy the third princess. Sigh. What? Sigh. Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi roared out in unison. In their hearts, the blue-robed youth from the countryside had quietly fused together with a rich man who sat on a treasure trove. This caused them to look at each other in dismay. Didn't Jiang Shuang's master come to the great world's Jiang family to take advantage of them? But now, a spirit fruit that he casually threw away was enough for the Jiang family to fight over. This meant that they were the ones who took advantage of him. They were the ones who came from the countryside. This spirit fruit. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng felt as if he had been slapped hundreds of times, causing him to fly into a rage out of shame. He wanted to throw away the spirit fruit in his hands, but he couldn't bear to do so. As for Lin Ling and the third princess, they were still walking forwards. They simply didn't know what was happening in the garden. Moreover, even if Lin Ling knew, he wouldn't care. In the divine dreamland, he had plundered all the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 province. A mere 3-vein divine split fruit wasn't something he cared about at all. The third princess was still surprised. Her eyes sparkled, looking extremely beautiful. She secretly thought, was the spirit province really so rich? Master didn't seem to care about these treasures at all. What are you thinking about? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice also sounded, causing the third princess's heart to beat wildly. Although Lin Ling was about the same age as her, Lin Ling had created too many miracles. Therefore, in her heart, Lin Ling was like a great father. He was also the man that she, Jianghu, admired the most. That's right, that broken sword is currently in the hands of the Jiang family's patriarch. I accidentally saw it when I returned this time. However, the Jiang family's patriarch also values that broken sword very much. The third princess hurriedly changed the subject. He does have some foresight. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that such a treasure is not something that he can get his hands on. Lin Ling said with a smile. His tone also became somewhat cold. Then, Master, have you thought about how to make the head of the Jiang family relent? Third princess asked. Although she was also a member of the Jiang family, she grew up in Qingzhou, so she did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Jiang family. If it were not for her mother's relatives, she would not have wanted to come back at all. I haven't thought about it yet, but he will give it to me, Lin Ling said indifferently. He had already made up his mind. If the other party did not give it to him, he would just have to force it. He was determined to get the broken sword. That's good. The Jiang family's patriarch will appear tomorrow because brother Jianghu is coming to our place. At that time, Master can make a request of the Jiang family's patriarch. Third princess said again. You are also a member of the Jiang family. If Master's relationship with the Jiang family is strained, whose side will you stand on? Lin Ling smiled and suddenly asked. Master, this side. The third princess did not hesitate and said directly, although I am a member of the Jiang family because my mother was abandoned by the Qing emperor, the Jiang family looked down on me since I was young and called me a bastard. At this point, the third princess's voice became much lower. Lin Ling sighed softly. The third princess's mother was together with the Qing emperor, but she did not have any status. It was no wonder that the Jiang family of the Great World looked down on the third princess's mother. After all, the Jiang family of the Great World was the royal family of Tianzhou, and they cared about their reputation the most. You are also someone who has suffered a lot, Lin Ling said again. The third princess was ridiculed in the Jiang family, and the Qing emperor ignored her in Qingzhou. She had suffered more than others since she was young, and this also made the third princess develop a strong character. Don't worry, you are my disciple, Lin Ling. After tomorrow, the Jiang family will not dare to look down on you. The two of them walked and walked until they arrived at a quiet garden. Lin Ling then settled down. This was the third princess's residence. Although it was small, it was quiet. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the third princess's room. He wanted to refuse, but the third princess was not willing. Instead, the third princess stayed in the guest's room. In the room, the fragrance of a woman wafted through the air. When one thought of the third princess's fairy-like temperament, as long as one was a man, they would inevitably be tempted. It seems that the more I cultivate, the more backward I become. I actually have feelings for my disciple. I shouldn't. Lin Ling noticed this and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Then he calmed his heart and focused on cultivating. He was no longer a child and had long stopped womanizing. Moreover, if he had feelings for his disciple, he was afraid that he would be too ashamed to face others. The garden was quiet and secluded. Hundreds of flowers bloomed and the bright moonlight shone down from the sky. A beautiful figure in white stood quietly under the moonlight. She looked at the beautiful moon in the sky and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She was the third princess, Jianghu. Moreover, she knew what Lin Ling was thinking. She felt very uncomfortable about this, as if she was missing something. This feeling was even more unbearable than losing the position of the Qing emperor. Mother, is this the so-called love? She mumbled to herself, and the disappointment on her pretty face deepened. The night passed quietly. The next day, the Jiang family in the Great World became lively. That was because Jianghu was coming. As the next emperor of heaven, Jianghu was the most dazzling genius in Tianzhou. His arrival undoubtedly illuminated the Jiang family like a blazing sun. In Tianzhou, the Jiang family didn't just have one bloodline. There were a total of 12 bloodlines, all of which had the bloodlines of the 100 great bloodlines. Their cultivation and talent were the same, and they all came from their arms. However, although the Jiang family seemed to have many bloodlines, they were also a solid piece of iron. Therefore, those who came to the Jiang family in the Great World naturally included the other bloodlines. Crackle crackle. Although the strength of the Jiang family in the Great World was like that of a saint, they still didn't forget the rules of mortals. Every time it was a joyous occasion, they still liked to set off firecrackers. This was to create a kind of atmosphere. This caused the entire manor to be filled with the sound of firecrackers. The children ran around in joy. As for the adults, they were also jubilant as if they were celebrating the new year. On the other hand, the third princess manor was somewhat quiet. Other than the old woman who had accompanied the third princess since she was young, no one else came. Has the Jiang family in the Great World always been so lively? Lin Ling heard the sound of firecrackers early in the morning. He walked out of his room and said with a smile. He wore a clean blue robe and carried 2 swords on his back. He gave off a handsome and otherworldly feeling. His smile was very clean and had the vigor of a young man. However, the depth of his eyes did not match his age. If one looked into his eyes, it was easy to get lost in them. Chapter 3150. Looking for Trouble. Jianghu. When Lin Ling arrived, he had also heard of this name. He is very fierce. When I was young, he went to the Azure province and even dared to confront the Azure Emperor. It was because of him that the Azure Emperor didn't attack me. Afterwards, when I grew up, he never came again. The third princess explained as she led Lin Ling forwards. His current cultivation is at the 4th level of half-saint and he is the #1 genius of the Sky Province. The reason his return is so grand is because he has already left the Sky Province for several years. He has wandered the world and fought with the geniuses of the 9 provinces. I also heard that he went to the divine dream land of the U province and fought with the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces. Master, outside of the Azure province and Sky province, are there really gods? The third princess continued to ask. Maybe there are and maybe there aren't. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders, not minding. I see. But master, if I reach the half-saint realm, do you think I will be able to leave the Azure province? I also want to see just how strong the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces are. I heard that the most mysterious half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces are the Flame province and Miao province. I wonder if Xue will have the chance to see them in her life. The third princess said with some yearning. The half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces are also like this. It's just a rumor, don't take it too seriously. Lin Ling thought back to the divine dreamland. He had controlled the divine boat with a single step, causing tens of thousands of half-saint powerhouses to kneel before him. He suddenly felt that the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces were only SOSO. Master is still the fiercest. Hearing this, the third princess smiled. Of course, she also took Lin Ling's words as comforting words. After all, she guessed that no matter how fierce her master was, he shouldn't have fought with the half-saint powerhouses of the 9 provinces. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived at a vast square. The square was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone from the Jiang family was present. Moreover, the hidden powerhouses of the Sky province were also gathered here. Clamor after clamor rang out one after another. The master of the Jiang family was seated at the head of the table. He was a powerhouse of the 10th heaven of the half-saint realm. He was tall and sturdy like a ferocious tiger. In fact, his left arm had the mark of a ferocious tiger on its forehead. This was obviously a big shot from Tianzhou. If they went to Qingzhou, unless the Azure the Arch used his ancient strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger from the Jiang clan head. Beside him was a young man with a flame mark on his right arm. Many people looked at him with admiration and yearning. And he was naturally Jianghu. Under the lead of the third princess, Lin Ling also sat down in a corner of the square. Returning from this trip to the divine dreamland has truly broadened my horizons. In the 9 provinces there is no strongest, only stronger. I always thought that I was an outstanding half-saint powerhouse, but after coming into contact with the powerhouses of the 9 provinces, I can only sigh as a frog at the bottom of a well. Jiang Wuhan smiled as he looked at the crowd. Even though he said that, the way everyone looked at him was still the same, full of admiration. Big brother Wuhan, did you see the top genius of the divine lands? A young man curiously asked. As these words fell, the square fell silent. Even the Jiang family head looked at Jiang Wuhan with curiosity. I saw them. Not only did I see the top half-saint talent of the Cloud province, but I also saw the top half-saint talent of the Flame Province. His name is Triplet and his strength can be called a peak saint. I fear that in our Sky Province, besides the Heavenly Emperor, no one is his match. Wow, he's so fierce. Of course, he comes from the Flame Province. That place is not a place where ordinary people can enter. Moreover, I also saw a genius from the Miao Province. She is a beautiful woman called Nighthawk. With a wave of her hand, she can create enchantments that can shake the myriad worlds. The Divine Dreamland is truly a place where powerhouses come from. As everyone heard this, their spirits soared. Their hearts seemed to float towards the 9 provinces. But the most terrifying of all is the son of the demon. However, Jianghu's next words caused the square to fall even more silent. It has to be known that the son of the demon and the others were only at the early half-saint realm. However, these people appeared out of nowhere and suppressed half-saints with a single step. As Jianghu finished speaking, his expression was dignified. There was always someone stronger, a mountain beyond a mountain. In the Sky Province, he thought that he could look down on all the mountains and create countless miracles. However, when he went to the 9 provinces, he discovered that he was only at the foot of a mountain. When it came to miracles, others were the true great miracles, turning the impossible into the possible. Son of the demon? In the Cloud Province I also heard of these people. I heard that there was a son of the demon, a son of the dragon, a son of bone, and even someone called you die in hell. These people are truly amazing. They have played the elders of the 9 provinces in circles. An old man cried out in alarm. He was clearly a martial artist that had wandered the 9 provinces. You die in hell? This name is too strange. Laughter immediately spread out from the square. They are so strong that they can name themselves whatever they want. They have this freedom. However, the old man solemnly said. His words made everyone not dare to be too presumptuous. Powerhouses had the dignity of powerhouses. This was not something they could mock. You die in hell? Master, this name is too funny. In a corner of the square, the 3rd princess also let out a bell-like laughter, which made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Actually, you have seen that guy before. His words made the 3rd princess stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head, thinking that her master was just making fun of her. After all, the son of the demon had suppressed the half-saints of the 9 provinces. How could a mere Emperor Qing like her have seen him before? She did not know that she had indeed seen the glory of the setting sun. After the discussion, everyone began to toast each other. Lin Ling glanced at the Jiang family head and found that the Jiang family head was politely toasting Jianghu. This made him want to make his own request. But at this time, several figures walked over and the person in the lead was Jiang Feng. Sister Shuang, the elders of the family are all here today. Don't you think you should apologize? Jiang Feng stared at the 3rd princess as he drank and walked over. Obviously, he deliberately wanted to teach the 3rd princess a lesson. Because all the elders were here today, as long as Jiang Shuang became the focus, she would naturally be reprimanded. The 3rd princess's face instantly turned ugly. She did not have much status in the Jiang family. Even if she had become Emperor Qing, she would be more of a pawn. Jiang Feng, get lost. Thinking of this, the 3rd princess shouted in a low voice. Aha, aren't you Emperor Qing? Why is the great Emperor Qing afraid of us? Before Jiang Feng could speak, Jiang Yi next to him also spoke. Because he also saw that many people were looking at them, which made him want to humiliate the 3rd princess even more. Of course, humiliating the 3rd princess was one of the reasons. The real reason was that he wanted to humiliate the 3rd princess's master. Don't look for trouble. Get lost. The 3rd princess gritted her teeth and shouted again. If you don't apologize today, you can't leave here. Jiang Feng and the others were obviously not going to let it go. Chapter 3151. Are you the son of a demon? After all, she was just a bastard in the Jiang family and had no status. Sure enough, there were already many dissatisfied voices in the surroundings. They were from the Jiang family's fellow villagers. This must be Jiang Shuang. After becoming the Azure Emperor, she has grown up. How impudent. If it wasn't for our Jiang family's help, not to mention the Azure Emperor, she would be nothing. Some people are ungrateful and ungrateful. However, Jiang Shuang thinks too highly of herself. If our Jiang family can help her up, we can also push her down. Those old men said sarcastically, making the 3rd princess furious. However, in order to keep the peace, she decided to apologize. Just as she was about to speak, bang! but the sound of a wine cup smashing on the table immediately came from the side. It was Lin Ling. "You pieces of trash, if you don't want to be beaten again, get out of my way." His words not only shocked Jiang Feng and the others, but also the third princess. Yesterday at the Jiang family's gate, because there were no Jiang family elders present, no one was Lin Ling's match. But now, all the Jiang family's experts were gathered here. "Do you know where this is?" Jiang Feng almost laughed out loud. "What?" However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling picked up the wine cup on the table and splashed the wine on Jiang Feng's face. "Next time, it won't be as simple as pouring wine." A cold voice sounded at the same time. It could be said that he turned a blind eye to it. "How dare you!" The surrounding villagers all began to shout angrily. Jiang Feng was stunned on the spot as if he hadn't expected that Lin Ling would dare to be so arrogant in public. He wiped the wine off his face with his hand and licked it before he said, "Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're Jiang Shuiying's master. There are many people who are stronger than you here." Jiang Shuiying's master? Hearing that, the surrounding villagers also came to a realization. It seemed that after Jiang Shuiying became the Azure Emperor, her master came to take advantage of her. However, this brat did not know that Jiang Shuiying was able to become the Azure Emperor because of the Jiang clan. Bang! But at this time, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the wine cup on the table shot out like a cannonball, smashing into Jiang Feng's face and shattering his teeth. "I told you, next time it won't be as simple as pouring wine," Lin Ling said indifferently with his eyes still half closed. Wow! Jiang Feng tasted something sweet in his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood, along with some broken teeth. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the entire square. No one had expected that the blue-robed youth would be so arrogant that he even dared to humiliate the son of the Jiang clan's patriarch. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, had obviously lost all his face. The spear in his hand immediately appeared. "Draw your spear. The moment you draw your spear, even God won't be able to save you." However, Lin Ling was still sitting there. He even poured himself another glass of wine and drank slowly. Jiang Feng, Jiang Yi, and the others shuddered as they recalled what happened yesterday. "You have guts. You're amazing. However, this is the Jiang family. You'll definitely be punished by the Jiang family. Even Jiang Shuiying won't be able to save you." The two of them didn't dare to make a move. However, they suddenly thought of something and laughed out loud. It's just the Jiang family. What's so great about it? Even if the patriarch of the Jiang family were to make a move, I would still dare to pour wine on him. Lin Ling played with the wine glass in his hand as he muttered to himself. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Jiang family was shocked. Jiang Feng laughed instead. "Today Brother Wuhan is back. All the important figures of the Jiang family are gathered here. How dare you say such words? Do you believe that even if I throw you out of the Jiang family, your brother Wuhan wouldn't dare to speak?" Lin Ling smiled, still as calm as ever. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was furious. However, Jiang Yi beside him had already mocked. "Who do you think you are? Are you from Yanzhou or Miaozhou? I'm afraid this is the first time you've left Qingzhou." "I'm not anyone. I'm not from Yanzhou or Miaozhou. I'm Jiang Shuiying's master." Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine. "But in my eyes, whether it is your Jiang family's Jiang Wuhan or the Jiang family's patriarch, they are all nothing but ants. Perhaps the celestial emperor can barely enter my eyes." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Jiang family were not shocked, but enraged. To them, they had never seen such a suicidal person before. Even the third princess covered her mouth with her hands. She wanted to say something, but in the end she held back. "Sir, your words are quite bold." At this time, the Jiang family's patriarch finally looked over, his voice extremely cold. In his opinion, this youth was only borrowing the name of Azure Emperor's master to be so awe-inspiring. In truth, anyone from Qingzhou, even if it was the previous generation's Azure Emperor, would not be a match for the current Jiang Wuhan. "I've just returned and I've already met such an interesting person." After the Jiang family's patriarch spoke, Jiang Wuhan, who had been drinking with his senior, also looked over. "Brother Wuhan, this person is Jiang Shuiying's master. His words are quite bold. Show him what it means to be the #1 genius of Tianzhou, to be a powerhouse that returned from the divine dreamland." Seeing Jiang Wuhan speak, Jiang Feng and the others were all shocked. "Trash, keep bragging. Why aren't you bragging? Aren't you fierce? Now do you know what it means to court death? Our brother Wuhan is prepared to teach you a lesson." Then Jiang Feng looked at Lin Ling, his nose almost pointing towards the sky as if he were Jianghu himself. Wuhan, teach him a lesson. Let him know that even if he is Azure Emperor's master in a great world's Jiang family, he is nothing more than a lowly servant. The Jiang family elders also spoke out one after another. As they looked at Lin Ling, their eyes were filled with anger and disdain. Good. Jiang Wuhan stood up and walked towards Lin Ling, causing the entire square to fall silent. The genius Jiang Wuhan, who had returned from the divine dreamland, was finally going to take action. However, Jiang Wuhan's pace was fast at the start, but it gradually slowed down. Finally, every step seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. And at this time, a cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. This was because in his eyes, this youth seemed to be the son of the demon who had suppressed a half-step saint in the divine dreamland. You are the son of the demon. Jiang Wuhan didn't dare to step forwards. His voice clearly trembled. As for Lin Ling, he sat in his chair, leisurely sipping his wine. After a long time, he finally replied with a single word. This single word was like a bolt from the blue, causing Jiang Wuhan's legs to weaken. With a loud thump, he fell to the ground. In the divine dreamland, he had also participated in the struggle for the divine boat and had personally witnessed just how terrifying the son of the demon was. Even the number one genius of the Flame Province, the third son, had been instantly killed by the son of the demon. As for the Miao Province's Miao divinity's true inheritance, Ye Shui, such a proud daughter of heaven, had actually been helpless against the son of the demon. After leaving the divine dreamland, the names of the son of the demon had caused a great stir amongst the elders of the 9 provinces. And now, such a terrifying character had come to Sky Province, and he was even Jiang Shuiying's master. Chapter 3152. Bad Intentions. Brother Wuhan. Brother Wuhan. Jiang Feng and the others were dumbfounded when they saw Jiang Wuhan sitting there in a daze. Son of the devil? Brother Wuhan. Then they stared at Lin Ling, who was drinking, and shook their heads. They couldn't believe that a character whose name shook the 9 states and made all the big shots helpless was actually from Qingzhou and was Jiang Shuiying's master. The 9 states was so vast and there were countless powerhouses. It was impossible to meet such a famous character in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even the 3rd princess was confused. But they could clearly see that Jiang Wuhan was sitting on the ground and trembling. This kind of fear was very real. Brother Wuhan, teach him a lesson. Brother Wuhan. The ones who found this the most unacceptable were Jiang Feng and the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Feng roared. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped drinking, but he also looked at Jiang Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan trembled when Lin Ling's gaze swept over him. It was as if he had returned to the divine dreamland and saw the half-saint god who had swept through the 9 states. Son of the devil, what do you want? Brother Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan hurriedly said. I don't want to see these people. Brother Wuhan. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said. Good. Brother Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan coldly looked at Jiang Feng and the others. Are you going to scram or do you want me to do it? Brother Wuhan. Brother Wuhan, it's me. He humiliated our Jiang family. Why are you doing this to me? What? Jiang Feng and the others were dumbfounded and kept roaring. However, Jiang Wuhan was expressionless. He stepped forward and arrived in front of Jiang Feng and the others. His right arm became thick and flames spewed out like the arm of a ferocious beast. Bang! Bang! After a few punches, Jiang Feng and the others vomited blood and fell down. Then Jiang Wuhan recognized them and left the square. After doing all this, Jiang Wuhan bowed to Lin Ling. Son of the devil, what do we do now? His attitude was like a subordinate of the son of the devil. He followed the son of the devil's orders without any objections. Even though he looked calm on the surface, his back was already covered in sweat. While it looked like he had thrown Jiang Feng and the others out of the plaza, in truth he had saved Jiang Feng and the others. He had also saved the entire Jiang family. This was because if the son of the devil were to make a move, the Jiang family would definitely face a calamity. The entire Jiang family fell silent in an instant. Lin Ling didn't say anything, so Jiang Wuhan didn't say anything either. And since Jiang Wuhan didn't say anything, the others didn't dare to say anything either. The Jiang family members were still confused. Even the 3rd princess felt the same way. She kept shaking her head. The son of the devil? Son of the devil? How did Master become the son of a demon? One must know that Lin Ling hadn't even left Qing province for 100 years. This amount of time wasn't enough for him to become famous in the 9 provinces. However, Jiang Wuhan had returned from the divine dream realm. He shouldn't have lied to them. Master, are you really the son of devil? After a moment of silence, Only the third princess's voice could be heard. Hee, if I said no, would you believe me? Lin Ling said with a smile. Well, I don't know if I should believe him or not. Third princess frowned. In truth, I am the son of devil who wants to fuck you to death. Lin Ling joked. His words caused the third princess's eyes to widen. Her master was the son of devil who wants to fuck you to death? For a time she was even more confused. However, Lin Ling didn't plan on explaining anything. He looked at Jianghu and said, Today I came here for a broken sword. What do you think? Broken sword? Jianghu hurriedly looked at the Jiang family patriarch. The Jiang family patriarch naturally knew what the broken sword was. That was one of the treasures in his collection that he couldn't see through. There is indeed one, but... The Jiang family patriarch frowned. Give it to him. Jianghu immediately said, causing the latter to be unwilling. A treasure like the broken sword was definitely extraordinary. Now he had to give it to someone else? Give it to him. Jianghu knew that the latter was hesitating. Thus his voice turned icy cold. In fact, his heart was filled with anger. He hoped that the Jiang family patriarch wouldn't offend the son of devil. Otherwise, his entire lineage would be exterminated. This was something the son of devil could do with a single move of his foot. The Jiang family patriarch was furious. He thought that Jianghu was helping an outsider. Patriarch, give it to him. That broken sword isn't easy to obtain. Suddenly, an old man beside him reminded him. The Jiang family patriarch's eyes lit up. He had forgotten how terrifying the broken sword was. All right, since you're an acquaintance of Wuhan, I'll give you some face. The broken sword is at the back of the mountain. If you can take it, I, Jiang Daba, will have no objections. However, if you die under the demonic aura of the broken sword, then blame me for not reminding you. The Jiang family patriarch finally agreed. However, although he seemed to agree, he was actually harboring evil intentions. As for the Jiang family elders, as long as they knew how terrifying the broken sword was, each of them sneered secretly. They were obviously waiting for Lin Ling to throw his life away. Damn it. That made the third princess's beautiful eyes turn cold. Today she finally saw through the Jiang family. She had been working hard for the Jiang family. In Qingzhou, she fought against the four magnates and Emperor Qing. Now that she had become Emperor Qing, the Jiang family still didn't respect her. Instead, they wanted to snatch the various treasures of Qingzhou from her. From the beginning to the end, she was just a pawn. Master, they're up to no good. Thinking of this, the third princess stood up and said, Shui, what do you mean by this? Hearing this, the Jiang family elders were displeased. They had raised the third princess since she was young. Now that the third princess's wings had hardened, she turned her back on them? She even wanted to help an outsider? Don't forget who helped you get to where you are today. The Jiang family patriarch also spoke. Bullshit. However, the third princess was going all out this time. She was no longer afraid of the Jiang family. Her angry shout carried the majesty of Emperor Qing. The Jiang family patriarch's eyes narrowed. Jiang Shuang was calling him bullshit? This had never happened before. His gaze landed on Lin Ling. He immediately knew that with his master around, Jiang Shuang had become much bolder. He wanted to laugh. He didn't believe that a mere blue-robed young man could really fight against the entire Tianzhou. Although Jiang Wuhan thought that Lin Ling was the son of demon, he didn't know how powerful the son of demon was. He thought it was mostly a rumor. Aren't you talking bullshit? After I became Emperor Qing, other than the first 10 years when the Jiang family sent experts to help me, what else did you do after that? Last time, when Emperor Qing of Qingzhou invited the 9 states 10 evils, I asked the Jiang family to help. At that time, who came? You bunch of cowards. After knowing that the other party was the 9 states 10 evils, you pretended that you didn't receive my voice transmission. Did you think I didn't know that? You had planned to leave me to fend for myself. You thought that I wouldn't be able to become Emperor Qing. Unfortunately, in the end you were disappointed. When my master returned, he helped me get to the top and swept through everything. You didn't do anything, but now you think of yourselves as heroes. Do you have any shame? Are you still human? The third princess spoke with righteous indignation. The more she spoke, the louder she became. The Jiang family members were furious. Chapter 3153. But this? How impudent! The head of the Jiang family slammed the table in anger, wanting to teach the third princess a lesson. However, Lin Ling's cold eyes also looked over. As long as the head of the Jiang family attacked, he would drown the entire Jiang family in lightning. Head of the family, calm down. The child is immature and is just spouting nonsense. Let's let Shuer's master get the broken sword. At this moment, a thin old man suddenly spoke with a smile. The head of the Jiang family was stunned, but he soon understood what the old man meant. The broken sword was lying in the back mountain, but no one dared to approach it because the demonic aura was extremely dense. Even the celestial emperor had gone to take a look, but he did not dare to stay for too long. Moreover, because of the broken sword's existence, the living beings in the thousands of miles around the back mountain were restless. How could Lin Ling take such a broken sword? As long as Lin Ling died under the broken sword, the third princess would lose her wings. When the time came, he would turn her into a puppet and let the Jiang family of the great world be the mastermind and control Qingzhou. That's right, let's go get the broken sword. Thinking of this, the head of the Jiang family immediately smiled and nodded. His smile was very sinister, and he looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a dead man. This also caused Jiang Wuhan to frown. He was afraid that the Jiang clan had offended the son of the demon. Just as he was about to speak, the patriarch of the Jiang clan had already spoken. Wuhan, it's better for us to settle the matters of our bloodline. This made Jiang Wuhan finally fall silent, but he was still very worried. Master, be careful of a trap. The third princess was too familiar with the Jiang family, so she kept reminding Lin Ling. It's just the Jiang family. What can they do? However, Lin Ling held the wine cup and stood up calmly, planning to go to the back mountain to get the broken sword. At this moment, the entire Jiang family was secretly laughing, as if a conspiracy was quietly spreading. The head of the Jiang family seemed polite, but in fact he was sneering the most. However, Lin Ling passed by him and splashed the wine cup in his hand, splashing wine all over the head of the Jiang family. I said that even if it's the head of the Jiang family, he wouldn't dare to object if I splashed wine all over his face. Is this right? The patriarch of the Jiang family stood there in a daze, allowing the wine to splash down on his face. His eyes turned red. An aura that belonged to a 10th stage half-saint quietly spread out. Is this right? However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it and asked again. This infuriated the entire Jiang clan. As the royals of Tianzhou, when have they ever been humiliated like this before? Their head of the Jiang was the head of the family. Demonic son, that's right. However, seeing that the patriarch of the Jiang clan was about to fly into a rage, Jiang Wuhan took the initiative to speak. It was as if he was a step too slow and caused Lin Ling to make a move. He was able to discern that the Jiang clan's patriarch seemed to be very displeased with Lin Ling, but the Jiang clan's patriarch probably didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling was. So, if he spoke carelessly, then it would cause no end of trouble. The patriarch of the Jiang family stood there, trembling with anger. He wiped the wine off his face and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He smiled. It was a maniacal smile. Head of the family, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. He's trying to provoke you into attacking him. But don't forget, you don't need to kill him. Suddenly, a voice with a chilling aura came. The head of the Jiang family was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and said to Lin Ling, "You're right. I don't dare to object." Obviously, the person who'd sent him a voice transmission had told him that Lin Ling would definitely die, so he'd endured it. Head of the family. Of course, the others didn't know this, so they all voiced their dissatisfaction. However, the head of the Jiang family waved his hand and calmed everyone down. Don't be impatient. You must look further ahead. Hearing this, the members of the Jiang family were very suspicious, but they held it in. Young friend, please follow this direction to the east. That's the mountain behind the Jiang family. Then the head of the Jiang family looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He followed the direction and strode forward. Master, be careful. The third princess was extremely worried. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already disappeared into the distance. In fact, there was no need for the head of the Jiang family to remind him. Lin Ling had already sensed the aura of the broken sword. It was very similar. It was exactly the same as the sword hilt on his back. Moreover, compared to the broken sword he got in the past, the broken sword now emitted a stronger demonic aura. Not long after, the ancient Song mountain appeared in front of him. The entire mountain was emitting a strong black aura, making people shudder when they got close. The demonic aura was so strong that it was like a knife cutting Lin Ling's body. No wonder no one dares to get close to this broken sword. Lin Ling was secretly surprised and his speed increased by a notch. When he landed on the ground, the demonic aura burst out. The grass on the ground all danced. The grass was black like demonic grass. Obviously, the broken sword had changed the surrounding area. Even the air was filled with demonic aura, as if there was a demonic god singing. Pa pa pa. Sword marks immediately appeared on Lin Ling's body. Circles of demonic clouds enveloped Lin Ling, causing his pupils to turn pitch black. Bedevilment. Lin Ling instantly reacted. He looked around and saw many white bones hidden in the grass on the ground. It seemed that the warriors who got close to the broken sword had died from bedevilment. Kill? Lin Ling's mind suddenly rang with a roaring voice. This caused his entire body to be filled with murderous intent and demonic aura to ripple. He felt as if he had transformed into a killing demon from the era of gods, killing everything. I have to calm down. Lin Ling kept shouting in his mind. He did not expect this broken sword to be so powerful. However, at the critical moment, the scabbard on his back finally floated up. At the same time he slashed forward. The pitch-black demonic clouds were parted, revealing a bright path. Upon closer inspection, at the end of the path, there was a broken sword that was half the length of an arm lying on the ground. This broken sword was like a sleeping demon king lying there quietly. Even the celestial emperor of Tianzhou did not dare to cross the lightning pool. What a terrifying demonic aura. Lin Ling gradually woke up. He realized that the demonic aura that had entered his body had become like an obedient baby, no longer causing him to have crazy thoughts. Luckily, I have the broken sword. Lin Ling looked at the broken sword floating in front of him again. Then he laughed speechlessly. Senior, I was following your instructions to find the broken sword for you. But just now, your broken sword almost wanted to kill me. Don't tell me you don't want to find all the remaining broken swords. The broken sword seemed to have heard Lin Ling's complaints. It trembled and then flew forward, floating above the broken sword on the ground. It seemed that the scabbard was going to absorb the broken sword. When Lin Ling saw that the surrounding demonic aura did not affect him, he quickly floated to the scabbard. Then, using the scabbard's protection, he frantically absorbed the surrounding demonic aura. Although demonic aura could change a person, it was also excellent nourishment. Chapter 3154. Shameless. Rumble. Under Lin Ling's crazy absorption, the entire back mountain shook. Demonic clouds rose into the sky, looking extremely terrifying. As for the Jiang family, the patriarch of the Jiang family was holding a wine cup and drinking lightly. Patriarch, this kid is so arrogant. In my opinion, we should keep him here forever. An elder suddenly looked at the patriarch of the Jiang family and said. The others also had cold expressions and wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. He's my master. How dare you? The third princess immediately said angrily. However, no one paid attention to her. Everyone's eyes were on the patriarch of the Jiang family. The patriarch took a sip of wine and said slowly, Do you think the Jiang family will give away such a precious treasure like the broken sword so easily? Patriarch, what do you mean? Someone was puzzled. Only those who were familiar with the broken sword sneered. That broken sword existed even before our great world's Jiang family existed. Over the years, countless powerful cultivators have been interested in it, but in the end they either died to the broken sword or fled without a trace. So, how could that brat take the broken sword so easily? In fact, if he insists on having his own way, he will definitely die under the broken sword's demonic chi. An elder said with a sinister smile. Hearing that, the members of the Jiang family finally came to a realization. Then voices of schadenfreude rang out one after another. I see. Haha, that guy dared to humiliate our Jiang family. This is the price he has to pay. Wait, let's go and collect his corpse. The people of the Jiang clan laughed loudly as if they had vented their anger. Even Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi came back. When they heard the news, they drank more than 10 cups of wine. As expected of the patriarch. He has everything planned out. Son of the devil? I think he's just a joke. Looks like Brother Wuhan has praised the son of the devil too much. They laughed one after another. Jiang Wuhan frowned. Was the son of the devil going to die under the broken sword? He felt that it was unlikely because the son of the devil could suppress half-saints in the 9 states. However, he had personally investigated the mysteries of the broken sword. He would be invaded by the demonic aura within 1,000 miles, let alone getting close. Therefore, he did not know if the son of the devil could be safe. You're all despicable. Nonsense. When the third princess heard everyone's words, she finally came to her senses. She knew that the patriarch was cunning and would never give away such a precious treasure. So that was why. Nonsense? You've overestimated your master. Let me tell you, he's possessed or has turned into a pile of bones. The patriarch of the Jiang family said coldly as he drank wine. Impossible. My master will never die. The third princess glared angrily at the Jiang family's patriarch. In the beginning she was also worried about Lin Ling, but when she thought of the scabbard on Lin Ling's body, her confidence grew. Rumble. However, her voice had just sounded when a deafening sound rang out. Even though they were far away, they could still see the demonic clouds churning like an ocean. The entire Tianzhou was astonished at this moment. Countless warriors looked at the sky with awe. They seemed to know that the back mountain of the Jiang family had become a sea of demonic aura. Everyone in the Jiang family was stunned because it was their first time seeing such terrifying demonic aura from the broken sword. Ah ha 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 ha. The patriarch of the Jiang family was the first to burst into laughter after being stunned. How can that kid still be alive with such demonic aura? After his voice floated out, everyone in the Jiang family laughed maniacally as well. At this point, none of them thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. Do you see that? Jiang Feng was undoubtedly the happiest among everyone. He raised his wine cup and smiled at the third princess. Plop. The third princess sat on the ground powerlessly, her eyes tearing up. She never thought that her master would die in the Jiang family after going through storms and waves. Although her master had the scabbard, she did not think that her master could survive the demonic aura. Master, I'm sorry. The third princess kowtowed to the sky. If she had not invited Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling have died here? Now that Lin Ling was dead, how could she explain to Yu and the others? How could she explain to Grandma Wendao? Most importantly, her master had always protected her, but he had died for her. Bang, bang, bang. She had always been pure and had never kowtowed to anyone, not even Emperor Qing of the past, not even the current patriarch of the Jiang family, not even the Tianzhou's heavenly emperor. But now she was kowtowing to a young man for the first time. Seeing the third princess kowtowing, everyone in the Jiang family laughed even louder. They all drank their wine with ridicule on their faces. The third princess took in all of their ugly appearances, and her beautiful eyes turned even redder. I know that you hate us. I also know that you have never thought of yourself as a descendant of the Jiang family. But let me tell you today, if it weren't for your mother's relationship with Emperor Qing, do you think you would have any status in the Jiang family? Let me tell you again, the Jiang family gave you powerful cultivators to help you because they wanted you to seize Emperor Qing's position and serve the Jiang family. The patriarch of the Jiang family said indifferently. You despicable. The third princess raised her head, her face full of anger. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you control Qingzhou. That's not up to you to decide. You should know that our Jiang family has a puppet technique that can make people wish they were dead. The master of the Jiang family picked up his wine cup and took a sip. He didn't even look at the third princess. Hearing this, the third princess' body trembled. She finally understood what the patriarch of the Jiang family was thinking. She wanted to be made into a puppet by the Jiang family and then use her to control Qingzhou. Although Qingzhou could not be compared to Tianzhou, it was still a colossus. If most of Qingzhou's cultivation resources were extracted, it would be enough to cultivate a large number of powerful cultivators. Big tyrant Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. The third princess gritted her teeth and quickly stood up, wanting to escape. Curse as much as you want. From now on, you, Jiang Xuan, are also a meritorious person of the Jiang family. Your memorial tablet can be placed in the ancestral hall of the Jiang family in the Great World and be respected by future generations. Now you should obediently be a prisoner. Men capture her. Sigh. The patriarch of the Jiang family was still drinking, but his voice became colder and colder. Under his voice, several wrinkled old men of the Jiang family slowly walked out. It's a pity that we are related by blood. Otherwise, I really wouldn't want to let go of this delicate little beauty. So, after she becomes a puppet, we can still play with her. In any case, she can't control her body at all. Moreover, we want her to leave her intelligence, but she can't control her body. If we play with her like this, she will definitely feel more refreshed. Sigh. Good suggestion. Sigh. Their words could only be heard by the third princess. The third princess gritted her teeth and her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Chapter 3155. A complete break. Of course, the third princess also planned to end her own life before she was made into a puppet. She was the Qing Emperor of Qingzhou. She had grown up in Qingzhou and had feelings for that place. How could she betray Qingzhou? I, Jiang Shuang, am really a person with a hard life. She looked up at the sky as tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. She had been a bastard since she was young. The Qing emperor did not want her. Her mother had also left her. The Jiang family did not treat her as a human and bullied her since she was young. They only used her. Fortunately, the heavens were kind and she had a good master. This master treated her sincerely and helped her wholeheartedly. He did not even ask for anything in return. However, her master was also dead. People always said that the heavens were unpredictable and people were unpredictable. However, she had never had things go her way since she was young. 2 streams of tears flowed from her delicate little face as she thought of that. However, at this time, her eyes suddenly lit up. Her delicate little face that was staring at the sky also froze at this moment. The demonic clouds still rolled in the sky. However, a blue and white robe could be vaguely seen in the dark demonic clouds as if a demon had arrived. Master. The third princess trembled when she saw that figure. She even thought that it was an illusion. Hee, you're about to die and you still want to deceive us. The elders behind her had already walked over. When they heard the third princess's words, they could not help but laugh sarcastically. They obviously did not believe the third princess's words at all. However, the third princess continued to look at the sky and even became more and more excited. This caused the elders to frown and subconsciously look at the sky as well. Black clouds rolled in the sky, but the blue robe descended clearly. Whoosh! And its speed was getting faster and faster. It was like a bright shooting star shooting down from the sky. Whoosh! Next, the cold sword flashed and the elders were instantly frozen on the ground. Bang! Almost at the same time, a slender figure also landed on the ground, shocking the entire Jiang family. The patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Feng, and the others all stared with their eyes wide open. This young man had returned alive from the broken sword? One had to know that the demonic chi of the broken sword was so terrifying that even the celestial emperor did not dare to cross it. However, a junior who was only at the beginning of the half-saint realm was safe and sound. Plop. While the crowd was still in shock, the elders beside the third princess all fell to the ground. Sword scars also appeared on their necks. Before they died, they pointed at the blue-robed youth wanting to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. Master. Jun Wuxia, on the other hand, was crying tears of joy. She almost rushed over and hugged Lin Ling. How is this possible? With such a ferocious demonic aura, how can you still be alive? The broken sword is something that ordinary people can't even get close to. After a short while, the roar of the head of the Jiang family rang out. He kept shaking his head. This was because he had wanted to use the broken sword to kill Lin Ling, but his wishful thinking had failed. You said broken sword. The person who had arrived was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was expressionless as he swept his gaze over the Jiang clan. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and waved his right hand. A broken sword that was half the length of an arm immediately appeared in his palm. This caused the pupils of the entire Jiang family to constrict. The head of the Jiang family pointed at Lin Ling in disbelief and roared angrily, "Why did you bring the broken sword out?" It should be known that the Jiang family had tried to take the broken sword many times, but in the end they had returned in failure. Many people had even died. However, they were reluctant to give up the broken sword because they knew that this broken sword with surging demonic aura was definitely a precious treasure from the era of the gods. But now, such a precious treasure had actually been taken away by this young man? Not only did I take the broken sword, but I also used the demonic aura to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling smiled again as if he would not stop until he said something shocking. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Jiang family instantly felt a sweetness in their throats, and they almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Especially the elders, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Because not only did the demonic aura not kill the young man, but it also allowed him to break through to the next realm. And there was only one outcome for them when they got close to the broken sword, and that was death. How could they swallow the humiliation of being treated like this? For a moment, the entire Jiang family was silent, and besides the rage in their hearts, there was only rage. After the Jiang family's patriarch recovered from his rage, he gradually calmed down, and he frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Since you're Jiang Shuang's master, then you're an important guest of my Jiang family. Leave the broken sword behind, and my Jiang family will treat you like an honored guest." Obviously, he suddenly realized that since Lin Ling was able to take the broken sword out, then it meant that his Jiang family could obtain the broken sword as well. That's right, Jiang Shuang's master. Hand over the broken sword, and we won't make a fuss about your previous rudeness. Jiang Feng knew how precious the broken sword was, so he spoke coldly as well. However, their words caused the third princess's eyes to narrow. Because the Jiang family had already agreed with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling could take the broken sword away, then the Jiang family would not mind at all. But now that they saw Lin Ling wanted to take the broken sword away, they immediately went back on their word. They even spoke in a tone as if they were bestowing a reward. How could this person be so shameless? The broken sword was taken out by my master. How could it belong to you now? The third princess could no longer hold it in, and she glared angrily at this group of hypocrites. Don't be rude. As a descendant of the Jiang family, you have to consider the big picture. The broken sword is our Jiang family's precious treasure. How could we give it away so easily? Hearing this, the Jiang family's patriarch reprimanded the third princess. This caused the third princess to finally laugh. Not long ago, the Jiang family wanted to turn her into a puppet. At that time, they also said that the Jiang family did not treat the third princess as one of their own. Everything they did was to use her. And now, they were saying that everything was for the sake of the Jiang family? The third princess kept shaking her head. She knew that there was no way she could reason with these shameless people. What do you think? The Jiang family's patriarch ignored the third princess. Instead, he poured a cup of wine and tossed it to Lin Ling. He seemed to be very polite, treating Lin Ling as an honored guest. Becoming the Jiang family's honored guest will bring you many benefits. You must know that you are only strong in the Qing state, but the Qing state is just a rural place. It can't be compared to the Tianzhou. Following the Jiang family's patriarch's wine cup, his kind voice also floated out. His words were indeed like a reward. Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. He took the wine cup, looked at it indifferently, and then shook his head. Become the Jiang family's honored guest? He was now the future realm emperor of the spirit state, and the spirit state was much bigger than the Tianzhou. How could a mere Tianzhou talk to him in a tone of a reward? He didn't even bother to say anything more. He would use his actions to prove everything. Shoo. The wine in the cup was not cold yet, and Lin Ling threw it back with a bit more force. Bang. The wine cup smashed into the Jiang family's patriarch's face, and the wine spilled all over him. This made the Jiang family's patriarch's face turn cold. Was Lin Ling's action a sign of rejection? This person didn't know what was good for him. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The Jiang family's people all stood up. Chapter 3156. Annihilation of the Jiang family. The Jiang family and the son of the demon had completely broken off their relationship. He firmly believed that the Jiang family of the great world would be annihilated without a doubt. Nephew Wuhan, you don't have to persuade us. This person has gone too far. Although our Jiang family isn't a great force in the 9 prefectures, we have our own backbone. How can we allow others to humiliate us? As if knowing that Jiang Wuhan was about to speak, the Jiang family head stood up and said. His expression was filled with righteous indignation, but his words had stirred up the Jiang family's ambition. Their blood was boiling. That's right, how could their Jiang family allow others to humiliate them? Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan's expression changed greatly. He knew that it was useless to persuade them. On the contrary, Lin Ling finally let out a loud laugh. He had finally witnessed the shamelessness of the Jiang family. Humiliating them? Who was humiliating who? It was obviously the Jiang family who was in the wrong, but they actually spoke with the face of a victim? Moreover, when the third princess was subdued, Lin Ling had seen it all. He had long been filled with killing intent. Daring to touch his disciple was like touching the reverse scale of the realm emperor. However, before Lin Ling could do anything, it was the Jiang family who did it first. Lin Ling didn't expect the Jiang family to court death to such an extent. Surrender and wait to be captured. Our Jiang family has countless experts, and you are only at the initial stage of the half-saint realm. You may have some strength, but you definitely can't stop our entire Jiang family. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the Jiang family head thought that Lin Ling was afraid. The Jiang family members walked out in an orderly manner. Their imposing manner intimidated Lin Ling, letting Lin Ling know that he had offended a colossus. You only have one chance. Kid, I'll show you the strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm. Some of the older elders even let out cold shouts. The strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm erupted one after another. Seeing this, Lin Ling's smile deepened. He said to the third princess, "There are so many people in your family. If I kill them, what will you do?" They are not my family. The third princess said decisively. That's good. Watch from the side and see how I kill the people of the Jiang clan. Lin Ling nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand. You released your imposing aura in front of me because you want to tell me how powerful the intermediate stage of Semi-Sage realm is. Thank you. I also saw it. It was indeed very powerful. With a sword in hand, he was like a demon god. Brat, you finally have some self-awareness. The people of the Jiang family did not seem to know that Lin Ling was already planning to start a massacre. Those elders all laughed sinisterly. But in the next moment, the demon sword was unsheathed. The blood-red sword seemed to cut through life and death, dazzling as it slashed through. Those elders frowned and a mocking smile appeared on their faces. They thought that Lin Ling would not turn back until he hit the mountain. But when the cold sword light reached their eyes widened and they panicked. With a single slash, more than 10 heads fell to the ground. No one in the middle stage of the half-saint realm could block this sword strike. The entire Jiang family instantly fell silent. Hee, the strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm is really powerful. Even I am shocked. What are these heads? After killing them with a single slash, Lin Ling mocked, but his tone was cold. You killed them? His voice made the people of the Jiang family react. Everyone was furious. Not only did I kill them, but I also killed all of you. Lin Ling looked at the third princess and reminded her to take care of herself. Then he took a step forward and the speed of 50 worlds erupted. The big sword in his hand danced. A terrifying demonic energy descended majestically. At this moment, the rank of the devil sword had already reached 50%. Under that slash, blood flowed like a river. More than 100 experts of the Great World's Jiang family were killed by that slash. Hee, the strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm is really worthy of its reputation. I admire you. Most importantly, after Lin Ling killed those powerhouses, he made a mocking sound. Previously, the people of the Jiang family thought that Lin Ling's realm was low, so they wanted to use the strength of the middle stage of the half-saint realm to let Lin Ling know how lowly they were. Now Lin Ling told them that Lin Ling knew. Lin Ling was very lowly. Even Lin Ling admired him. However, whether he admired him or was lowly, the ones who died were middle-stage half-saint realm experts. Kill him. The eyes of the people of the Great World's Jiang family turned red. One by one they unleashed their talents and their arms became thicker. It was as if the bloodline of a remnant god had descended to the world. Unfortunately, it was useless against Lin Ling. With another slash, 10,000 arms were cut off. Swoosh. On the huge square, everyone's arms were cut off. Their eyes were wide open and they cried out in pain. Your bloodlines are really powerful. You have to yield to me. Lin Ling's voice continued to float out. Not only was he mocking them, but he was also rubbing salt on their wounds. He was like a demon. Although the demonic chi that he absorbed before did not affect Lin Ling, it was still hidden in Lin Ling's body. But at this moment, it was as if all of it was pouring out. Late stage half-saint realm? Try my slash. After killing the middle stage half-saint realm experts, Lin Ling immediately attacked the late stage half-saint realm experts. This group of shameless people really thought they were something. Now he would tell them that they had found the wrong person if they wanted the broken sword. Obviously, the late stage half-saint realm experts could not block Lin Ling's slash. At this moment, the power of Lin Ling's demonic sword had increased greatly, and his realm had also increased. Naturally, he was not afraid of these ordinary late stage half-saint realm experts. How terrifying. Jiang Feng stared at Lin Ling. Only now did he know what kind of expert he had provoked. Got you. But at this moment, arms appeared in the sky and bloomed like flowers. Then they gathered from the ground, the sky, and every corner of the void. They surrounded Lin Ling in the square and drowned him. As expected of Uncle Fu. Looking at the old man who had attacked, everyone was overjoyed. This was the Grand Elder of the Great World's Jiang family. In terms of seniority, he was even older than the Jiang family's patriarch. This kid is a bit strange. His methods are terrifying, but he is still too inexperienced. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, but his words were filled with pride. Uncle Fu, well done. Immediately, more voices of admiration came from the Jiang family. As expected of the Grand Elder, he was the guardian of their Great World's Jiang family. Those voices made the old man even more proud. Uncle Fu, I am also very impressed. But at this time voices of admiration came from behind the old man. You will also have such strength in the future. The old man smiled faintly and spoke proudly. He thought that the person behind him was a junior of the Jiang family. However, the square had become silent. Everyone looked behind Uncle Fu as if they were looking at the god of the underworld. The old man finally noticed this change, and he quietly turned around and instantly saw the smiling blue-robed young man behind him. It was Lin Ling. "Didn't I catch you?" The old man no longer looked proud, and his face was filled with disbelief. "Uncle Fu, right? What you caught was just an illusion. It was just a soul martial technique." The blue-robed young man smiled, but his smile gave others a feeling of surging demonic chi. Whoosh! In the next moment a sword slashed down. Thump. Chapter 3157. So what if he was the patriarch? The Jiang family became even more silent. Even the Grand Elder had fallen? This blue-robed youth was only at the second layer of the half-saint realm. How could he be so strong? His sword is indeed powerful. Moreover, his realm essence seems to be thicker than expected. It doesn't seem like he's at the second layer of the half-saint realm. Instead, it feels like he's at the sixth layer of the half-saint realm. Even Jiang Wuhan's expression changed greatly. Although he already knew that the son of demon was powerful, he didn't expect the son of demon to sweep through the entire Jiang family with just a sword. "I'm sorry, but your Jiang family's time of calamity has arrived." Boom. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the people of the Jiang family. The sword in his hand emitted a dense fog. It was a rolling demonic aura. He spun on the spot like a spinning top. With a slash of his sword, the sword light turned into a circle. The moment it slashed out, the people were once again plunged into misery and suffering. How was this a demonic sword? Could be called a demonic sword. Only then did the great world's Jiang family realize just who they had provoked. Jiang Shuang's master is actually so strong? The legendary son of demon is actually so terrifying. Boom. Looking at the one-sided scene, Jiang Feng and Jiang Yi's faces turned extremely pale. They wanted to escape from here. "Hee, I haven't forgotten the two of you." Boom. However, just as they moved, a friendly voice came from behind them. But after the voice, it was a fatal slash. Their heads fell to the ground, but their eyes were still open. It was as if they had died with grievances. Beast? Boom. The Jiang family's patriarch witnessed everything. He never expected that in less than an incense stick's worth of time, more than half of the Jiang family's people would be killed or injured. He roared like a ferocious tiger soaring into the sky. His left arm began to change. It expanded violently and turned into a giant black tiger. The tiger opened its mouth wide and pounced on Lin Ling from the sky. A dense murderous aura erupted at this moment. From afar it looked like a giant divine tiger. In reality it was just a mutated arm. This was a fifth-grade desolate body, the undefeatable tiger god. At the same time Lin Ling raised his head. He knew that a formidable opponent had arrived. A 10th stage half-saint in addition to a 5th-grade desolate body. This was no ordinary half-saint expert. Die, beast. The tiger in the sky finally arrived, but Lin Ling sneered and said, "That's not necessarily true. The illusion god True Inheritance was used by him, and then he left the place." Rumble. The divine tiger struck the ground, causing the earth to feel as if it was being ripped open. The patriarch of the Jiang family's methods were indeed ferocious, but his move only destroyed Lin Ling's illusion. Lin Ling was still safe and sound. On the contrary, under the patriarch's move, the martial artists on the ground were caught in the crossfire. If they didn't die, they would be injured. "Haha, patriarch of the Jiang clan, I didn't expect you to be on the same side as me. It seems that you have been dissatisfied with the Jiang clan for a long time. The number of people you have killed is no less than mine." Seeing this, Lin Ling's laughter became even louder. The master of the Jiang family was so angry that his eyes turned red. "Where do you think you're going?" The patriarch of the Jiang family shook his giant arm and grabbed at Lin Ling again. It was as if he was covering the sky with one hand. "Escape? You think too highly of yourself." Lin Ling raised his head, and the sword in his hand fiercely slashed out. The sword light was sharp and sharp. Clang. However, the patriarch of the Jiang family's giant arm was extremely extraordinary. It was as hard as a mountain. Even a god wouldn't be able to destroy this giant arm. 50% of the devil sword's power actually couldn't cause a fatal injury. "You have some skills." The corner of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a smile. However, he was also secretly shocked by the patriarch of the Jiang family's strength. At the same time, this also indicated that Lin Ling could kill a late-stage half-saint expert. However, the prerequisite was that the opponent's innate talent wasn't strong enough. Lin Ling obviously couldn't do as he pleased against an expert like the patriarch of the Jiang family. However, was Lin Ling only so? At the same time, the god-demon physique roared, causing the sword to become even larger. Lin Ling held the sword and rushed towards the sky. Around his body, the sky was filled with black plants that grew in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. The sky had become a world of plants. This guy still has other methods? The pitch-black azure-like plants shrouded the sky. Without a doubt, it was an eye-opener for the Jiang family's members. The patriarch of the Jiang family's expression changed. After he reacted, his arm was entangled by countless vines. Following that, a giant sword slashed down from above the tiger's head. It emitted a roar and caused pain in his arm. This guy was getting fiercer as the battle went on. It's useless. There has never been a second stage half-saint that could make me retreat half a step. Although it was unbelievable, the patriarch of the Jiang family still had confidence in himself. Is that so? Lin Ling's sword didn't have any effect. He floated back. While the mini Kunlun was binding the giant tiger, he slapped his left hand and a dragon's roar resounded. Watch me, Lin Ling, shoot the tiger. The 5-meter-long dragon bow descended. The bow seemed to be carved out of dragon bones. It actually made the martial artists on the ground feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. Heavenly Dragon's protection, good karma increases by day. With His Majesty, Bodhi does not retreat. With ghost assistance, peaceful dreams. 3 dazzling arrows were shot out like the dragon god. Especially the last arrow, it was transformed from the true inheritance dark sword. Whoosh. The first arrow pierced through the divine tiger's head, causing it to let out a painful roar. The second arrow froze the divine tiger in place. The giant tiger's body trembled non-stop. When the third arrow arrived, the giant divine tiger's arm exploded. Fresh blood bloomed in the sky like a flower. The patriarch of the Jiang family let out a cry of pain. His left arm was crippled by the 3 arrows. As for the Jiang family members on the ground, they were speechless. Even the patriarch couldn't stop this fierce young man? Kid, you are too arrogant. Ha. However, at this moment, the terrifying aura of a saint finally arrived. In the sky, a palm formed from jade slammed heavily towards Lin Ling. Heavenly Emperor. Ha. When they saw who it was, the Jiang family members were all overjoyed. Heavenly Emperor, this person does whatever he wants in Tianzhou. He is lawless. Please kill him. Ha. The patriarch of the Jiang family also roared. In my territory, no one is allowed to behave atrociously. I will naturally take care of this junior. Ha. In the sky, the majestic voice also sounded. Then a handsome middle-aged man appeared in the sky. It was as if the heavenly emperor had arrived. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the common people as if they were under his control. This was the heavenly emperor of Tianzhou. Heavenly Emperor? Are you blind? On the ground, Lin Ling also looked up at the sky with a cold expression. Ignorant child, you are about to die and still want to be stubborn? The middle-aged man in the sky looked down at Lin Ling. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. They went back on their words and even found a chance to kill my disciple. They twisted right and wrong and inverted black and white. As the number 1 person in Tianzhou, you did not ask for the reason before attacking? Lin Ling spoke again. In my territory, what is black is white and what is white is black. The heavenly emperor was furious. Where did this nameless junior come from? How dare he shout at him? Was he looking for death? Heavenly Emperor, kill him. Don't listen to his lies. Chapter 3158. So what if you're the Celestial Emperor? Looks like there's no need to talk nonsense. You're just a bunch of mad dogs. The leader is just a big mad dog. Umph. Hearing those words, Lin Ling laughed. Instead, he put the tyrannical song on his back and stood there like an immovable wisdom king. Mad dog. Umph. The Celestial Emperor naturally knew who Lin Ling was scolding. He also laughed coldly. Die. Umph. The huge palm he used suppressed Lin Ling with enough force to topple mountains and overturn seas. The Sage Realm was not something that the current Lin Ling could resist. Master. Master. The third princess shouted worriedly. In Pine Prefecture, the Qing Emperor was at the Half-Saint Realm, and he was the strongest expert of Pine Prefecture. Unfortunately, he was a very weak existence in the 9 prefectures. Not to mention anything else, just the Celestial Emperor of Pine Prefecture was countless times stronger than him. Therefore Lin Ling could defeat the Lotus Emperor, but he was no match for the Celestial Emperor. However, at this moment, Lin Ling gently lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Rumble. The power of the gods exploded and endless divine lightning roared. Under Lin Ling's feet, a huge divine boat appeared out of thin air. It exploded the Jiang family and descended. Rumble. The huge palm in the sky pressed down, but it was easily blocked by the divine boat. On the other hand, when the divine boat appeared, everyone in the Jiang family was killed by the lightning. Only 3 of them survived. The Jiang family's patriarch, Jianghu, and the 3rd princess. The 3 of them and the Celestial Emperor all stared at the divine boat with wide eyes. Killing a half-saint with 1 kick. It's finally here. Jianghu said solemnly. His voice was filled with fear. Killing a half-saint with 1 kick. The Jiang family's patriarch muttered to himself, but his body was trembling. Now he finally knew what it meant to be the son of a demon. Under the wrath of a demon, the Jiang family of the great world was completely annihilated. Don't think that you're so great just because you're the Celestial Emperor. I Lin Ling, am invincible in Tianzhou. What can you do to me? On the huge divine boat, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked up at the Sky Emperor. The Sky King of Tianzhou frowned deeply. He didn't think this unknown junior would have such power. Now that he heard Lin Ling's words, he was even more furious. This was because in his eyes, everyone from the great world's Jiang family had been killed. But that youth actually challenged him directly, not treating him as some heavenly emperor at all. How dare you? He unleashed an even more terrifying power, and the power of the Saint Realm continued to press down. Rumble. However, the divine boat was still safe and sound. Its defense was extremely terrifying. Celestial Emperor? On the contrary, Lin Ling's mocking voice floated out like the wind. This voice was heard by more than half of the Tianzhou. The warriors of the Tianzhou were trembling because in their hearts, the Sky Emperor was omnipotent. But now, the Sky Emperor was helpless against an outsider. I don't believe that the tortoise shell can last for long. At this moment, the Sky Emperor's breathing quickened. The boat's defense was stronger than he imagined, so he also activated his ancient power. In the face of the ancient power left behind by God, everything is useless. In the sky, the ancient palace began to descend. The aura of God was extremely dense. Gods weren't something that mortals could meddle with. Celestial Emperor, you can do it. Looking at the majestic divine palace, everyone in Tianzhou was shouting. They couldn't allow an outsider to do whatever he wanted in Tianzhou, lawless and out of control. Rumble. The divine palace and the divine boat crazily clashed. The entire Tianzhou shook, the ground cracked and the sky rolled. Even a battle between deities couldn't compare to this collision. What terrifying power! Everyone exclaimed in shock. Their palms were sweaty. The ancient power had appeared, so the youth should be dead. Do you think you're the only one with the power of God? Just then, a cold voice descended like thunder. It was deafening. On the ground, the giant divine boat slowly floated up. It was still resisting the divine palace, but it was unharmed. This terrifying defense was beyond the Sky Emperor's imagination. He kept shaking his head. Impossible, how is this possible? After all, he was the Sky Emperor. Even though his cultivation level wasn't the highest in the 9 continents, he controlled an ancient power and could rule over Tianzhou. Yet now, a young man who came out of nowhere suddenly appeared and slapped his face in front of him. Again and again he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the divine boat and he came to a realization. Could it be that the giant boat also came from the era of gods? It seems that I underestimated you. The Sky Emperor shouted coldly. He turned into a ray of light and charged towards the divine boat. He clearly knew that he couldn't do anything to the divine boat by itself. But if he could kill the owner of the divine boat, then the divine boat would become an ownerless object. Thinking of this, he gradually became excited. He even imagined that he could control the ancient power and have powerful attacks. If he could control the divine boat and have powerful defenses, then how terrifying would he be? With this thought in mind, an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, what made him excited was that he had easily reached the divine boat. He didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. On the magnificent deck of the divine boat, the blue-robed youth appeared in front of him. Now what do you have to say? The Sky Emperor stared at the blue-robed youth. He was very excited, very excited. Without the protection of the divine boat, This youth was just SOSO. I knew that you would come to die. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the Sky Emperor without any surprise. What do you mean? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Sky Emperor immediately frowned. The excitement from before had disappeared. This was because Lin Ling's reaction was too calm. It was so calm that it made him uneasy. Let's put it this way. Lin Ling smiled and waved his left hand. A golden chair shot out from the depths of the divine boat. Lin Ling sat down and looked at the Sky Emperor like a host looking at a guest. My Noah's divine boat has extremely powerful defenses. However, its offensive power is somewhat average. Unless someone comes to visit the divine boat personally. Hearing this, the Sky Emperor's uneasiness grew. He frowned and said, "What will happen if we reach the divine boat?" Suppressing the Sky Emperor is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Ling said word by word. It was as if he was speaking the words of a god. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire divine boat finally shook. Countless enchantments came crashing down on the Sky Emperor. Bang! These enchantments came from the era of the gods. The number of enchantments had reached a terrifying limit. How could the Sky Emperor resist them? He thought that Lin Ling would definitely die in the divine boat. Unfortunately, he thought too much. He couldn't even fight back. He was directly pressed to the ground and his life was under Lin Ling's control. Even if he wanted to summon the ancient powers, he had no choice. Because after the enchantments appeared, he was separated from Jianghu. One should know that the emperor gods of Jianghu could summon the ancient powers in their own territory. However, they couldn't do so elsewhere. Chapter 3159. Return to the spirit state. Fresh blood poured out of the Sky Emperor's mouth like it was worthless. His pupils were trembling. He, a dignified heavenly emperor, was actually suppressed into a dog by a junior. So what if you're the Sky Emperor? Lin Ling walked forward. He waved his right hand and the Sky Emperor's neck seemed to be gripped by him as he slowly walked to the side of the boat of gods. The entire Jianghu was looking at the boat of gods in the sky. Everyone was confused. I wonder how he is doing. Is there a need to guess? That kid is dead for sure. What is the Sky Emperor? You don't understand. However, many people still had confidence in the Sky Emperor. Perhaps they knew since they were young that the Sky Emperor was untouchable. However, before the discussion ended, a silhouette appeared beside the giant boat of gods. The silhouette grabbed the Sky Emperor's neck and descended upon the sky region. This was because they saw that the person standing there indifferently was the mysterious youth. On the other hand, the handsome middle-aged man whose neck was being held and whose body was trembling was the celestial emperor. This scene silenced Jianghu. The Jiang clan leader and the third princess were also shocked. Especially the third princess. She couldn't believe it. When Lin Ling broke off relations with the Jiang clan, she already thought of the worst result. At most, she would fight the Jiang clan leader. However, the entire Jiang clan couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. The Jiang clan leader couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. In the end, the Sky Emperor arrived and he was the same. Instead, he was easily subdued by Lin Ling. Are there any objections? While Jianghu was silent, Lin Ling's voice also floated out. Are there any objections? His voice was heard by everyone in Jianghu. But even the Sky Emperor was subdued. Who dared to object? No one dared to speak. All the warriors in Jianghu lowered their heads. They were certain that even after countless years, what happened today would still be spread all over Jianghu. For no other reason than the fact that the Sky Emperor was subdued. This was also the first time in Tianzhou's history that something like this happened. Jiang clan leader, kill yourself. Kill? Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling spoke again, his gaze fixed on the patriarch of the Jiang family. The Jiang family head's eyes trembled as he looked at the sky. In the end, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He too did not expect the result to be like this. Their great world's Jiang family had provoked a powerhouse that was even more terrifying than the Celestial Emperor. If he could turn back time, he would definitely treat the youth as an honored guest. Wuhan, the son of the devil you speak of, is actually so terrifying. He first looked at Jiang Wuhan, and a sense of helplessness appeared in his eyes. The latter let out a long sigh. He had tried to persuade Jiang Wuhan, but Jiang Wuhan refused to listen. Now that Jiang Wuhan had come to this conclusion, it was really the Jiang clan head who had brought this upon himself. I thought that no matter how strong an early half-saint is, there would be a limit to it. The Jiang clan leader's bitter smile deepened as he stared at the young man in blue in the sky. It was as if he was looking at the real God of heaven. Alas! He let out a long sigh, retracted his gaze and looked at the third princess. Shui, you found yourself a good master. Today the great world's Jiang family will perish because of you. If we had known this would happen, our Jiang family would have treated you like a son. With such a powerful master, our Jiang family would have been able to leave Tianzhou. What a pity, what a pity. The Jiang clan head continued to speak. In the end, his entire body darkened and like a piece of paper he cracked open and disappeared from the world. It was obvious that his death was filled with endless remorse. In Zhou and the universe, power represented everything. Only by displaying great power would others willingly bow down to you. However, it was a little too late for the Jiang clan head to bow down. Third princess, let's go back. Seeing that the Jiang clan head had perished, Lin Ling spoke to the third princess. All right. The third princess immediately nodded and walked towards the sky. The third princess is the Qing Emperor of Qingzhou. I don't like to hear that anyone wants to harm her. Otherwise, I will kill them no matter how far away they are. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the entire Tianzhou, and his voice was filled with thick murderous intent. Then, he threw out the Sky Emperor in his hand, boarded the boat of gods and left Tianzhou in a grandiose manner. The Sky Emperor looked at the boat of gods that was leaving with fear and did not speak for a long time. In reality, he knew that in Zhou, there were some powerful cultivators who could ignore the ancient powers and roam freely in Zhou. However, there were very few of these powerful cultivators and they were not interested in Zhou. However, he had never expected that he would meet such a person today, and such a young one at that. People of Tianzhou are never allowed to step into Qingzhou. Then the Sky Emperor looked at the world and said. Everyone nodded. Even without the Sky Emperor's reminder, they did not dare to wander around Qingzhou. The emperor behind Qingzhou was too terrifying. Kaboom! The giant boat of gods was now heading towards Qingzhou. On the boat of gods, the third princess was still looking at Lin Ling in shock. There's no need to be so surprised. How can someone who can be your teacher only have some mediocre skills? Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said, in fact, in spirit state, your teacher is the next realm emperor. Other than your teacher, Yu, Sakura, and the others are all stronger than you can imagine. Hearing this, the third princess's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, filled with yearning. In reality, when Lin Ling left Qingzhou, she was very confused. She did not understand why Lin Ling gave up his supreme position and would rather roam Zhou. But now she understood. Teacher, I will become stronger. The third princess said to Lin Ling seriously. I believe in you. Lin Ling nodded. Also, I'll leave my family in your hands. Don't worry, unless I, Jiang Shuang, die, Grandpa Taiyan and the others will be safe. The third princess said with her chest puffed out. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. The two of them chatted on the divine boat. Lin Ling also taught the third princess many martial arts. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at Qingzhou. However, he did not go down. Instead, he left after giving some instructions. This was because the 1-year time limit was getting closer and closer. He had to rush back to spirit state immediately. Rumble. Not long after, the huge divine boat once again pierced through the universe and shot into the distance. On the divine boat, Lin Ling played with the scabbard. He was shocked. After obtaining the new broken sword, the scabbard's power had obviously more than doubled. With 50% of the demon sword rank, killing ordinary half-saints was as easy as chopping vegetables. Moreover, Lin Ling could clearly feel that the scabbard's killing intent towards him had weakened significantly. I've gained a lot from this trip to Tianzhou. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Not only did he obtain the broken sword, but he also increased his cultivation level by another level. His 4 danshians had also all improved. Now, he was confident that he could defeat an elite in the middle stage of the half-saint realm. Unless he encountered an existence that surpassed the 5th grade desolate body. Then, while rushing, Lin Ling began to stabilize his cultivation level. Although he had many treasures and they were all extremely powerful, he knew that if he wanted to go further, he still had to rely on his cultivation level. Chapter 3160. Shameless Conditions. As time passed, Lin Ling got closer and closer to the Spirit Province, and his mood began to become excited. In the Spirit Province there was his wife and his master. The Spirit Province was also another home for him, so he would definitely protect this home. At this moment, the 1-year deadline was getting closer and closer. The people of the heavenly court were searching for Lin Ling in the myriad realms and finally arrived at the spirit province. On this day the sun was charming and white clouds floated in the sky. A large number of experts appeared in the sky of the spirit province. Many of these experts were at the Saint Realm, and there were even over 100 half-Saint Realm experts. From this, one could see the strength of the heavenly court. There are two sects in the spirit state, the Mi and Xian sects. The two sect masters are both extremely powerful saints. I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome to ask them. What's there to be afraid of? We have the heaven court's martial god behind us. The realm monarch of the spirit state will definitely give face to Lord Martial God. That's right, let's begin the interrogation. Among the experts, several sages were having a casual discussion and finally came to a decision. Lord Tantric Buddhism, Lord Xianzong, the heavenly court has sent someone to invite you to meet them. One of the elders let out a loud and clear voice that spread throughout the entire spirit province. Instantly, countless powerful cultivators from the spirit state looked up at the sky. Over at the Vajrayana sect's valley, everyone was on high alert as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Xing Xiun frowned, but he waved his hand and said, "Don't be impatient. Let's go take a look." Under the lead of Lord Tantric Buddhism, the four heavenly kings walked towards the sky and finally arrived near the heavenly court's experts. "You are Lord Tantra?" An old man from the heavenly court looked at the Tantric sect's lord indifferently. Although he seemed polite, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. "That's right. May I ask why you are here?" His attitude was naturally noticed by the Tantric Sama. He was displeased, but he did not show it on his face. "I'm looking for a person called Lin Ling." Before the old man could speak, a thin middle-aged man beside him spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the hearts of everyone in the Tantric Buddhism sect shuddered, as if they were afraid that the heavenly court would discover something. How big is the spirit state? Finding someone called Lin Ling is not an easy task. Tantric Sama immediately replied. "I don't care. In any case, the heavenly court has ordered you to find someone called Lin Ling. As long as it's related to this name, kill them all." The old man spoke again, but his voice was much colder this time. "Kill them all?" Hearing those words, all the cultivators in the spirit state felt a chill run down their spines. The heavenly court had killed wrongly, and they had not let anyone off. Kill them all? Isn't your heavenly court a bit too cruel? Because the spirit state is boundless, there are quite a few people named Lin Ling. Are you going to kill all of them? Even the Tantric sect master was displeased. "Ha! Quite a lot?" Hearing that, the people from the heavenly court could not help but laugh. The few people in the lead looked at each other, and the old man said with a cold smile, "I'm sorry. In the 9 states and the 10,000 realms, we've already killed hundreds of millions of people named Lin Ling. Moreover, we heard that a Lin Ling appeared in the spirit state, so we rushed over. Right now, you don't have any right to refuse, because if you refuse, we'll look for him ourselves. However, we can't guarantee that no innocent people will be implicated. When the time comes, even more people will die. The heavenly court is a powerful force that spreads throughout the 9 states. Lord Martial God is not someone you emperor gods can fight against, so you must think carefully." The heavenly court's elites spoke one after another, and they became even more aggressive. Hearing that, the 4 heavenly kings secretly clenched their fists. They wanted nothing more than to kill these people, but the Tantric sect master secretly stopped them. This group of people was not very strong and they could deal with them. However, they were afraid of the heavenly court. If they killed them, it would attract even more heavenly court elites. The heavenly court's elites naturally knew that the Tantric sect master was unwilling, but they did not care at all. They slowly waited for the Tantric sect master's reply, because they knew that the Tantric sect master would agree. The heavenly court is really overbearing. They actually want to kill everyone related to Lin Ling. If we refuse them, they'll look for him themselves. When that happens, the spirit state will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and rivers of blood will flow. My lord, what should we do now? The 4 heavenly kings secretly transmitted their voices. Agree to them for now. Stall for time and wait for Lin Ling to return. The Tantric sect master's eyes flashed, and he also secretly transmitted his voice. Then he looked at the heavenly court's elites and said, "All right, I can agree to it. However, you have to give me some time. How about 3 months later?" "Sure." Hearing that, the heavenly court's elders smiled and nodded. "However, we have to stay in the Tantric sect." "What?" The Tantric sect master's expression instantly changed. "Furthermore, we have the right to enter any corner of the spirit state. Furthermore, we have to unconditionally investigate what you have and what your cultivation cave abodes are like. The Heavenly Court's elder said again. You've gone too far. The Tantric sect master could not hold back anymore. Martial artists had their own secrets and hidden treasures. Sometimes they would not even tell their closest kin. However, these people from the Heavenly Court wanted to investigate as they pleased. They probably wanted to plunder the treasures while they were at it. This condition is too much. The 4 heavenly kings also spoke. You're probably trying to rob the spirit state while you're looking for someone. In the spirit province, angry voices rang out one after another. Hee hee. Hearing that, the people from the Heavenly Court laughed. Some of them even laughed loudly. This made people frown, not knowing what they were laughing about. However, in the next moment, the leading elder waved one hand, and a terrifying amount of realm essence turned into a sun-like realm essence bomb that blasted towards the ground. Rumble. The planes of the spirit state were immediately overturned, and the ground continued to shake. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Only then did the elder speak. Clearly he was using a forceful method to tell everyone that they could not refuse. It was just a reminder before. The next time we attack, it won't be a reminder anymore. We'll kill them directly. Beside the elder, the others also spoke one after another. Their voices were cold, and they did not treat the people of the spirit state as humans at all. This also made the people of the spirit state furious, but they all endured it. Even the 4 heavenly kings wanted to attack, but they were afraid that it would attract more heavenly court elites, so they also endured it. If no one objects, then we'll do as we say. The heavenly court elites were not surprised by the Tantric sect's silence. This was because wherever they went, the elites there would obediently listen to their orders. Therefore, the spirit state was no exception. Rumble. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. A huge divine boat tore through the sky and arrived majestically. At the bow of the divine boat, a young man stood there like a giant with his hands behind his back. The blue robe and dual swords shocked the people of the spirit state. Chapter 3161. I am Lin Ling. I'm back. Xing Xian was also overjoyed. However, she soon became worried. That was because Lin Ling's return should be more low-key. He shouldn't be like a god and cause a huge commotion in the entire realm. He would be targeted by the Heavenly Court's experts. In fact, the Heavenly Court's experts were indeed eyeing Lin Ling. However, they weren't eyeing Lin Ling himself. Instead, they were eyeing the divine vessel beneath Lin Ling's feet. They all licked their lips. This divine boat was too awe-inspiring, dazzling in gold and jade, awe-inspiring. Such a treasure should belong to their heavenly court. The boy in front stopped the boat. I suspect Lin Ling is on the boat, so we need to investigate. A Saint Realm expert strode forward, intending to seize Lin Ling's divine ark. TSK, this ship is extraordinary. If the martial god knew about it, he would be tempted. As for the other members of the heavenly court, they were all looking forward to it. It was as if the divine boat had already fallen into their hands. However, not only did the divine boat not stop, it even sped up. The saint who had walked over didn't care at first, but gradually his eyes narrowed. It was as if he was looking at a colossus of God charging towards him. Stop the ship. He roared. Senior, what are you talking about? However, Lin Ling's voice also floated out from the massive divine boat. The saint expert's eyes narrowed. Was this fellow doing this on purpose? Could it be that he was planning to smash him to death with the ancient boat? As for the people from the heavenly court in the distance, they also had the same thought, but most of them felt that it was impossible. Who in the 9 prefectures would have the guts to kill someone from the heavenly court? Boom. However, the result was born. The giant ancient ship rolled over. The saint at the front didn't believe it at first, but when the ancient ship appeared, he finally believed it. However, he was also a saint expert. His reaction was extremely fast and he displayed a powerful martial art. However, it was useless. Crush. A sound that sounded like paper being torn apart resounded. The saint expert was crushed into a meat patty under the gazes of countless people. Saints were like ants at this moment. This also caused the spirit state to fall silent. You're courting death. Stop the ship. After a moment of silence, the old man in the lead let out an angry roar. It had to be known that every expert of the heavenly court was a martial artist who had experienced hundreds of battles. Their names had once shaken the 9 provinces, and they had entered and exited the fiend god forbidden lands. However, such a heroic figure had been killed by a ship in the end. This was probably the saddest death in the history of the Heavenly Court. If this news were to spread, how would others view the Heavenly Court? Senior, wait. However, while they were enraged, Lin Ling's voice came from the ancient ship, causing the Heavenly Court's experts to frown. Could it be that the kid was finally going to stop the ship? Rumble. However, before they could finish their thoughts, the massive divine boat seemed to speed up again. Help! Sir, save me. Its speed was like lightning as it continued to crush the half-sages that the Heavenly Court had brought. At this moment, all of them were crushed into meat patties. For a moment, the Heavenly Court's experts wished that their parents had given birth to them with an extra pair of legs. Senior, I can't stop the ship. While the Heavenly Court was in chaos, Lin Ling's helpless voice floated out again. Can't stop the ship? The Heavenly Court's saints all opened their mouths wide. Rumble. The crushing continued. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, only 5 of the Heavenly Court's hundreds of people were left. The 5 of them were all saints. They looked at the slaughtered surroundings and felt chills run down their spines. You finally stopped the ship. While they were boiling with anger, Lin Ling's innocent voice clearly fell into their ears. You finally stopped the ship? It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once he said this, it was like rubbing salt on a wound because everyone in the Heavenly Court was dead. Kid, do you know what kind of mistake you've made? The old man in the lead was the most furious. Ever since he started learning martial arts, this was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the Noah's divine ark started moving again. The sound was like a rolling boulder. That voice caused the hearts of the remaining Saint Realm experts to tremble. Rumble. Before their eyes, the merciless Noah's divine ark started moving again. It was extremely fast and crushed one of the saints. The sage was also enraged as he unleashed a powerful martial art. However, it was useless. He was crushed to death again. Fresh blood sprinkled down from the sky like rain. Soon after, another Saint Cultivator followed in his footsteps and was also crushed to death. Only one of the saints was fast enough to surpass the speed of 100 realms. He thought that he could avoid such a great calamity. However, just as he took a step, a deafening sound came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw a huge ship the size of an ancient city. That ancient ship was chasing after him. I, the Huda King, have killed gods, destroyed saints, and wandered the land of miracles. I've walked through all the storms and waves, but today I'm going to be crushed to death by a ship. That saint opened his mouth wide and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. It was too embarrassing to die in such a way. Rumble. However, it was useless. He was also crushed to death. In the end, only an old man was left in the Heavenly Court. He was stunned on the spot. I'm sorry. I don't know why the ship started moving again. At that moment, the ancient ship finally stopped. The young man on the bow of the ship also apologized. However, he did not look like he was apologizing at all. You're crazy. Do you know who they are? Do you know how they died? Do you know what you're doing? The old man could not hold it in anymore and kept roaring. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. However, I know how they died. They were crushed to death by a ship. Lin Ling apologized again. Crushed to death by a ship? Hearing this sentence again, the old man's wound was undoubtedly rubbed with salt. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and roared angrily, Who the hell are you? Hey, can't we talk nicely? I already said that I didn't do it on purpose. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. You didn't do it on purpose? The old man looked around. Everyone in the Heavenly Court was dead, and this kid said that he didn't do it on purpose? Who was he trying to fool? Who the hell are you? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for annihilating all 9 of your families. The old man's voice became murderous. He felt like he was going crazy. Can't you talk nicely, old man? However, since you asked me who I am, I'll tell you. I'm Lin Ling. On the ancient ship, Lin Ling's mocking expression gradually disappeared. It became cold and indifferent like ice and snow. Lin Ling. The old man was originally angry, but after thinking about Lin Ling's words, his face finally changed greatly. You're Lin Ling? Chapter 3162. Declaring War on the Heaven Court. That's right, it's Lin Ling who killed a few of martial god Qilin's disciples and challenged the Heaven Court. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. The murderous intent that had been hidden in his heart also quietly spread out at this moment. Bang! His words were like a thunderclap, causing the old man's figure to tremble. He scanned his surroundings and suddenly realized that the young man was not innocent, but had done it on purpose. It also implied that he had been tricked by Lin Ling since the beginning. "I'm only sparing your life because I want to get rid of one thing from you," Lin Ling said. The old man no longer had his previous pride. He said with a stern look, "What is it?" "Tell martial god Qilin that I, Lin Ling, will be waiting for him in the spirit continent," Lin Ling said calmly after a slight ponder. However, the entire spirit continent fell into an uproar following his words. Lin Ling had taken the initiative to invite martial god Qilin here? What is this kid up to? The master of the tantric sect gasped. If martial god Qilin was here, the spirit continent would be wiped out. The reason being that he was a martial god realm expert. Even the old man looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. "Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?" Lin Ling asked in return. He knew that the final duel between him and martial god Qilin would come eventually. If that was the case, Lin Ling might as well wait patiently for his opponent to arrive. "Alright, I promise you," the old man said sternly after a slight ponder. Even though he had no idea what Lin Ling was up to, he knew that the Heaven Court was treating Lin Ling with great importance. Very straightforward. Break one of your arms, and I'll send you back to inform the Heaven Court. Lin Ling nodded and said calmly. Hearing this, the old man clenched his teeth. He glanced at the boat of God with a hint of dread. In the end, he broke his arm and left in disgrace. "Lin Ling, you're going to regret challenging the Heaven Court. The spirit continent is going to be destroyed when Master Martial God arrives. Just wait for his wrath." The old man did not want to lose his dignity as he left. Lin Ling let out a hollow laugh. He waved his left hand, summoning a 5-meter-long dragon bow, and fired it into the sky. "You loser, don't waste your time." Although the dragon god's arrow couldn't harm the saint stage expert, it gave the old man a fright. In the end, he fled in panic. Seeing this, the entire spirit state erupted in laughter. When the laughter reached the elder's ears, it made him even angrier. "My dear disciple, you're back. Lin Ling, congratulations on your return." After the old man Qilin his heart, the tantric sect's heavens, Xiao Xiun, and the others immediately came to the heavens. Lin Ling's heart warmed as he walked over with a smile. "Brother Ling, second brother." Yu Yu and the others flew out from the ground, their faces filled with joy. Lin Ling looked at everyone on the ground, then at Yu Yu and the others. He swore to himself that he would definitely win the battle against the martial god in the spirit continent. "Lin Ling, why did you let him go? If you eliminate him, it will take a long time for the heavenly court to find this place. Now that you've let him go, the martial god will definitely make a move." After talking for a while, the tantric master looked at Lin Ling worriedly. "What will come will come. Instead of waiting every day in fear, why don't we set a date and have a fight?" Lin Ling said to everyone. "That's true, but how can the spirit continent stop the martial god from coming?" Xing Xiun said with a frown. The martial god realm was beyond the saint realm and the martial ancestor realm. He could be considered a god. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could fight against. "Don't worry. I estimate that they will arrive in the spirit continent in half a month." "Half a month is enough," Lin Ling said with a smile. He did not explain further. "Lin Ling, how confident are you that you can fight against the martial god?" Seeing Lin Ling's confident smile, the tantric sect master knew that Lin Ling had always been mysterious, so a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. 60%. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said word by word. Hearing that, the tantric sect master and the others finally smiled. 60% confidence in fighting against the martial god was unprecedented in the 9 provinces. "Alright, we'll fight with you." Xing Xiun and the others looked at each other and nodded in the end. At this point there was no point in saying anything. They might as well prepare for the arrival of the martial god. Lin Ling looked at the sky and saw that the sky above the spirit continent was filled with smoke. However, he was confident that he could sweep through everything. "Let's go." Without saying anything else, Lin Ling strode forward. That night, the spirit continent was extremely lively. Everyone in the tantric sect was happy to welcome Lin Ling back. However, Lin Ling did not have time to catch up with his friends. He began to prepare for his revenge. This time, in order to fight against martial god Qilin, Lin Ling planned to set up a divine barrier formation in the spirit continent. This formation used Noah's Ark and the ancient tree of Mount Yu as the foundation. At the same time, countless ancient barrier formations were set up. Moreover, Lin Ling was very familiar with martial god Qilin, so he had also set up a fatal attack against him. If this formation is completed, the spirit continent will be safe for 1,000 years. While setting up the formation, Lin Ling also mumbled to himself. Time passed quietly just like that. On the other side, the old sage had also returned to the heavenly court and told them about Lin Ling's whereabouts. What? He took the initiative to challenge me? When martial god Qilin heard the news, his expression turned serious. This was because he had always been curious about Lin Ling. He felt that this young man was very mysterious, but now Lin Ling had directly challenged him. It was impossible for him not to be surprised. Are you sure? Martial god Qilin asked again. After all, who in the 9 continents had the courage to challenge a martial god? My lord, I'm very sure. The old man quickly nodded and said. Very well, inform the heavenly court to set off for the spirit continent. I'd like to see who this Lin Ling is. Martial god Qilin finally made up his mind. His eyes deepened as he stared into the starry sky. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, what secrets are you hiding? I hope everything will come to light once I arrive. Pass down my order, tell them that I, martial god Qilin, am going to attack the spirit continent. Martial god Qilin placed his hands behind his back and said calmly. My lord, are you going to spread this news across the 9 continents? The old man's expression changed. It was his first time seeing martial god Qilin treat a junior so seriously. That's right. Martial god Qilin nodded and took a step forward, disappearing on the spot. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're dead meat. You've angered the martial god. The old man could not help but feel overjoyed. He quickly asked the heavenly court to spread the news. Without a doubt, the entire 9 continents was in an uproar when the news spread. The heavenly court was an extremely ancient force that spread across the 9 continents. It was not something that a mere emperor of the divine land could oppose. Now the spirit continent dared to challenge the heavenly court and martial god Qilin. Chapter 3163. The heavenly court has arrived. Wow, this is a matter that will shake the 9 provinces. Who is so bold as to challenge the martial god? I don't know, but I can see that the heavenly court is furious. They are going to wipe out the entire spirit state and even choose a new realm monarch for the spirit state. They're dead, they're dead. At this moment, the 9 continents were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. However, no one was optimistic about the spirit state. This was because the strongest in the spirit state was only a saint. They didn't even have a martial ancestor, let alone a martial god. Even the cultivators from all over the 9 continents were talking about how many days it would take to wipe out the spirit state. Some said 3 days, some said 1 day. Some ruthless and greedy people were already heading towards the spirit state. They planned to loot some treasures after the spirit state was wiped out. As for the Miao continent, Yen continent, Yun continent, and the other ancient continents, countless cultivators were laughing coldly. They thought that the realm monarch of the spirit state was stupid. Time passed by quickly. The spirit state was still peaceful. However, in these days the spirit state was also welcoming cultivators from all over the 9 continents. Some of them were here to take advantage of the situation, while others were here to watch a good show. Of course, they were also asking who was bold enough to challenge the martial god. In the end, they found out that the one who challenged the martial god was the new realm monarch of the spirit state. This idiot has just become a realm monarch and his confidence is inflated. What a pity, he is going to die right after becoming a celestial monarch. No one was optimistic about the spirit state. They were all waiting for the heavenly court's arrival. As for the tantric sect's masters were also talking with the 4 heavenly kings. Their faces were all extremely serious. The heavenly court actually spread the news. Now, the spirit state is also welcoming a large number of cultivators from the 9 continents. Furthermore, the heavenly court twisted the truth and put all the blame on the spirit state. They made the cultivators of the 9 continents think that we are the ones who asked for it. The heavenly court is really something. They knew that a storm was coming. It all depended on Lin Ling whether or not the spirit state could make it through this time's Daikai. Of course, the tantric sect was also anxious. Some of them even started to blame Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling brought a disaster to the spirit state. However, the tantric sect's masters still believed in Lin Ling, because they didn't believe in Lin Ling during the ceremony. But what happened in the end? It was Lin Ling who defeated all the geniuses of Xianzong and destroyed their scheme. Hence, since Lin Ling was so confident, Tantric Buddhism would fight with him until the end. Where is Lin? After the sex masters, the sex sects, Shui Yun asked Xing Yun. Some people, S to the spirit state's clouds heaven, Yun Yun Yun's head to the cloud to the heavens. Teat, tease. T, calm. We're not to. Don't worry. That brat never fights unprepared. Since he's wandering around the spirit state, he must be setting up a powerful spirit formation. Hopefully, this spirit formation can stop the heavenly court's suppression. Xing Xian said. His fists were clenched tightly. His palms were sweaty. At this moment, in the western part of the spirit province, a slender figure was slowly walking forward in a mountain of flames. This was a handsome young man wearing a clean blue robe. As he walked, the surrounding flames couldn't get close to him at all. He was Lin Ling. Tian Yanlin, it's been 2 lives. We'll meet again. He sat down cross-legged and continuously threw out treasures with both hands, causing the flames in the surroundings to gradually extinguish. Back then, you were just a very ordinary person in the martial god world. You hid in a small valley. If I, Li Xiaoyao, hadn't been seriously injured, I wouldn't have known you. You were very kind and I, Li Xiaoyao, was moved by your kindness. However, time reveals a person's heart. The so-called kindness is only because you haven't encountered any benefits worth selling. Lin Ling stared at the sky. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes. Tian Lioli, Tian Yanlin, Tianwen Valley. The 3 from the Tian family betrayed Li Xiaoyao and took everything from him. Today he had returned with revenge. Martial god Qilin Tian Yanlin. If I'm not mistaken, you must have cultivated the selfless lightning god body. The spirit formation I set up is specially designed to break your selfless lightning god body. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The coldness in his eyes became thicker. If it were any other martial god, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to fight against them. However, he was 60% confident that he could defeat martial god Qilin. This was because Lin Ling was too familiar with martial god Qilin. Here the spirit formation is complete. Only the last one is left. I hope I can make it in time. As Lin Ling waved his hand, the flames around him disappeared completely. He had used up all his treasures to set up the spirit formation this time. He hoped that the endless accumulation of resources would be able to drag a martial god to hell. On this day it was a sunny day. The spirit state finally welcomed a large number of experts. At a closer look, the sky was filled with people. They were all wearing neat clothes. They were from the heavenly court. There were half-step saints, sages, and even martial ancestors among them. At the same time, a huge palace was floating in the sky. It was protected by the heavenly court's experts like a moon surrounded by stars. The surface of the palace was carved with the sun, moon, and stars. It looked like an ancient palace. However, the shocking thing was that the surface of the palace was also covered in scales. At a closer look, they were the scales of Qilin. The heavenly court has arrived. Come. The entire spirit state fell silent. In the sky, a large number of forces from the 9 prefectures were also watching with solemn expressions. They never thought that martial god Qilin would really come. Many people had heard of martial god Qilin's name. However, not many people had seen him in person. That was because he was a godlike existence. I wonder how powerful the martial god is. Today we can finally meet him. The people were excited. They didn't come here to see how the spirit state would fight against martial god Qilin. Instead, they wanted to see martial god Qilin's glory. In their hearts, the spirit state was no match for martial god Qilin. The spirit state couldn't even touch a hair of martial god Qilin's. I'm already here. Amidst the silence, an old voice sounded at the same time. After the voice sounded, the experts from the 9 prefectures felt suffocated. It was as if they had seen a god. I'll give you 1 incense stick's worth of time. Come out or I'll destroy the entire spirit state. The old voice sounded again. It was cold and emotionless. It was as if martial god Qilin had lost his patience and wanted to see Lin Ling. However, the spirit state remained silent. Time passed by quietly. The people were puzzled. Did the realm monarch of the spirit state escape? Perhaps the whole thing was just a joke from the beginning to the end? However, it was impossible to joke about the martial god. Time's up. After a long time, the voice that sounded like a death sentence was announced. Everyone in the spirit state narrowed their eyes. Even the tantric sages were the same. In the face of the martial god's arrival, they had no power to resist. They could only watch the martial god's glory. Chapter 3164. Great face. Kill? Sure enough, a voice sounded in the sky. triggering a murderous aura as if a god was destroying the world. The Heavenly Court has finally made their move. I'm afraid that in less than half a day, there will be no one left in the entire spirit state. Seeing that the Heavenly Court was about to make their move, the experts from all over the 9 states mocked. Wait, how about we wait a little longer? However, just as the Heavenly Court was about to start a massacre, a faint voice suddenly sounded. A large number of figures in black cloaks appeared in the sky. These people seemed to have come from the shadows, giving off a sinister feeling. Assassins? Are they from the Flying Dragon organization? Everyone was stunned for a moment before exclaiming. The Flying Dragon organization was the same as the Heavenly Court. They were ancient factions that spread throughout the 9 states and could not be underestimated. Flying Dragon organization, what is the meaning of this? An old man from the Heavenly Court walked out calmly and spoke on behalf of Martial God Qilin. Is the Flying Dragon organization going to clash with the Heavenly Court after becoming the spirit state? At this moment, an old man from the Flying Dragon organization also walked out. He was Do Afterimage. Can we buy some time for the spirit state? Do Afterimage looked at the people from the Heavenly Court and said fearlessly. In fact, he did not expect Martial God Qilin to come personally. Such an expert was naturally not someone he could fight against. You. The old man from the Heavenly Court sneered, but his eyes were filled with shock. This was because the number of assassins from the Flying Dragon organization that came this time was greater than expected. Many of them were experts, which made him very suspicious. The spirit state could actually summon so many experts. This was quite a big deal. What about this? Do Afterimage also knew that it was impossible for him to make the Heavenly Court move, so a purple gold token appeared in his hand. God of Assassins. After seeing the token, the old man from the Heavenly Court's expression changed slightly because that token represented the token of the strongest person in the Flying Dragon organization. It was obvious that he was also an expert who stood in the 9 states and could fight against gods. He was on par with Martial God Qilin. Alright, give the spirit state another incense stick of time. As if to give face to the token, an old voice sounded in the luxurious palace. Since you've already given an incense stick of time, why don't you give another one? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a large number of experts from the other side. Who are you? This time, the people from the Heavenly Court frowned because they sensed that those experts were not ordinary. Alright, I'll give you another incense stick of time. However, before the people from the luxurious palace, the people from the Heavenly Court, the experts from the Heavenly Court's palace. Who are those people? Even the martial god is giving them face? The Heavenly Court, the people from the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Court, the experts from the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Court, the... Since it's already been 2 incense sticks, how about 3? Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. I'm getting more and more curious about the realm monarch of the spirit state. Alright, give him 3 incense sticks. As if sensing the extraordinariness of the newcomer, laughter rang out from the magnificent palace once again. Give us another 4 incense sticks of time, give us another chance. However, when the people thought that everything was over, more experts arrived. This time there were only 2 of them. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old woman. The 2 of them ignored them, especially the old woman. Her smile gave people the feeling that she was in control of the world. Who are you? This time, the people from the Heavenly Court were confused because there were too many people coming to help Lin Ling. I am the 13 blessings of the Fuxing Manor. I wonder if I'm qualified. The old woman smiled faintly. 13 blessings? What's that? Oh my god, is she one of the 13 strongest in the Fuxing Manor? She has been around since the era of the gods. Are they also here for the spirit state? The people were stunned for a moment, then all kinds of exclamations sounded. Even the Heavenly Court was the same. They never thought that a mere realm monarch would be able to make all the gods give him face. One had to know that the godly emperors of the divine land, if it weren't for the rules set by the gods that allowed them to control the ancient powers, no one would give them face. And that was the truth. Other than the godly emperors of the Miao continent and the Yen continent, the other godly emperors of the divine land were not that scary. But now, the realm monarch of the spirit state was able to make the Fuxing Manor and the Flying Dragon organization stand up for him. This was news that shocked the entire 9 continents. My lord, why are they doing this? The Heavenly Court's people were confused, so they had no choice but to ask Martial God Qilin. I don't know either, but I can say that this little brat called Lin Ling is quite capable. Other than the Fuxing Manor and the Flying Dragon organization, The other two factions are the Tomb Guardians of the Nine Continents' 10 Evils and the Genesis Alliance. A calm voice sounded in the luxurious heavenly court. The voice was earth-shattering. The entire spirit state, the entire 9 continents, was shaken by the voice. This was because who didn't know the name of the 9 prefectures' 10 ferocious beasts? They were ancient forces that had existed since the era of the gods. And now they were here for the realm monarch. This made the people curious. Who was this legendary realm monarch? Why was he so influential? Who would have thought that my dear disciple would summon these people? Even Xing Xiun and the others were shocked. Especially Xing Xiun, he smiled bitterly. His disciple's influence was even greater than his. Time slowly passed by. The spirit state became extremely quiet, as if a day was a year. The people didn't know why the realm monarch was still not here. Was he trying to stall for time? But what was the use of that? Martial god Qilin was here himself. He wouldn't leave until he saw the realm monarch. Thus, the mysterious realm monarch would not be able to escape today. In fact, not only did the people think so, even the Fuxing Manor and the Flying Dragon organization thought so. Because of martial god Qilin's arrival, they couldn't do anything. They could only stall for time for Lin Ling. And if Lin Ling couldn't resist at all, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as martial god Qilin killed Lin Ling. After all, a martial god was not someone they could afford to offend. Furthermore, there was no need for them to offend the heaven court just for Lin Ling. As for the 9 continents' 10 evils, they were the opposite. They were determined to save Lin Ling no matter what. Young master, the martial god is here. If a battle really breaks out, I'm afraid all of us will have to stay here. On the Tomb Guardian race's side, an old man said to a young man, "No matter what, we must protect Lin Ling no matter the cost." The young man's face was emotionless. He said calmly, his words causing the Tomb Guardian race's people to shiver, but they all nodded. Chapter 3165. Lin Ling arrives. At that moment, Meng Lu's eyes were filled with worry. He hoped that Lin Ling would be able to survive this calamity. As for the Creation Alliance's side, a large number of experts were standing on the huge black fish. The middle-aged man in the lead was drinking wine. Although he looked relaxed, there was a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. He knew how powerful martial god Qilin was. He also knew that martial god Qilin had 2 other experts supporting him. Therefore, if the Creation Alliance decided to make a move, they would suffer great losses. That kid really wants to see the world plunged into chaos. He actually dared to challenge the martial god. Then the middle-aged man smiled bitterly. His temperament is very similar to yours. Why don't we let him join the Creation Alliance? After all, his way of doing things is the same as the Creation Alliance's, a beautiful woman said with a smile. You're right about that. The middle-aged man smiled when he heard this, and he was the 9-lantern fish, Lu Qin. Time's up. After an unknown period of time, a voice finally sounded in the heavenly court. As if a bugle horn had been blown, a great slaughter was about to begin. The life and death of the spirit state would be decided at this moment. Looks like a battle is unavoidable. 9-lantern fish Lu Qin also stopped drinking, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. On the other side, it was the same for the gravekeepers. However, just as everyone was anticipating the start of the war, a faint voice finally spread across the entire spirit state like a realm monarch. Martial god Qilin, I won't let you go back today. Far away in the east, a ray of light shot up into the sky and slowly walked over. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to have fallen silent. The entire spirit state was also looking at that man. Lin Ling had appeared. Is he the realm monarch of the spirit state? Heavens, so young. The cultivators from all over the 9 prefectures were shocked. They thought that those who dared to touch martial god Qilin, even if they were not white-haired old men, they would at least be middle-aged men. But who knew that it was a junior? Most importantly, this junior's strength is only at the half-saint realm. That seems to be the son of devil. Soon after, someone exclaimed and recognized Lin Ling. Without a doubt, the cultivators from the 9 prefectures were in an uproar again. The son of a devil, this was the craziest character in the 9 regions in recent days. No one knew where he came from and no one knew what his sect was. However, if this person appeared out of nowhere, it was impossible for people not to be moved. And now the son of demon's origin was a little clearer. He was the realm monarch of the spirit state. Impressive, he is already a realm monarch at such a young age. No wonder he dares to rob the half-saints from the 9 continents. Humph, he's just a newborn calf that's not afraid of a tiger. However, he's dead for sure. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's background, no one was optimistic about him. I'm finally out. Nine Lanterns Fish, Lu Qin, Dream Flow, and the others stared at Lin Ling with wry smiles. They did not expect Lin Ling to remain so calm in the face of martial god Qilin. In the sky, the sound of footsteps continued to ring out. Everyone in the heavenly court looked at Lin Ling with cold eyes. Crush. Almost at the same time, the luxurious palace finally opened. Then an old man in a loose robe slowly walked out. The moment he appeared, the sun and the moon seemed to have dimmed. The terrifying energy of heaven and earth turned into astral winds that swept in all directions. The clouds in the spirit state stopped moving. The sun and everything in the spirit state also stopped moving. This was obviously a godlike figure. And he was martial god Qilin. After martial god Qilin walked out, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. Martial god Qilin did the same. Finally, the two stood a few hundred meters apart. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to have fallen silent. All the martial stages were handed over to the two of them. Only the invisible wind was blowing at their robes. One of them was martial god Qilin. The other was the son of demon Lin Ling. Martial god Qilin looked at Lin Ling calmly with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Too calm. The young man in front of him looked at him with a gaze that was too calm. He did not know how many years it had been since he last saw such a gaze. In fact, the gaze even made his heart palpitate. So you're Lin Ling. It was martial god Qilin's first time meeting Lin Ling. However, he had heard of Lin Ling's name a long time ago. Therefore he was the first to speak. Lin Ling did not speak. He was still staring at martial god Qilin. Huge waves of emotions surged in his heart. After so many years he finally met his enemy again. Compared to the past, martial god Qilin had obviously changed. He had become more imposing and ancient. He was like a god who controlled 9 continents. However, the past martial god Qilin was just an ordinary mortal in a small valley. He was weak, cowardly, and incompetent. The two personalities and the two figures seemed to have crossed time and space and merged together. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. He knew that martial god Qilin's transformation was all because of Li Xiaoyao. If the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao of the past didn't fall, then he would definitely be a godlike figure in the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, his glory and achievements were taken away by the 3 people from the Tian family. How impressive, martial god Qilin. Lin Ling said after suppressing his thoughts. Do you know me? Martial god Qilin frowned again. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more familiar he found him. However, he could not recall where he had seen Lin Ling before. Let's not talk about this anymore. I invited you here today to kill you. If you die, you'll know whether you know me or not. Lin Ling said calmly. However, the flames of vengeance in his heart were boiling. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have attacked by now. Very well, I hope you can tell me who you are before you die. Martial god Qilin nodded. His attitude towards Lin Ling was not like he was treating an ant. The people of the heavenly court were infuriated. What right did a half-Saint Realm Jr. have to speak to the martial god? Let's begin. Almost at the same time Lin Ling spoke again. The flames in his eyes were finally ignited. He had waited for countless years. He had lived 2 lives. Now he finally saw his enemy. Everything he did was not to prove anything or to become famous in 9 continents. Instead, he wanted to let the 3 people from the Tian family know that he would take back everything he had lost with his own hands. Fight. Endless fighting spirit burst out from Lin Ling's body. His fighting spirit made the Sage Realm experts' faces change. What a strong fighting spirit. This kid was facing martial god Qilin. His fighting spirit was monstrous. It was terrifying. Lin Ling, let me help you. In the distance, 9 Lantern Fish, Lu Qin, and the others spoke. Lin Ling alone was not a match for the heavenly court. Senior Lu Qin, there's no need for that. This is Lin Ling's family matter. I don't want them to interfere unless they're my relatives. Lin Ling looked at 9 Lantern Fish and Lu Qin gratefully and said seriously. Okay. Chapter 3166. Against the enemy. Brother Ling, let me help you. Suddenly 2 figures flew up from the ground. They were Yu and the others. My dear disciple, I'm your family too. Xing Xiyun also flew up. Next was the Tantric Masters. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed and his heart warmed. He said, Master, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Idiot, Do you think the spirit state will be fine if we don't help? As a matter of fact, the war between the spirit state and the heaven court was inevitable the moment the heaven court arrived. Xing Xiun came to Lin Ling's side and said with a smile. At this moment he was even more like Lin Ling's master. Although he couldn't stop the iron hooves of the heavenly court, when the wind and waves came, he held up the flag and blocked a piece of the sky. Realm Monarch will help you too. At the same time, loud voices came from the spirit state. All the cultivators looked at the young man in the sky and decided to fight alongside him. Lin Ling glanced at the land and his eyes flickered. He didn't stay in the spirit state for long, but the whole spirit state treated him like their own son. They took care of him and never asked for anything in return. Lin Ling swore that if he failed today, even if he died, he wouldn't drag the spirit state into this. So many people want to die? Lord Martial God, please allow us to fight. Seeing the cultivators of the spirit state joining the battle, the heaven court's side also exploded with battle intent. Go. Martial God Qilin waved his hand and looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. This was a war without any suspense. He didn't know what Lin Ling was trying to do. In fact, that was what everyone was thinking. Go. Countless heaven court cultivators moved out and unleashed a ferocious aura. There were half-saints and saints among them. Although the spirit state was strong, there weren't many saints. Apart from the tantric sect, the rest were the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall. However, there were less than 100 saints in total. Therefore, fighting against the heaven court was like trying to break a rock with eggs. Why do we need Lord Martial God to take action? We can slaughter all of you. The first person who rushed towards Lin Ling was actually the old man who had escaped from Lin Ling's hands last time. Not bad. Let's see who kills more. The other heavenly court experts also sneered. They actually treated this war as a game, a one-sided slaughter game. Seeing this, the spirit state's powerful individuals became serious. They were prepared to explode with all of their strength and fight to the death. It's not our turn to deal with these kittens and puppies. However, at this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward. A huge dragon bow appeared in his hand. He raised his head and shot an arrow toward the north of the spirit province. Like God, heed my command. Summon the infinite and kill the enemy with me. This arrow was like the will of the heavens. To the north of the spirit province, a blinding light exploded. Countless arrows of light shot over in a mighty manner. At this moment, the entire spirit province was shaken. The array was activated. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows of light were so terrifying that they could kill gods and Buddhas in their way. In just one exchange, more than half of the half-saints who had rushed out from the heavenly court were killed. The old man who had rushed out the fastest did not even have the chance to cry out in pain before he was killed by the arrows of light. Perhaps he only had one thought before he died. I shouldn't have taken the lead. What kind of technique is that? He killed a half-saint with one attack? The people in the distance were shocked. They did not expect the spirit province to have such a strong resistance. The ancient array of the gods, the light god ancient array. Even martial god Qilin's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling to know the ancient array from the era of the gods. You have a good eye. At the same time, Lin Ling said calmly. I, martial god Qilin, know everything about the world. Is there anything that I don't know? Although your array is powerful, it's as easy as flipping my hand if I want to break it. Martial god Qilin said disdainfully and waved his hand again. Kill? More and more heavenly courts experts moved out. This time most of them were saints. The people also looked at Lin Ling, wondering how the young realm monarch would deal with the second wave of attacks from the heavenly court. I only need to move my feet, and the 9 provinces will tremble. However, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and lightly stomped on the ground with his right foot. Rumble. To the west of the spirit province, endless flames surged out like tidal waves. This was the godly fire. Its aura was so strong that it even stopped breathing. The flames seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone's eyes and burned everything. What kind of fire is this? The heavenly court's saints exclaimed. The fire from the era of the gods. You actually obtained a wisp of fire left behind by the infernal god during the battle. This is the light god ancient array. Martial god Qilin frowned upon seeing this. You know a lot, but so what? Lin Ling smirked and waved his left hand again. Voila. As he waved his hand, a gust of wind rose. A storm came from the south of the spirit province. It was the godly wind that could blow away one's essence. The heavenly court's second wave of attacks was immediately defeated. The saints' faces changed drastically. They were almost unable to withstand the impact of the wind and fire. Heavenly Court, move out. Martial God Qilin remained expressionless. He waved his right hand as well. He didn't believe that a mere spirit province could stop him. More Heavenly Court's experts moved out. Almost half of them had joined the battle. There were even many peak saints that joined the battle. This force was so strong that it could sweep through the entire 9 provinces, let alone the myriad of worlds. Even Lin Ling was shocked. The Heavenly Court had been established for so long that it was beyond his imagination. Mountains like the West suppressed the ages. But soon Lin Ling waved his right hand again. The earth trembled. Countless ancient mountains appeared out of nowhere and rained down on the Heavenly Court's experts like meteors. This power was the power of the gods. Another godly barrier formation. Martial God Qilin's face turned serious when he saw Lin Ling controlling the wind and clouds with a wave of his hand. He had underestimated this kid. It turned out that he was a powerful barrier master. However, no matter how powerful a barrier was, it couldn't withstand a powerful force. Move out. Martial God Qilin said coldly. 2/3 of the Heavenly Court's experts had moved out. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't expect the seemingly weak spirit province to be so powerful that it could almost clash with the entire Heavenly Court. Even 9 Lanternfish and Lu Chen were shocked. Martial God Qilin, don't you know a lot? Let's see what's next. Seeing that almost all of the Heavenly Court's experts had moved out, Lin Ling roared again and opened his arms. Stone only I can use it. Impart it to me. Eugene only the supreme I can't stop. As he opened his arms, the spirit province began to change. It turned into the era of gods. Everyone trembled. They saw an ancient aura from the era of gods spreading out. They saw all kinds of powers from the era of gods. Chapter 3167. The 6 soldiers and 6 armors obliterated the martial ancestor. What? Martial God Qilin also exclaimed. He was already surprised that Lin Ling had set up an ancient divine barrier, but who knew that Lin Ling had set up more than one? Don't you know everything about the gods and the universe? Why are you so surprised now? Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared coldly at Martial God Qilin. Martial God Qilin frowned and remained silent. Because for a moment he couldn't see through all of Lin Ling's array formations. On the other hand, there were countless casualties in the Heavenly Court. All the half-Saint Realm cultivators had perished, and 1/3 of the Saint Realm experts had perished as well. This Buddha slaughtering array was truly terrifying. Can we really go against the Heavenly Court? The Vajrayana and the others were trembling with fear. The scene before their eyes had far exceeded their imaginations. Martial ancestors, all of you, break the formation with brute force. However, Martial God Qilin launched his final attack and summoned the martial progenitor. As for the Heavenly Court's martial ancestor realm experts, there were more than 1,000 of them. Defeated, we're definitely going to lose this time. Although Lin Ling's divine array was shocking, what happened next made many people shake their heads. Martial ancestor, that was an unimaginable realm. It could be said that any martial ancestor was strong enough to become the god emperor of the 9 prefectures. Martial ancestor. On the tantric sect's side, the faces of the experts turned pale. They knew that without Lin Ling's formation, a single martial progenitor could easily slaughter them all. It doesn't matter what kind of formation it is or what kind of god power it is, Yang Qi said. In primal chaos, strength is everything. You can call the wind and summon the rain and change everything. Lin Ling, watch as the Heavenly Court destroys your formation. Martial God Qilin let out a roar after the martial progenitor realm experts made their move. So what if you're a martial ancestor? If you enter my Lin Ling's territory, even a god will die. However, Lin Ling raised his foot high and stomped down heavily. 6 soldiers, 6 armor. Rumble. Terrifying whirlpools appeared in the sky and swept out from the ground. The ancient Noah's divine ark appeared and swam majestically. Then, its surface began to peel off and turned into countless golden stones. It actually shot towards Lord Tantric and the others. Lin Ling, what is this? The expressions of the Tantric sages changed as they asked anxiously. There's no need to panic. I've cast the Godboat's defense on you. This is the Liujia god. Go and fight. Lin Ling looked straight ahead and said calmly. Ka. The golden rocks shot over and eventually turned into ancient golden armor on the bodies of the Tantric sect masters. Each armor was covered with complicated enchantments and had a terrifying defense. Dragon emerges, defying heaven and earth, 6 weapons appear. This wasn't the end. Lin Ling's hands flew, and he instantly unleashed 1,000,000,000 enchantments. Moreover, he didn't stop there. Looking at Lin Ling's unpredictable movements, all the cultivators in the 9 provinces had their horizons broadened. Never would I have expected that child to possess such frightening world spirit techniques. Could it be that his backer is God Miao's true inheritance? An old man said solemnly. To be able to fight against the heavenly court with the strength of a half-sage for such a long time, who else in the 9 provinces could do it? Die. However, the heavenly court's martial ancestors were confident in their strength and were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. However, a gigantic dragon's soul began to appear in the sky. The dragon circled around the spirit province and sprinkled down endless light. What's going on? My power. Oh no, I feel weaker and weaker. Leave this place. The martial progenitor realm experts soon blurted out in shock. Their cultivation levels were continuously suppressed, and they were also absorbed by a mysterious power and disappeared from the spirit province. They discovered that as long as they stepped into the spirit province, the mysterious power would exist. On the tantric sect's side, many of them were wearing the Liujia god armor. However, they soon felt a powerful force being born. Those who were originally saints instantly reached the peak of the saint stage. He was originally a half-step saint realm expert, but he had reached the saint realm. This caused all of them to be greatly shocked. Let's fight. On the other hand, Lin Ling was used to it because this was the power of the ancient formation of 6 soldiers and 6 armor gods. It could forcibly steal the enemy's strength and enhance it on its own people. Moreover, the foundation of this formation was the ancient tree of Panyu Mountain, which could provide endless vitality. As for the core of the formation, it was Noah's Ark, which also provided an extremely strong defense. In other words, in order to set up the ancient formation of gods, Lin Ling had spent all his time and treasures. Of course, although the formation was powerful, it also had a flaw. That was the continuous consumption of royal crystals, and the consumption was extremely large. Moreover, it would take a month to deactivate the formation and activate it again. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had come so late. Kill. Ha ha ha, I've become a saint. Let's fight. The tantric sect's people were filled with fighting spirit, especially Yu, Sakura, and the others. Their blood was boiling. This was because they had become saints. Although this was only temporary, it was enough for them to test out this powerful force. Hong Long Long. On the other hand, the Heaven Court's experts were greatly weakened. After the tantric sect's experts made their move, they were immediately defeated, and their cries filled the sky. This was especially true for those martial ancestor-level experts. They were the most furious. Since when had they ever been chased by a saint-level expert? Time slowly passed and blood continued to rain down from the sky. The Heaven Court's experts were also decreasing. No one had thought that this one-sided slaughter would take a 180-degree turn, and they were being slaughtered instead. Martial God Qilin, you know the gods above and the universe below. Can you see through my formation? Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked at Martial God Qilin calmly. He did not participate in the battle, as if he was the real realm monarch fighting against the Heaven Court's strongest. How is this possible? Martial God Qilin shook his head. He couldn't understand these formations at all. After all, he had obtained most of Ghost Genius Li Xiaoyao's heritage. How could there be anything in the 9 continents that he didn't know? In front of me, you are just a country bumpkin. Lin Ling said again. His words were well-deserved. No matter how many things Martial God Qilin knew, they were all taught by Li Xiaoyao. Now that the real Li Xiaoyao was here, how could Martial God Qilin compete with him? Let me tell you, this is the 9 gods' ancient Su array. It summons the power of the 9 gods from the era of gods to cross the endless time and space to kill the enemies. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shaking the Heaven Court, the 9 continents and Martial God Qilin. Summon the power of the 9 gods from the era of gods to cross the endless time and space? What a mysterious formation. An old man in the 9 continents mumbled to himself. To be able to summon the power of the gods from the dead time, this was already the means of the gods. Lord Martial God, save me. Meanwhile, the Heaven Court's experts in the formation were dwindling. They cried out weakly, begging for Martial God Qilin's help. Alright, thank you for opening my eyes. I'm even more curious about your background now. I will know who you are. Chapter 3168. What a terrifying martial god expert. The demeanor of a martial god was not to be humiliated. No matter what kind of divine formation it was, it would definitely not be able to stop the martial god. This scene also made the experts of the 9 regions look forward to it. Bang! Martial god Qilin didn't do anything, but he appeared in the middle of the formation in just a single step. He raised his eyebrows and summoned countless giant drums behind him. At this moment he was like a god of thunder. Selfless thunder god physique. Lin Ling's eyes also became serious. He knew very well that it was an existence similar to the ultimate desolate body. Without me there was no heaven and all things were indestructible. This kind of powerful talent was also cultivated by Li Xiaoyao in the past. However, he later obtained the primal chaos divine formula, so he gave up on this powerful lightning body. Swoosh! Martial god Qilin swung his arm and a lightning saber appeared. The chaos in the universe was cut open and the sky above the spirit state was torn apart. Rumble. The 9 ancient gods' formation began to tremble, and the formation became unstable. So strong. The expressions of the Vajrayana sect's masters changed drastically. Previously, the martial progenitors had joined the battle, but they were unable to break the formation. However, as soon as martial god Qilin arrived, he was able to shatter the formation with a casual strike. All of you move out. With Noah's Ark you will not die. Lin Ling's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Good. Master Tantra and the others immediately pounced on martial god Qilin. At this moment martial god Qilin was like a giant. His long hair and robes had turned into lightning. It was as if he was looking down on the world. Die, you ants. The thunder drum behind him sounded as if it was summoning 10,000 bolts of lightning. Pop, pop. Before Lord Tantra and the others could even get close, they were swept away by the terrifying lightning and were all sent flying. If not for the fact that they were wearing the armor of the god of 6 armors, they would have been killed instantly. Although martial god Qilin's attacks seemed to have landed on Tantra and the others, they actually landed on Noah's divine ark, causing the ancient divine ark to sway. Therefore, when the tantric sages saw that he was safe and sound, they rushed forward again. 6 gods Gusu. At the same time, Lin Ling also pushed the formation to the limit. All kinds of forces, including the masters of the Tantric Buddhism, were suppressing martial god Qilin. Rumble. The sound was deafening, and the entire 9 prefectures seemed to be shaken by it. Martial god Qilin was also engulfed by all kinds of powerful energies. The crowd was astonished. Was the martial god going to die today? This brat really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The 9 lantern fish, Lu Qin, and the others all smiled excitedly and looked forward to it. The remaining members of the heavenly court were all pale and shaking their heads as if they could not believe what they were seeing. Is this your trump card? Too weak. However, at this moment heaven and earth exploded, and ferocious lightning erupted. Swords of lightning shot out, piercing through the void and deeply embedded themselves into Noah's divine ark. Then a giant covered in lightning appeared. It was martial god Qilin. At this moment he had truly become the god of thunder. He was telling everyone what it meant to be a god. No way, the power that can kill endless martial progenitor has no effect on martial god Qilin. At this moment, everyone could be said to be shocked when they saw martial god Qilin descend once more. If you think you can defeat him with this trick, then you should wake up from your dream, myriad lightning. Martial god Qilin roared again. Endless lightning rain smashed down from the sky, causing the array to sway and continue to shatter. Looking at the Noah's divine ark again, the heart of the array was also cracked. Even the ancient ark left behind by a god could not stop martial god Qilin's attack. The swords of lightning were like awls that kept piercing into the divine Arkansas. Some of them were cutting out large amounts of golden stones. Even the divine ark can't stop it. As for the masters of the Tantra sect, they were all swept away by the lightning storm and were sent flying. However, they could not care less about themselves. Instead they looked ahead in shock. Endless lightning continued to destroy God's ancient array. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the huge God's ancient array was broken. Brother Ling, hurry up and do something. Yu Yu hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and shouted worriedly. They were able to fight against the heaven court because of God's ancient array. If the ancient array was broken, even a martial ancestor could slaughter them, let alone martial god Qilin. Ah, now you know fear. Lord Martial God breaking the array with brute force, mighty and mighty. The remaining heaven court cultivators' morale was greatly boosted. They could not help but roar at the sky. Rumble. Ka ka ka. The ancient array was like a city wall that continued to collapse. However, Lin Ling stood on the same spot with a solemn expression. He did not say a word. Instead, he kept forming barriers with his hands. From the looks of it, he seemed to be constantly repairing the spirit formation. However, compared to martial god Qilin's destruction, his repairing speed was like a drop in the ocean. This made the people shake their heads regretfully. They knew that the situation was hopeless. What a pity. If the realm monarch did not offend the martial god, he would have been able to break the array with just a few people in the 9 prefectures. However, the martial god is still stronger than the godly array. No matter what, today's battle will spread across the 9 prefectures. Many people sighed and said, this battle had obviously exceeded their expectations, and it had even greatly broadened their horizons. Rumble. The ancient array was still collapsing. Heaven and earth seemed to be shrinking, allowing the tantric sect cultivators to get closer to Lin Ling. Run. Let's see where you can run to. Seeing this, the heaven court cultivators became even more arrogant. They looked at martial god Qilin again. He had a cold smile on his face as he continued to attack the array with all his might. As for the boundaries that Lin Ling kept casting, the effect was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, the array was only 1,000 miles wide. It was filled with people from the spirit state. Like a trapped beast, death was only a matter of an instant. I will kill everyone in the spirit state. Then I will know where you came from. Martial god Qilin said indifferently as he looked at Lin Ling and the others who were powerless to fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his hand. Endless thunder roared as a thunderstorm flooded the spirit state. Sigh, we can't escape in the end? The tantric sect cultivators let out a long sigh as they looked at the terrifying thunder outside the array. But it's enough. At least I've killed a lot of people from the heaven court. Xing Xiuyin laughed in an extremely heroic manner. You're right. I've also killed 2 martial progenitors. The tantric sect cultivators laughed when they heard this. Then, the 4 heavenly kings looked at each other and could not help but laugh as well. Then, the martial artists of the spirit state also laughed loudly. Although they were all going to die. At least they had killed almost 80% of the heaven court's elites. It was enough to be proud of. Ah! The laughter continued to spread, causing the people in the distance to tremble. At the same time, the heaven court cultivators were enraged. These damned ants. As for martial god Qilin, his face turned cold. Keep laughing, I'll make sure you won't be able to laugh anymore. He immediately urged his lightning to become even more ferocious. He was going to sweep away these damned ants. Let's go out and fight. It's better to die in battle than to wait for death. After laughing, the tantric sect cultivators began to prepare for the final battle of their lives. Wait. Chapter 3169. The Final Blow. At this moment, the tantric sages looked at Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling stopped them. Martial god Qilin was also looking at Lin Ling, but the sneer on his face deepened. Was Lin Ling finally going to reveal his identity before his death? As for the martial artists of the 9 prefectures, they also believed that the situation was hopeless. Perhaps Lin Ling wanted to beg for mercy. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. A few words floated out of his mouth. The spell formation isn't over yet. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the tantric masters changed drastically. It hasn't ended yet? Martial god Qilin frowned as well. The formation had been shattered by him, but Lin Ling said that it wasn't over yet? This must be a lie. That's right, Lin Ling was setting up a smoke bomb and looking for an opportunity to escape. A thought flashed through martial god Qilin's mind. This was not because he was looking down on Lin Ling, but because no matter how powerful a formation was, there was still a limit. A formation that could threaten the martial god level was rarely seen in the current 9 prefectures, and it only appeared in the era of the gods. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's howl had already rung out. The great array of the 9 gods, the final formation, the chief god returns. Lin Ling raised his arm high. His eyes were filled with the flames of revenge. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In truth, all the previous attacks had been for this moment. It could even be said that this was the true 9 ancient Su gods array. This was using lightning to break lightning. Lin Ling was aiming for martial god Qilin's innate talent and skill. The more martial god Qilin attacked the formation, the more lightning energy the formation would absorb. The sky suddenly quieted down, and an oppressive aura filled the air. The array formation that was originally 1,000 miles wide began to emit cracking sounds, and it actually began to spread out like dark clouds. The array formation began to recover. What? Everyone was aware of this scene and their eyes were wide open. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a final attack? Even martial god Qilin sensed the danger. After all, he had turned a blind eye to everything after entering the god formation, but this time he finally felt a chill in his heart. What the hell is this? Rumble. The thunderstorm in the spirit continent began to change. It was gathering toward Lin Ling. It was no longer under martial god Qilin's control. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the ancient swords that were constantly cutting Noah's divine arc shot out and hovered above Lin Ling's head. Could it be? Martial god Qilin began to speculate when he saw this. Could it be that the entire formation was a trap? Everything was set up so that martial god Qilin could unleash his full strength to attack the formation, and in the end, the formation would absorb all of martial god Qilin's strength and give him a fatal blow. 9 deities, 9 deities. That's right, not all 9 deities had descended in the previous spell formation. There was still one deity hiding. Martial god Qilin finally collected his thoughts. He looked at Lin Ling sternly as if the young man in the distance knew everything about him, including his weaknesses and strengths. At that instant he was even more eager to know who Lin Ling was. You can die now. Meanwhile, the lightning in the sky finally gathered and turned into a giant lightning pillar. A large number of swords were weaving in and out of the lightning. As Lin Ling pointed his finger forward, the lightning pillar shot toward martial god Qilin. The lightning pillar was like the tribulation of gods. Show me the final attack of the god formation. Martial god Qilin's eyes squinted. Lightning roared and spun wildly around his body. He disappeared on the spot and turned into a bolt of lightning that collided with the dazzling lightning pillar. Crack, crack. However, martial god Qilin soon realized that something was not right. It was fine if he did not make his move, but as soon as he made his move, all of his lightning energy was absorbed. On the other hand, the lightning pillar in the distance grew bigger. It was like the lightning of God's punishment was descending toward him. Before it even got close, martial god Qilin spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale. This array formation was indeed designed to restrain him, and it was an all-around restraint. Retreat. Retreat. Martial god Qilin immediately let out a roar and tried to leave the array. It's too late to leave now. Retreat. Lin Ling's body was also filled with electric snakes and thunder, but his fighting spirit was boiling. The grudges of 2 lifetimes, the fetters of 2 lifetimes, were finally coming to an end at this moment. As for the martial artists of 9 prefectures, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Was he going to destroy the god today? Retreat. In the next moment, the crowd saw martial god Qilin being entangled by the lightning pillar and crying out in pain. Drops of blood fell from the sky, but they were soon swept away by the lightning. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before martial god Qilin died. This was the real god-slaying strike. The selfless lightning god physique, no self, no heaven. However, it was obviously suppressed by Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was very familiar with the weakness of this talent. The best way to defeat it was to fight poison with poison. Father, be careful. Father. However, at this moment, a deep voice suddenly exploded. In the distant sky, a huge finger slowly shot over. The size of the finger was comparable to Noah's divine Arkansas. The power of the finger was mixed with a terrifying destructive force. When it pressed down, it absorbed endless lightning. It significantly reduced the damage that martial god Qilin was suffering. Thump, thump. Meanwhile, the sound of a heartbeat was heard across the spirit continent. The illusionary image of a giant emerald heart appeared in the sky of the spirit continent. It's here. Father. Lin Ling clenched his teeth when he saw the giant heart. He was not surprised by it at all. He assumed that the person would show up when martial god Qilin was about to face the tribulation of life and death. That being said, even though he had already guessed it, he still chose to fight to the death as he did not want to miss the best chance to kill martial god Qilin. Lin Ling knew who the person was. As a matter of fact, when he saw the giant emerald heart, he knew it was the ancient supreme heart, which was Li Xiaoyao's flesh. The person was one of the 3 disciples of the Tian clan, martial god Qilin's son, Tianwengu. Tianwengu, save me. Tianwengu. Martial god Qilin immediately raised his head and said as the pressure that he was under decreased significantly. Father, I'll save you, but who is he? Tianwengu. A deep voice with a hint of astonishment came from the sky. It was obvious that the person did not expect the formation that a half-martial sacred realm expert had set up to pose a threat to a martial god. His name is Lin Ling. Tianwen Gu. Martial god Qilin immediately said. Lin Ling, right? I'll remember you. I'll find you in no time. Tianwen Gu. It was obvious that the person was not here. He was somewhere far away. As such, the giant emerald heart loomed over martial god Qilin and flew into the distance like a ray of light. I failed. Tianwen Gu. Lin Ling clenched his fist seeing this. He knew that strength was the only thing that mattered in the world rift. He might be able to rely on the formation for a while, but it was not a long-term solution. Lin Ling, the people of the Heaven Court won't forgive you. Tianwen Gu. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.